A beautiful blonde woman opens the door and looks surprised, calling out, "Kim?" Sweating nervously, Eugene wonders to himself, an incredible beauty, but how does she know me? Flustered and blushing, Eugene tries to find his words as the gorgeous woman stands right before him. She smiles warmly and explains West Point was invited to the party. She introduces herself with a polite smile, saying, "I am Dorothy Curtis." Eugene smiles politely and introduces himself in return, saying, "Eugene Kim." Eugene nervously stammers, "Yes, ma'am." Eugene gulps nervously, trying to maintain his composure under her gaze. A distinguished middle-aged man with a thick mustache looks surprised and says, "Oh?" The senator rises from his seat to greet Eugene properly. He welcomes Eugene warmly, gesturing for him to make himself comfortable. They all sit down in the lavishly decorated drawing room to discuss matters in a more private setting. The senator speaks with a friendly and inviting tone, gesturing warmly during their conversation. Eugene expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thanks to distinguished figures like Senator Curtis who paved the way, I have benefited greatly." Senator Curtis smiles, pleased by Eugene's polite and humble attitude. Eugene smiles sheepishly and scratches his cheek as they discuss his upcoming graduation. When the War Department is brought up, Eugene quickly raises his hands in defense, saying, "No, that's..." Eugene laughs off the tense moment, rubbing the back of his neck with a friendly smile. Senator Curtis stares back, completely taken aback by Eugene's unexpected reaction. Outside, a gentle snow falls over the grand, illuminated mansion. Inside, the atmosphere shifts slightly as Senator Curtis and Dorothy look on with serious expressions. Eugene nods in agreement, confirming that would be the case, yes. Senator Curtis leans forward, continuing the discussion with great interest. Eugene smiles with confidence, keeping his composure during the high-stakes conversation. Senator Curtis lets out a satisfied grin, finding Eugene's responses quite impressive. Checking his watch, the senator realizes the time and says, "I should return to the party hall." Eugene prepares to leave as the senator tells him he will return shortly. Eugene glances back over his shoulder, feeling a sense of unease. Eugene flinches in surprise as he catches Dorothy staring intensely at him. Sensing the awkwardness, Eugene quickly dashes out of the room, leaving Dorothy completely stunned. Eugene walks alone through the quiet courtyard of the mansion as the snow gently falls. Eugene contemplates his situation, thinking, "I'm not sure whether getting entangled with a politician right now is the right move." He imagines a fierce political battle, symbolized by a blue horse landing a powerful flying kick on a red elephant. Trudging forward, Eugene tells himself, "I need to think about this seriously." Back in the drawing room, Senator Curtis clicks open a wooden box filled with premium cigars. Senator Curtis pulls out a cigar and continues discussing matters with his guest. The senator's family members are introduced, including his second son, Henry Curtis, and his eldest daughter. Henry speaks passionately while his father prepares to light his cigar. Dorothy remains silent, deep in thought as she listens to the family discussion. Dorothy turns her attention to her father, waiting to see what he will say next. Senator Curtis looks completely stunned, gasping out, "What?" Dorothy flashes a radiant, knowing smile. Back at the main party hall, guests mingle and enjoy their drinks. Eugene greets a guest, politely saying, "Yes, I had an..." The man slaps a hand onto Eugene's shoulder, catching him by surprise as Eugene thinks, "Me again?" The man grabs Eugene's arm and says firmly, "Follow me." Eugene desperately prays to himself, "Please let it be a Democrat this time. Please say Democrat." The man laughs joyfully, shouting, "Like this." He proudly presents Eugene to a lady, saying, "I've heard a great deal about you." A distinguished woman in a red and black dress sits at the table, smiling warmly as she is introduced to Eugene. A gentleman in a suit presents Eugene to a lady, while Eugene thinks to himself, "Song? Who? It sounds familiar." Eugene looks closer, trying to place the name as he thinks, by any chance? An elegant woman in a dark capelet over a red dress sits at the dining table, looking up in mild surprise as she is introduced. Lady says with a polite smile, "That's right, I'm the second daughter," while Eugene realizes, now I know who she is. A portrait of a distinguished middle-aged man with a mustache dressed in a dark suit is shown. Eugene sweats nervously as he wonders, but why would the daughter of such a powerful man be interested in me? The gentleman who introduced them waves goodbye and leaves Eugene alone at the table with the lady. A wide shot from above shows Eugene and the lady sitting across from each other in silence at a round table adorned with white roses and a bottle of wine. Trying to ease the tension, Eugene lifts his glass of wine to take a polite sip. Eugene flinches in surprise as the lady looks at him with a serious expression. Eugene sets down his glass and looks at the lady attentively, waiting for her to speak. On the table lies a letter addressed Dear Mr. Charlie Song, as Eugene reads it with surprise. The lady looks around carefully and says, "It may be uncomfortable for others to overhear. Perhaps we should move." Eugene listens intently, maintaining a respectful but serious posture as they converse. The lady leans forward slightly, discussing something of great importance. Eugene listens with a thoughtful expression as the lady continues speaking. The conversation continues privately at the round table under the grand architecture of the mansion. The lady looks directly at Eugene, her expression serious and focused. Eugene rubs the back of his neck and chuckles sheepishly, feeling a bit awkward under her intense gaze. A visual showing working-class men standing outside an industrial factory with smoking chimneys. Eugene listens carefully, asking, "Yourselves?" The lady takes another sip of her wine as she confidently explains, "Because simply running a business is not our objective." Eugene is deeply intrigued, thinking, "An investment in a future Korean leader? Is that it?" It's an offer far too sweet to refuse. Eugene politely asks, "May I have some time to consider?" The lady stands up to leave, her elegant red dress brushing the carpeted floor as Eugene watches her walk away. Eugene is left alone at the table, looking pensive and serious. He contemplates his options, thinking, quote, "If I succeed in the firearms business and unveil the Chicago typewriter, I can firmly establish my position within the U.S. military." End quote. A Thompson submachine gun is shown. An artistic panel shows Eugene and a distinguished man standing back to back, representing their aligned but separate paths. Suddenly, Senator Curtis appears behind Eugene, startling him so much that Eugene shouts, "Ack!" Eugene clutches his chest, trying to calm his racing heart, and stammers, "Senator, we meet again." The senator looks at Eugene and asks, "A favor?" The senator gestures warmly to a beautiful blonde woman in a light blue and pink dress standing nearby, saying, "Ah, like this." Eugene politely extends his hand to the young woman with a charming smile. She blushes slightly and smiles warmly as she takes Eugene's hand to join him for a dance. Eugene thinks to himself, "It's still too early to decide whether I should form a deep relationship with Senator Curtis." Eugene leads the beautiful blonde woman onto the dance floor, glancing back with a polite smile. As they dance, Eugene strategizes, thinking, "If I dance a little and make some small talk, she'll probably go find another white gentleman." The beautiful woman smiles brightly and responds, "Oh my, of course." In a flashback, a young, muscular Eugene lies in bed wearing a tank top, covered in lipstick kiss marks and looking completely exhausted. A veteran military officer in sunglasses looks at a younger, battered Eugene who says, "I know it too well. That's the problem." The officer warns him, "Your skin color might block your future," but a determined Eugene replies, "I'm prepared for that." The officer, holding a cigarette, smiles grimly and says, "But an officer is different." A powerful silhouette of Eugene stands proudly before a waving American flag surrounded by shadowy figures. Eugene, looking bruised but resolute, stands before his superior officer. The superior officer, puffing on his cigarette, looks down thoughtfully. A black and white group photograph of young Korean men standing together in a field is shown. Eugene clenches his fist in determination, while the officer smiles warmly and says, "It's okay." Eugene flashes a confident, slightly mischievous grin, with blood on his lip and a torn shirt. The superior officer watches Eugene with a proud and satisfied expression as Eugene walks past him. The officer stands up, leaning over his desk with both hands, looking seriously at Eugene. A distinguished man with a mustache and slicked-back hair looks down confidently, carrying his dark coat casually over his shoulder. Eugene looks up in utter surprise at the man standing before him. Eugene stands outside a white building, looking up at the sign above the entrance that reads Korean National Association. The distinguished man with the mustache walks ahead purposefully, while Eugene follows closely behind with a nervous expression. The man reaches out and firmly grasps the golden doorknob, preparing to open the door to the office. He opens the door and tips his hat with a warm smile to greet the person inside, while Eugene looks on with curiosity. Gesturing forward, the mustache man tells Eugene to say hello to their host. Inside stands a middle-aged Korean man in a neat, dark suit, looking back at them with a calm expression. Eugene bows deeply and eagerly shakes the man's hand with immense enthusiasm. They stand inside the cozy office as Eugene continues to shake the man's hand, while the others watch the friendly greeting. Eugene politely introduces himself, gesturing with his hand while the other men look on with warm smiles. Suddenly, Eugene's face falls into shadow as a look of shock washes over him, thinking to himself, that person, could it be? Close-up of Eugene's hand shaking the man's hand, his expression turning tense as he begins to realize the man's identity. A transparent image of an older, distinguished gentleman with white hair appears in Eugene's mind as he shakes the man's hand. Eugene laughs heartily and bows slightly as he exchanges a friendly handshake with the man, trying to conceal his inner shock. The man smiles warmly, speaking to Eugene with an encouraging and friendly demeanor. Eugene smiles back politely, though a drop of sweat betrays his underlying tension. Looking at the man, Eugene smiles nervously and wonders to himself if he should go along with this. The man looks at Eugene with a subtle, calculating grin, prompting Eugene to think, if it doesn't benefit him, he might turn his back, or he might even try to crush me entirely. Eugene tries to maintain his polite smile as they finish shaking hands, feeling the high stakes of the meeting. Standing tall, Eugene looks incredibly serious as the atmosphere in the room shifts. The other men in the room look on with expressions of shock and confusion, highlighted by exclamation and question marks. A powerful visualization shows Eugene looking down solemnly with his hand on his chest, with the Korean and American flags blended behind him. Eugene looks to the side with a serious, slightly sweating expression, listening to the critical discussion. A man with short hair crosses his arms and asks pointedly, "Are you saying you intend to shed blood to prove your loyalty just so you can live as an American?" Eugene smiles confidently and raises a single finger to make a counter-argument. A dramatic visual depicts Uncle Sam sitting atop the U.S. Capitol dome as Eugene raises his finger and asks, "So what must I do?" The man looks back at Eugene, taken aback by his sharp question. He laughs off the tension, touching his chin with a smile as he scoffs slightly. In a wider shot, the man gestures during the debate and asks, "But where will he find the officers to lead them?" Another gentleman in a suit speaks up, pointing a finger as he says, "Now look here, young man." He stares intently at Eugene, demanding, "Are you entertaining the ridiculous notion of coaxing?" An illustration of a handshake between representatives of Japan and Great Britain is shown, representing the geopolitical alliances of the era. Eugene smirks confidently and asserts, "Surely Unum knows this better than anyone." The man, addressed as Unum, gives a sharp, knowing smirk in response. Unum breaks into a loud, amused laugh at Eugene's bold statement. The short-haired man turns to Unam and argues passionately, "Unam, do you truly think those great powers have any interest in the independence of Joseon?" The two men stand face to face, locked in a tense, silent ideological standoff. They both turn their attention to Eugene, waiting to hear his take on the matter. Eugene looks back at them with a sweat drop on his face, momentarily caught off guard by their intense gaze. Men look down at Eugene, their expressions serious as they await his explanation. An overhead shot shows the four men standing in a tense circle in the center of the wooden-floored room. Close-up of Eugene's face as he rests his hand on his chin, deep in thought as he plans his next words. The other two men look confident and determined, one of them clenching his fist with a triumphant grin. Standing before a map depicting the Japanese Empire's flag draped over the Korean peninsula, Eugene calmly explains, "As long as Japan continues to deliver the harvest to the United States and Britain, they have no reason to interfere." Close up on Eugene's sharp eye and confident smirk as he lays out his geopolitical analysis. The other men look completely stunned by Eugene's blunt and realistic assessment, gasping in shock. Eugene gestures confidently towards a map showing trade and strategic routes connecting Korea, Manchuria, and Japan. Unam looks slightly sweating and nervous, yet maintains a tight, polite smile. Eugene closes his eyes with a knowing smile and shakes his head, feeling confident in his position. A document is stamped on the table as a sharp blade looms, representing the forceful colonization of a nation with 5,000 years of history and culture. Eugene looks at the man with a challenging smile, while his opponent smirks with an intense, calculating gaze. Eugene remains perfectly calm and composed as he faces the man's mocking laughter. The man bursts out laughing and shouts, "You are absolutely right! What kind of people are the Japanese? They will undoubtedly try to expand into the continent." Eugene places a hand on his chest with a polite, charming smile as he responds to the man. The man smiles broadly with bright, enthusiastic eyes, clearly impressed by Eugene. The other men in the room look on thoughtfully as the conversation continues to develop. The man in the gray suit clenches his fist in determination and speaks with intense passion. Two hands meet in a firm, powerful handshake, solidifying a critical agreement. Eugene smiles confidently, pleased with how smoothly the meeting is proceeding. The man stands completely dazed and speechless, caught off guard by Eugene's polite but firm grip on his hands. Eugene lets out a polite laugh, saying, "Ha ha ha." With a cold, calculating look in his eyes, Eugene thinks to himself, right down to the finishing lip service, The man is completely won over, throwing his head back and roaring hearty laughter. The man laughs heartily and says, "My friend, how on earth did you raise your son? To think such a young man exists, the future of Korea is bright indeed." The mustache man smiles subtly, looking quite pleased as he takes a puff from his cigarette. Eugene rubs his cheek with a sheepish grin, playing along with the humble, polite act. The gray-suited man steps forward to address the others in the room. Suddenly, the men are startled by a sudden, intense interruption, their faces filled with shock. A tense atmosphere settles over the room as the man steps forward with a dark, calculating grin. Eugene's expression turns completely serious and focused as he senses a sudden shift in the room's dynamic. Eugene looks at the man in sheer disbelief, thinking to himself, is he crazy? What the hell is he talking about? Feeling a drop of sweat run down his face, Eugene wonders, did I overdo it? To think he'd try to claim me for himself. An angry shout echoes through the room. This is too much. A heavy, silent tension grips the room as the gray-suited man glares angrily at the other man. The gray-suited man yells passionately, "Just as you have your way and I have mine, this young man has his own path. Do you truly intend to manipulate a young man's dreams and future just to satisfy your own stubbornness?" The other man remains completely unfazed and smug, listening to the furious outburst with an amused silence. Eugene looks on in absolute panic, thinking, it's a catastrophe. He realizes the high stakes of the situation, thinking the two giants of the era are at each other's throats. They weren't supposed to officially split until much later. A deep metaphorical rift opens up between the two powerful leaders as they stand locked in a fierce, unyielding standoff. The smug man throws his head back and bursts into loud, mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" He casually waves his hand and says, "If you jump down my throat like that over a simple joke, what does that make me?" The man explains to Eugene with a warm grin, "With his recommendation, you'll have no trouble entering any military academy." Eugene bows slightly and responds, "Haha, thank you." The man bids them farewell and begins to walk out of the room, saying, "Well, I'll be going now." As he walks away, he contemplates with interest, Kim Eugene. To think such a man existed among these foolish, whining brats. He resolves with a dark, determined thought, I must have him. The man bites his thumb with a wild, ambitious grin, completely obsessed with the idea of recruiting Eugene. A steam locomotive speeds across a vast desert landscape, blowing its whistle as it travels to its next destination. Inside the train passenger car, Eugene sits in a neat gray military uniform, looking out the window with a thoughtful and serious expression. Eugene thinks to himself with a sigh of relief, "It's a relief Lee Sing-min saved me. I almost missed the train." He recalls the overwhelming scene at the station, where reporters and cameras surrounded the prominent leader as they departed. Carrying his luggage, Eugene steps off the train and thinks, well, I got the recommendation thanks to him, so I'll let it slide. He stands before a grand arched stone entrance, looking up at the imposing doorway of the prestigious academy. Eugene looks ahead with steel determination, thinking, this is the first stepping stone toward my incredible second life. Stepping forward with a firm and resolute stride, he declares, just you wait. With his bag in hand, Eugene walks proudly through the grand gates of West Point, heading toward his future. Suddenly, Eugene stops in his tracks, his eyes wide with utter shock and nervousness as his confident expression crumbles. He finds himself staring directly at a menacing, dark Iron Maiden statue standing in the courtyard. A loud, thundering voice suddenly roars in his ear, "Wake up! Wake up!" Chaos erupts in the barracks as the raw recruits frantically scramble to get dressed and perform exercises under the intense shouting of their drill instructor. Outside the barracks, several young recruits are running in a frantic rush across the dusty academy grounds under a clear blue sky. In the courtyard, cadets are forced to do painful headstands as a form of discipline, while a stern drill instructor in a campaign hat watches over them with his hands behind his back. A close-up of Eugene's face shows him sweating and looking tense as he tries to maintain his composure. Eugene stands in a dimly lit locker room, staring warily at a menacing, dark Iron Maiden statue placed in front of him. A tall, blonde senior cadet looks down at Eugene with a cold, condescending sneer, declaring, monkeys aren't supposed to leave their cages. Senior cadet casually swings open the heavy door of the Iron Maiden, revealing the rows of sharp, deadly metal spikes lining the inside. Eugene looks back at him with a bead of sweat on his face, asking cautiously, I beg your pardon? Without warning, the blonde senior delivers a sudden, violent slap to Eugene's face, sending his head spinning to the side. The senior stares down at him with an icy glare and demands, beg your pardon? Have you not learned how to speak human yet? Before Eugene can even recover, the senior strikes him again with a brutal backhand slap across the other cheek. A close-up of Eugene's eye shows it widening with intense, burning anger as his gaze turns incredibly sharp. The blonde senior looks down, momentarily taken aback and displeased by the sheer defiance in Eugene's eyes. Realizing he let his anger show, Eugene thinks to himself in alarm, "Crap, I let my expression slip," just as another attack lunges toward him. The senior cadet grabs Eugene firmly by the collar and growls menacingly. "Looks like your face needs some adjusting." The blonde senior raises his fist high, preparing to launch a powerful, heavy punch directly at Eugene. Suddenly, another hand reaches out from the side and grabs the senior's wrist in a rock-solid grip, stopping the punch midair. The senior cadet is completely caught off guard and yells, "The hell?" as he turns to see who dared to interfere. A close-up of a dark-skinned cadet's lower face reveals a confident, calm smirk as he holds the senior's wrist firmly. The cadet steps forward to shield Eugene, keeping his tight grip on the senior's arm as he asks, "Was that about a monkey?" The blonde senior glares at him with utter annoyance and snaps back coldly, "Take your pick." Squeezing the senior's wrist even tighter, the cadet warns him in a low, dangerous tone, "If you call him that one more time." The dark-skinned cadet stares the senior down with an intense, unwavering look of determination. The blonde senior cadet stares back, realizing he has met a formidable opponent who will not back down. With a swift, aggressive motion, the senior cadet yanks his hand free from the tight grip. The senior and the dark-skinned cadet stand back to back for a brief, incredibly tense moment before the senior walks away. As the senior leaves, a heavy silence falls over the room, leaving the two cadets alone. Turning to his savior, Eugene speaks up with genuine gratitude. "Thank you, you saved me back there." The dark-skinned cadet turns around with a bright, cheerful grin and enthusiastically extends his hand for a handshake. Eugene politely bows his head and firmly shakes the friendly cadet's hand. The cadet explains casually, "As you've seen, there are occasionally idiots here who think being born white is some kind of medal of honor." He continues on, sharing his practical wisdom. "Not many people like a dumbass who treats someone they'll have to keep seeing after commissioning like that." He laughs off the tension, smiling broadly as he adds, "Well, I'm heading back to the Philippines after graduation anyway." A close-up of the friendly Filipino cadet shows him looking warm and encouraging, offering Eugene a welcoming smile. He waves a cheerful goodbye as Eugene bows politely to bid him farewell. Eugene watches him walk away, feeling a deep sense of relief and respect for the kind-hearted cadet. Eugene opens the door and steps inside the barracks, where another recruit looks up in surprise at his return. Inside the room, a group of cadets is gathered on the bunks, and one of them loudly rallies the others, "All right, everyone, pay up." A cadet with a friendly grin turns to Eugene and admits, To be honest, we had a bet on whether you'd make it back or not." Flashy sparkles surround him as he proudly details the wager. $2 on back within the hour, $2 on not coming back, and $1 on never coming back at all. Hearing this, Eugene lets out a quiet sigh of resignation, thinking, "Well, it's not like they called me a monkey. No need to ruin the mood." Sitting down comfortably, Eugene smiles and asks the winning gambler, "Since horse number 1 returned within the hour, where's my cut?" The cadet proudly gestures to himself, preparing to introduce himself with an easygoing smile. He looks back at Eugene and says warmly, "Name's too long, right? Just call me Ike." Eugene's eye widens in absolute shock and disbelief as the legendary nickname registers in his mind. A dramatic portrait of Dwight D. Eisenhower, the future Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces and the President of the United States, is visualized. Ike talks excitedly about his past, saying, "I actually came here for the free football program. I originally wanted to go to Annapolis, but I was a bit too old. Coming to New York from the Kansas backwoods is a bit overwhelming, though," while his roommate grumbles to keep it brief. Meanwhile, Eugene thinks in utter amazement, "This gambler is the man who's going to crush Hitler and enter the White House in the future?" Eugene continues to stare at Ike, completely stunned by this surreal historical encounter right in his own barracks. Suddenly, another roommate in the back points a finger and shouts in pure shock, "You're not Chinese?" Hands reach out to exchange paper money as the cadets settle their bets over Eugene's survival. Eugene's expression turns completely blank with deadpan eyes as he watches them, thinking, "These gambling addicts." Ike's roommate points out of the frame while another classmate looks on with a surprised and curious expression. Eugene is sweating and shocked to see portraits of legendary historical figures. Omar Nelson Bradley, the 17th Chief of Staff of the Army and the first Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and James Allward Van Fleet, Commander of the U.S. 8th Army, who served in both World War II and the Korean War. Looking around the barracks at his legendary future comrades, Eugene thinks in disbelief, "West Point in 1911? What on earth is this?" A massive American flag flutters proudly in the wind above two massive modern aircraft carriers sailing through deep blue waters. A fierce American bald eagle with piercing yellow eyes stares forward as a squadron of military fighter jets flies in perfect formation. Sitting in a classroom, Eugene and his fellow cadets listen as he thinks to himself, people even go as far as to call the U.S. presidential election the election for the president of Earth. A close-up of Eugene's determined eyes and confident smile as he thinks, military training in a country like that? I'm actually looking forward to it. Eugene stands in contrast to his past self, one side of him in his modern military camouflage and the other in his classic West Point cadet uniform. Suddenly, a stern instructor with glowing glasses slams the door open, startling the cadets in the classroom. The instructor walks with heavy, deliberate steps toward the podium as the entire class of cadets sits in absolute silence. He places a heavy, thick textbook firmly onto the desk with a loud thud. Eugene and the cadet beside him look at the instructor with sweat dripping down their faces, feeling the mounting tension. The instructor pushes up his glasses with a serious and intimidating demeanor, preparing to begin the lecture. An exterior shot of the grand, castle-like stone buildings of the West Point Military Academy under a bright, sunny blue sky. Listening to the lecture, Eugene's sweat drips further as he mutters in sheer disbelief, "Good God." Looking at the chalkboard from behind, Eugene thinks to himself, having lived as a soldier in my previous life, I can tell. A close-up of Eugene's tense lips and sweat-covered cheek as he thinks, the tactics taught at West Point in this era are... Eugene stares intensely with a sharp, focused gaze, realizing how outdated the military concepts being taught are. He ponders with a serious look. I overlook the fact that this is America in the early 1900s. I suppose it makes sense, considering the main enemies aren't regular armies, but Mexican bandits and Indians. A humorous, stylized illustration depicting a cartoonish Mexican bandit jumping excitedly with a rifle and a Native American warrior holding a vintage rifle. The instructor enthusiastically draws lines, arrows, and strategies of old Civil War battles on the blackboard behind him. Squeezing his eyes shut in frustration, Eugene thinks, the more I listen, the more I feel like my brain is filling up with crap. If anything, my memories from before my reincarnation are being corrupted. A close-up of Eugene's hand holding a pencil and writing feverishly on a piece of blank paper on his desk. Sitting under a focused spotlight at his desk, Eugene thinks the future American-style education that emphasizes creativity doesn't exist here. Gripping his pencil tightly with absolute resolve, Eugene thinks, even so, I can't let my grades slip. A close-up of Eugene's fierce, determined brown eyes, he resolves, I have to stand out more than anyone else. That's the first stepping stone to becoming a U.S. general. With a loud roar of "Grah!" Eugene starts writing on his paper at lightning speed, his hand a blur. Sweating with a maniacal grin and a fiery aura of passion bursting behind him, Eugene declares, I'll use my knowledge of the future to absolutely slaughter these exams. His classmate looks over at him in complete bewilderment and asks, the engineers? What's that supposed to mean? A cadet named Anastasio Quevedo Ver looks back at him with a confused face and asks, what do you mean, what's that mean? Eugene is taken aback and wide-eyed with shock as if a sudden realization just hit him. A dramatic white text box on a dark red background with hearts reads, The Corps of Engineers, with a subtitle saying, You'll be thinking about this a lot before you go to sleep today. Eugene is sweating profusely as he imagines muscular, shirtless engineers carrying massive wooden beams and smiling suggestively amidst hearts. Anastasio looks over at Eugene and asks, Go to the Engineer Corps? A funny cartoon visualization of muscular, shirtless construction workers running after a panicked Eugene while carrying hammers, with the caption, Let's dig. Clenching his teeth and sweating, Eugene thinks with utter disgust, Shh, fuck that. Do you think I worked my ass off to get in here for that? He slams his pencil down on the desk with a firm tack and thinks, I need to be deployed to the front, not the rear. That's the only way I can build merit first. Anastasio looks over at him, completely puzzled by Eugene's sudden outburst and intense focus. On a bright, sunny day, a baseball is hit high into the air with a loud swing as players run across the field. The crowd in the stands cheers wildly, shouting, Wow, crazy, Kim struck again! All you bastards who asked what a yellow is doing swinging a bat, get your heads down. A handsome, dark-haired cadet in a baseball uniform looks back over his shoulder with a warm, gentle smile. Your comrades, and, if necessary, to sacrifice yourselves. Under a bright, smiling sun, several cadets sweat profusely and look completely exhausted, thinking, if you say one more word, it feels like it's going to happen right now. The general continues his long-winded speech as a cadet thinks to himself, Don't lie, you bird brain. That's the third time already. Eugene stands rigidly in formation with a sweat drop on his face, looking incredibly annoyed by the endless speech, while the cadet behind him drools in exhaustion. A close-up of the general's mustache as he speaks into the microphone. The general suddenly takes on a terrifying, demonic, red-eyed aura as he commands, "I ask that you behave as you usually do." Eugene's eyes widen as cold sweat runs down his face and he thinks to himself, fuck, PTSD is kicking in. He recalls a memory from his past life where a smiling general in a camouflage uniform is happily shaking hands with another officer. Looking up at the blazing, fiery red aura of the general on the stage, Eugene thinks in horror, but just how important is this person that the superintendent is making such a fuss? Eugene walks through the Grand West Point mess hall, carrying his plate of food past his fellow cadets. Seeing Eugene look around for a seat, his friendly classmate waves enthusiastically to invite him over to their table. Eugene notices them and walks toward the table, curious about what his future legendary classmates are discussing. The blonde cadet looks at Eugene with sudden seriousness and says, "If you're uncomfortable with that, you shouldn't be eating the country's rice." Another classmate enthusiastically stuffs his face with bread and mutters, "Yep," as the blonde cadet looks over and asks, "Right?" Eugene continues to carry his tray as the cadet sitting with closed eyes adds, "There is one more person." Sitting down, Eugene listens intently, fully expecting his classmates to be holding a serious and grave tactical discussion. Feeling the heavy, tense atmosphere, Eugene's expression tightens with surprise and focus. Looking at these prominent future figures of the military, Eugene thinks to himself, they may look like idiots, but I guess they really are future stars. Deeply impressed by their serious expressions, he continues to think, a serious and grave discussion by the heroes who will write the great history of the U.S. Army. Feeling inspired, Eugene sits up and says with a confident smile, "Okay, then let's..." The blonde cadet leans forward with a clever smirk, ready to deliver his ultimate point. He pauses dramatically to build suspense, saying, "In my opinion..." Eugene breaks into a cold sweat and gulps in anticipation, waiting to hear what grand strategy they're about to share. With absolute passion and confidence, the blonde cadet proudly declares, "I think American football is definitely the best sport." Eugene's eyes go completely blank with absolute disappointment as his high expectations instantly vanish. The blonde cadet continues to ramble about football with a cheerful smile, recalling intense plays from past games. As the blonde cadet keeps gesturing and talking about football, another classmate holds his head in sheer exhaustion while Eugene listens in complete silence. Another classmate cuts in, looking serious and ready to argue against the football claim. He points his finger dramatically and calls out, "The British bastards," prompting another cadet to ask in surprise, "Who is it?" Shrugging his shoulders dismissively, the cadet chatters on, saying, "It's not that it can't be done." Looking completely drained and exasperated, Eugene thinks, so this was the serious discussion. Suddenly, another cadet shouts Eugene's name in alarm, snapping him back to reality with a start. His classmate speaks up in his defense, arguing, "Eugene is obviously American." Eugene stares back with an intense, sharp gaze, wondering where this sudden conversation is leading. Other cadets stand up, pointing and yelling in mock outrage at the blonde cadet. "You traitor! How dare you!" Suddenly, a menacing instructor with glowing eyes and a red aura slams his hands on his hips, roaring, "Who said you could chatter during mealtime? Everyone get out, now!" The cadets are immediately sent outside under the sun, forced to run as the instructor screams, "10 laps around the parade ground, run!" Later, Eugene returns to his barracks room, wiping sweat from his neck and thinking, "Whew, I got too excited talking about baseball." He finds his roommate sitting on the lower bunk, looking up to greet him as he enters. His roommate tells him about an upcoming high-profile visitor, saying, "The state guest coming to West Point." Eugene looks back in curiosity, asking, "Why? Who is?" The roommate stares at Eugene in silent shock, his mouth hanging open as he prepares to drop a major name. Eugene waits in suspense, wondering who this mysterious state guest could possibly be. Eugene runs through his knowledge of historical military figures, trying to guess who is visiting the academy. Suddenly, the roommate snaps his fingers and says, "Ah, I remember." The roommate utters the name Togo, causing Eugene to instantly flinch with sweat dripping down his cheek. The roommate confirms Togo Heihachiro as Eugene envisions the famous Japanese naval commander standing proudly on the deck of his flagship. Back in the mess hall, Eugene sits completely frozen in absolute shock, a whole baguette sticking out of his mouth as his classmates stare at him. One of his classmates looks over and addresses them, saying, "James, Eugene." The cadet continues to explain, asking, "Think I don't know that? Our James?" He turns to the roommate and asks, Korea currently annexed to? Which makes the roommate gasp, in sudden realization of the awkward situation. Eugene remains perfectly still with the bread in his mouth, his mind spinning as the historical significance of Togo's visit registers. The cadet across from him looks extremely worried and tense, sensing the sudden awkward atmosphere. Eugene's eyes are completely blank with shock, the baguette still hanging comically from his lips. An incredibly awkward, heavy silence falls over the dining table as the cadets look at each other, not knowing what to say. Finally, one of the classmates tries to break the silence, asking, "So, what is it?" Suddenly, Eugene spits the bread out with a massive, explosive spray of crumbs. The baguette flies across the table and smacks another cadet directly in the face, prompting him to shout in rage, "Are you actually crazy?" Clutching his forehead in frustration, Eugene groans as a massive headache sets in, thinking, my head hurts. In his mind, Eugene comically imagines himself happily shooting Togo Heihachiro, laughing and shouting, "Ha ha ha, terror bullet!" One of Eugene's classmates looks at him with a bewildered expression and asks, "What is it?" Suddenly, a hand slams onto the table right on top of a classmate's baguette. The classmate looks up in shock, stammering, "My bread?" Another classmate gleefully takes a massive, aggressive bite out of the stolen baguette with a mischievous grin. The classmate whose bread was stolen yells in absolute tearful despair and outrage. As the classmates laugh at the table, a cadet smiles and says, "My plate is full, I won't have to use any tools, so relax." Sitting at the table, Eugene is caught off guard as someone approaches from behind, prompting him to wonder, huh? A terrifying instructor with glowing white eyes and a menacing aura suddenly looms over Eugene, who screams, "Ooh-ah!" in sheer terror. Shocked by the instructor's sudden appearance, Eugene stands up and realizes, teasing James was so fun I didn't notice the instructor coming. Sweating and gritting his teeth in panic, Eugene despairs, "The parade ground! It's the parade ground again!" The instructor turns around with a sharp look and sternly commands, "You, follow me." Eugene and his classmates stare in complete bewilderment, asking, "Pardon?" Recalling his comical thoughts of shooting Togo Heihachiro, Eugene breaks into a cold sweat and thinks to himself, "Am I fucked?" Under a bright, clear blue sky, a tense atmosphere falls over the West Point Academy grounds. The instructor leads a nervous Eugene across the courtyard toward a distinguished-looking general in a white uniform. The instructor breaks into a nervous sweat as they approach the high-profile visitor. Looking back at Eugene with teary, begging eyes, the instructor's inner voice pleads, "Please don't leave me alone with him." As the instructor quickly retreats, Eugene watches him go with deep annoyance, thinking, "You son of a bitch, a bitch." Standing alone in the middle of the parade ground, Eugene faces the visitor as a voice declares, "I am." The visitor is revealed to be Togo Heihachiro, the famous Japanese naval commander, standing proudly in his pristine white uniform. Eugene nervously gulps as he faces the legendary historical figure, cold sweat dripping down his neck. Togo Heihachiro looks back at Eugene, slightly surprised to see the young cadet standing before him. Togo reaches into a pack of Murad cigarettes, smoothly pulling one out. Speaking with confidence, Eugene explains, "Picked it up naturally given my upbringing," while Togo notes, "You must have." Togo smiles warmly, holding a cigarette as he looks at the young, promising cadet. Eugene listens attentively, maintaining a respectful and calm posture. Togo gestures with his cigarette, asking, "That way too?" Standing respectfully with his hands behind his back, Eugene listens as Togo continues their conversation on the parade grounds. Eugene keeps a sharp, serious gaze, carefully analyzing every word the Japanese naval commander says. Togo takes a puff of his cigarette and thoughtfully asks, "Of invasion?" Eugene continues to listen with a serious, unwavering expression. Looking directly at Eugene, Togo calmly states, "Neighborliness." Holding his cigarette, Togo looks at Eugene with a polite, curious smile, saying, "So you're..." Eugene raises his hand to touch his throat, responding with quiet confidence, "My skin?" A close-up of Togo's face as he breaks into a wide, amused grin. Togo throws his head back and laughs heartily, shouting, "Ku-ha-ha-ha-ha." Eugene bows his head slightly, remaining respectful yet alert as Togo laughs. Still smiling, Togo leans in and asks, "Would you consider coming to Japan?" Eugene's eyes widen in shock at the unexpected and massive proposal. Under the bright blue sky, Togo looks at Eugene with absolute seriousness and says, "I'm serious." Eugene is momentarily stunned, imagining himself standing before powerful, high-ranking figures perched high on stone pillars. Pointing his finger dramatically, Togo addresses the prejudice Eugene faces, saying, "Being a yellow monkey." Togo takes a firm step forward, his boots snapping against the pavement as he continues, that prejudice. Togo points directly at Eugene and boldly declares, "You are that skin color." Pointing his finger with absolute resolve, Togo continues, "Being in chains." Clenching his fist with powerful conviction, Togo asserts, "As one." Togo gestures toward Eugene, offering him a grand opportunity, a position worthy of you. Eugene stands silently, looking away as he processes the offer, and responds, "Thank you so much for—" Standing tall and straight with his hands behind his back, Eugene delivers his formal answer. Looking at Togo on the parade grounds, Eugene prepares to politely decline the invitation. Eugene looks at Togo as the Japanese commander reacts with a clenched fist, muttering in disappointment, "Unfortunate." Togo walks away with his hands behind his back while Eugene stands on the parade grounds, watching him leave in silence. Looking from behind Eugene, Togo's white uniformed figure slowly walks away across the courtyard. Eugene's face remains calm as Togo's parting words, "You enjoy yourself right now too," echo in his mind. Togo's figure grows smaller and smaller, disappearing in the distance under the bright blue sky. Back in the barracks, Eugene's roommates are busy sweeping and cleaning when they are startled by someone stepping inside. The roommates turn around, their eyes sparkling with starry excitement as they eagerly wait to hear what happened. Upon hearing that Togo Heihachiro asked Eugene to come to Japan, his roommates react with comical shock and open mouths. Pointing dramatically, a classmate yells in mock outrage, "Traitor! A traitor has appeared!" while Eugene stands in the background looking unfazed. Eugene turns around to dismiss the dramatic roommate, casually telling him, "Right, moron, stop." Another classmate pats Eugene on the shoulder, telling him that it's time to get back to work. Smiling warmly, Eugene pulls out a highly prized pack of Fatima cigarettes to share with his friends. Eugene smoothly pulls a cigarette out of the pack as his classmates watch eagerly. A classmate grins widely, wrapping a friendly arm around Eugene's shoulder. A close-up of their boots as Eugene and his classmates walk together down the hallway. As they walk, a classmate jokingly asks him, "Wow, you didn't shoot him? Shoot him?" While another chuckles, "So anyway." Eugene simply closes his eyes and smiles, enjoying the light-hearted, friendly status update. His classmates laugh hysterically as one of them goofily sticks cigarettes in his nose and mouth, calling out, "Eugene, Eugene, look at this." Eugene reflects on his social circle, thinking, "If I list the people I'm close with now, it's just those bastards, Senior Vicente and Anastasio." He continues to think, "Everyone here at West Point, the classmates, upperclassmen, underclassmen, they'll all become my superiors or subordinates. My network is way too narrow." He notes the harsh reality of the era, thinking, "True, these guys are the weird ones. In this era, it's normal not to hang around with colored people." Eugene stares silently at the cigarette in his hand, a clever business plan beginning to form in his mind. When asked where he gets the cigarettes, his roommate replies, "Who else? Upperclassmen." Eugene looks thoughtful, realizing how highly valued and hard to get cigarettes are in the academy. Eugene's inner thoughts escalate as he confidently decides, "Even if I'm a yellow monkey, if I wave grade A carcinogens in their faces, racial barriers will crumble like the Berlin Wall." He comically imagines himself as a cigarette deity, holding a glowing pack high in the air as desperate cadets clamor below him like zombies. Eugene considers the logistics, thinking, "But how do I smuggle? I know how in San Francisco, but I don't have any connections around here." Suddenly, a classmate sneaks up on Eugene from behind a stone archway, making him flinch in surprise. The classmate calmly looks at him and asks, "What's up?" The classmate delivers some surprising news, asking, "Someone's here to see you in the visiting room?" In the visiting room, Eugene sits down across from his guest, thanking him for making the long trip and jokingly warning him not to die from exhaustion. The visitor is introduced as Kim Yushin, a second-generation Korean immigrant who looks incredibly stressed. Clutching his head in deep frustration, Kim Yushin receives Eugene's sincere condolences. Tears stream down Yushin's face as he dramatically laments, "Did I tell you to come? And as the eldest son who will carry on?" Eugene watches in awkward, sweat-dropping silence as Yushin continues to sob and clutch his head in despair. After a moment, Yushin finally stops crying and looks up at Eugene with a somber, emotional expression. With a sudden, heavy thump, Yushin slams a white cloth sack onto the wooden table in front of Eugene. Eugene's eyes widen in absolute shock as he thinks, "No way!" The sack is opened to reveal a steaming wooden lunchbox filled with fresh white rice and bright red kimchi. Eugene looks on in utter disbelief, thinking, "Just as I thought." Eugene's Korean heritage instantly kicks in as he drools over the delicious meal, thinking, this is bad. Of course my Korean DNA is activating and I'm drooling like crazy, but a sudden panic sets in as Eugene realizes if this smell spreads outside, as the pungent aroma begins to waft through the room. The door bursts open as West Point cleaning worker Mamie Ruth Carter storms in, waving her mop and yelling, I just cleaned and what is that smell? Gesticulating wildly, Mamie screams in disgust, holy cow, what the hell is that? Get rid of it right now, while Eugene tries to explain. Eugene pauses mid-sentence, a brilliant, unexpected spark of inspiration flashing through his mind. Mamie stands with her arms crossed in a suspicious glare as Eugene realizes these people clock in and out, right? Eugene's mind races with excitement as he thinks, this is it, the way I'll break down the walls of racism and expand my network. Eugene slowly stands up to face the cleaning worker, ready to make a mutually beneficial business offer. With a warm, polite smile, Eugene gently asks, could people who know the sorrow of being colored have an honest conversation? Meanwhile, Yushin is left sitting alone at the table, grumbling under his breath, you came to visit me though? Don't you dare come back. Later, Eugene and his classmate engage in an intense, fast-paced fencing match on the academy grounds during physical training. The cadets participate in intense boxing sessions as part of their training at the academy. On the mats, they engage in rigorous wrestling and grappling drills to build their hand-to-hand combat skills. Sweating profusely, a cadet pushes through exhaustion while performing pull-ups during calisthenics. Another cadet demonstrates impressive strength and balance while performing drills on the gymnastics rinks. Exhausted and completely drained after the intense physical training, the cadets collapse on the grass, complaining about how hungry they are. Drooling on the ground, one of the cadets clutches an empty Fatima cigarette pack, wishing for something to ease his hunger. Hearing footsteps, the starving cadets sit up and look over to see who is approaching them. Eugene sits down comfortably on the grass, looking completely calm and unaffected by the grueling physical exercises. His roommate looks at him in disbelief and asks, aren't you hungry? To which Eugene calmly replies, not particularly. Smirking slightly, Eugene looks at him and comments, seeing you spout nonsense, I suppose you are still doing well enough, James. Suddenly, the roommates gasp in starry-eyed shock as Eugene begins to reveal something hidden under his shirt. Standing proudly with a bright glow behind him, Eugene pulls open his shirt to reveal several fresh, warm loaves of bread. Throwing a loaf of bread to his starving roommates as they bow down to worship him, Eugene laughs and shouts, "Ha ha! Worship me, you lambs!" The roommates eagerly stuff their faces with the delicious bread while Eugene looks on with a satisfied smile. Once their stomachs are full, one of the classmates suspiciously asks, "You didn't steal it, did you?" Prompting Eugene to reply, "The moment your stomach is full, you start suspecting me." Chewing on the bread, his classmate asks in wonder how Eugene managed to get his hands on it. Eugene casually raises his hand and reminds them, "You know the rule, those things are always broken anyway." Instantly, his classmates tower over Eugene as dark, menacing silhouettes, demanding, "Care to tell us how you got them? Please do not force us to resort to violence." A close-up of Eugene's face reveals a knowing, mischievous smirk. Shrugging dramatically, Eugene sighs and says, My, I truly did not wish to say it, but it seems I have no choice." Looking at them, Eugene asks, "You know there are black laborers working at our school, right?" As he recalls the cleaning workers, Eugene points to his bread and explains, "They're the ones who got this bread for me," leaving his classmates to ask in confusion, "For you? Why?" Taking a bite of his bread, Eugene smiles confidently and explains, "There's something that connects people of color, you see." Thrilled by his connections, the roommates joyfully wave their hands in the air, chanting, "King Eugene! King Eugene!" From behind, a classmate with a serious look and shaded eyes calls out to Eugene. The classmate gives Eugene a deeply intense, silent stare. Eugene calmly nods back, understanding the unspoken message between them. Walking away with his finger to his lips, the classmate signals for silence as the others look on in confusion. Eugene follows them under the stone archway, his face growing serious as a new plan begins to take shape. The classmate keeps a sharp, determined look as they arrive at their destination. A tense split screen shows the cadet looking surprised while Eugene gives a sly smirk. The cadet stands in profile, looking around cautiously to make sure they are not being watched. Reaching into his jacket, Eugene holds out a gold-wrapped pack of cigarettes and quietly says, 50 cents. A firm handshake seals the secret transaction between Eugene and the cadet. The cadet holds Eugene's hand tightly, a look of intense gratitude and determination on his face. Smiling with quiet amusement, Eugene tells him, "Please come again." Later, a cadet walks briskly down the hallway of the academy barracks. Turning a corner, Eugene spots an upperclassman walking ahead of him. The upperclassman stops and turns around, looking back at Eugene with a stern and suspicious expression. Eugene bursts into a wide, friendly laugh to disarm the upperclassman's suspicion. Grinning brightly, Eugene holds up a textbook titled Military Map Reading, Field Outpost, and Road Sketching. Leaning in with an overly sweet smile, Eugene politely asks, "Would it be right if I ask you something I do not understand?" Annoyed by the interruption, the upperclassman snaps, "Why should I?" Eugene opens the book to reveal a hollowed-out center containing a highly prized pack of Fatima Turkish Blend cigarettes. Instantly changing his tune, the upperclassman grins and says, "It would not be honorable for a cadet to turn away a junior who seeks knowledge. Very well, where are you stuck?" The upperclassman quickly slides his hand into his pocket, subtly pocketing his share of the transaction. Giving a formal salute, the upperclassman tells him, "If you encounter difficulties next time, make sure, absolutely, to ask me," while Eugene smiles and salutes back. Close-up of Eugene's face, displaying a triumphant and satisfied grin as he salutes his new tutor. Under the bright blue sky, Dwight D. Eisenhower charges forward with a football, demonstrating how Ike won people over with his passion. On the field, Omar Bradley kindly helps a fallen cadet to his feet, showing how Bradley won people over with his gentleness. Eugene triumphantly claims that he simply bought the loaves of bread using cigarettes as currency. Smirking, Eugene thinks to himself that as long as he successfully bought them, that is all that matters. Meanwhile, a high-ranking upperclassman stands quietly nearby with his hands in his pockets, watching the scene. Focusing on the sergeant rank insignia on his sleeve, the upperclassman decides to observe Eugene's actions for the time being. In a sudden transition, a baseball is caught firmly in a leather glove, signaling a strikeout on the field. On the baseball field, an angry cadet yells at his teammates to keep their eyes on the ball when they swing. While the angry cadet demands that Eugene stop spouting nonsense and come up with a brilliant idea, Eugene comically mutters about needing a dome stadium. The cadet stands in disbelief, staring at Eugene, who has a finger to his lips, hinting at a secret plan. A player firmly steps onto the dirt field, ready to take their turn at bat. A cadet looks on in utter shock, sweat dripping down his face as he gasps in surprise. A player reaches down to pick up a baseball bat lying on the ground. A formidable, dark-haired cadet stands confidently holding a bat, shouting that he has come to finish off the black-haired Eugenes. The dark-haired cadet assumes a determined batting stance, staring intently at the pitcher. The pitcher winds up, lifting his leg high as he prepares to throw a powerful pitch. The pitcher releases a fast, blazing pitch that streaks across the baseball field. With a heavy impact, the batter swings hard and connects perfectly with the incoming baseball. The ball is hit high into the sky, soaring over the field as the catcher watches in shock. Excitement erupts on the field as a teammate screams for the runner to run while Eugene dashes forward with a wide grin. A player desperately slides headfirst onto the base, and the announcer yells that he is safe at third and heading home. The entire team erupts into joyful cheers, celebrating and shouting that Eugene has successfully won the game. Walking off the field, Eugene smiles brightly while his blonde teammate happily walks behind him. The blonde classmate turns to Eugene and points out that Eugene's skin is not even as dark as Anastasio's. The blonde classmate continues to gesture casually, discussing racial distinctions with the rest of the team. A close-up of the blonde classmate's face shows him smiling in a friendly but oblivious manner. The blonde teammate steps forward and warmly extends his hand to Eugene, while the other teammates watch in tense silence. Looking away, Eugene clenches his jaw in quiet anger and frustration, cursing under his breath. A close-up of Eugene's face reveals his intense, smoldering anger as he tries to keep his emotions in check. The rest of the team looks on with concern as the blonde classmate remains standing with his hand extended. Eugene looks back at the extended hand with a cold, serious expression, contemplating his next move. In the foreground, Eugene's roommate James reacts with sudden shock and fury at the blonde classmate's words. The other teammates desperately hold James back as he struggles angrily, shouting that the blonde bastard is talking pure garbage. James grabs Eugene's shoulder, pleading with him in deep concern and calling out his name. A close-up of James's face reveals his sweating and deeply worried expression as he fears what might happen next. The blonde classmate continues, explaining that a prejudiced cadet named McNanny doesn't even treat people of color like humans, so calling Eugene an honorary white is actually his way of trying to be considerate. James places his hand on Eugene's chest, trying to restrain him and calm the rising tension. Eugene looks over his shoulder and notices the academy's military officers watching them closely from the sidelines. James looks at Eugene with a desperate, pleading gaze, begging him not to react or start a fight. Standing calmly, Eugene sighs and thinks to himself that he was originally planning to let this slide. A brief flashback shows a young Eugene being brutally stepped on by someone's boot, reminding him of past humiliation. The blonde teammate asks Eugene why he is being so silent and awkward, wondering if he is going to accept the handshake. Deciding on a pragmatic approach, Eugene forces a wide, polite smile, thinking that he needs to use the capitalist smile he learned from Prince Lee. With a firm grip, Eugene clasps the blonde teammate's hand, sealing the handshake. The other teammates watch the handshake in absolute shock and disappointment, stunned by Eugene's compliance. Suddenly, the dark-haired cadet Anastasio turns around with a furious glare and asks what the blonde teammate just said about black people. Raising his fist, Anastasio lunges at the blonde classmate, telling the son of a bitch to get ready. Total chaos erupts on the baseball field as a massive, violent brawl breaks out among all the players. Pinned to the ground and bleeding from his nose, the blonde teammate screams furiously to kill the black bastard. Screaming in rage, Anastasio punches back, shouting that the blonde teammate is the one who's going to die. Another classmate is caught in the middle of the melee, shouting that he is trying his best while being hit from all sides. Eugene gets comically kicked in the head by a stray boot during the brawl, thinking that even the Masan baseball stadium riots he saw as a kid weren't this chaotic. Angry academy officers confront the brawling cadets, with one shouting in rage, "What do you think you were doing?" The officers command the stunned baseball players, shouting, "Everyone hit the deck!" As punishment for the chaotic brawl, the cadets lie flat on their backs on the grass, raising their legs as an officer stands watch with his arms crossed. Back in the academy barracks, Eugene carefully wraps a white bandage around the head of his bruised teammate Anastasio. As Eugene finishes dressing Anastasio's wounds, he looks at him with mild annoyance and says, "Good job, real smart." Eugene gives Anastasio a light smack on the head, demanding, "Why did you have to lose your temper and cause this mess?" while Anastasio groans in pain. Anastasio points angrily and defends his actions, shouting, "Eugene, didn't you hear what that son of a bitch said? Dogs like him need to be beaten with a stick," while Eugene raises his hands, urging, "Whoa, calm down." John Henry Dyke and James sit on their bunk beds, quietly observing the tense conversation. John Henry Dyke looks at Anastasio and points out, "If you throw the first punch after being called inferior, you're just proving his point for him." Close-up of Anastasio with the bandage over his eye and nose, quietly reflecting on his roommate's words. Eugene stands in the middle of the room, explaining his perspective to a still-recovering Anastasio. Reaching inside his uniform jacket, Eugene smiles and says, "So, since I have a medicine that can cool down that fiery heart of yours, take it," leaving Anastasio to ask in confusion, "You're giving me medicine?" Eugene opens his jacket to reveal a large bottle of golden liquor, telling Anastasio, "Here, drink it all down." Handing over the bottle, Eugene reassures a suspicious Anastasio, saying, "It's medicine, I said. Don't doubt it. Just drink." With Eugene watching him with a pleased, warm smile, Anastasio eagerly gulps down the golden liquid from the bottle. Finishing the drink, Anastasio firmly slams the bottle down on his leg with a satisfying thud. Anastasio's face flushes bright red as he grins in absolute delight, exclaiming, This is totally medicine. Wow, it works so well." Seeing Anastasio's ecstatic reaction, the other roommates instantly scramble down from their bunks with starry eyes, drooling as they yell, Is that alcohol? Me too, give me some too. And do I get some if I go punch someone in the face too? Eugene turns around with a serious look, while Anastasio happily cradles the bottle in the background. Flinging his jacket wide open, Eugene reveals several more hidden bottles of liquor and yells, "If it hurts, you should just say it hurts." The roommates erupt into joyful cheers with stars in their eyes, shouting, "Woohoo!" Outside in the quiet stone hallway, an upperclassman walks past as muffled shouts of "Oh yeah" echo from the cadet barracks. A close-up of the upperclassman's polished dress shoes marching down the corridor. Suddenly, heavy pounding rattles the door, sending a shock of pure terror through Eugene and his roommates. A booming voice bellows from outside, "Eugene Kim Sandwich, I know you're all in there, open the door!" While the cadets frantically scramble to hide the contraband, with Eugene screaming, hide it quickly!" Sweating and blushing from the alcohol, Eugene desperately forces a smile and calls out, "Opening now." The door swings open to reveal a stern, towering academy officer staring down at them with intense, shaded eyes. A close-up of the officer's piercing gaze strikes fear into the hearts of the cadets. Eugene and his roommate stand in a rigid, sweating line, their faces red as they try to look sober under the officer's scrutiny. The officer looms over the cadets with a menacing red aura, radiating intense anger and authority. The cadets stand in tense silence, hoping their secret stash of bottles will not be discovered. The angry officer declares, "I guess I haven't been hard enough on you lately. Consider yourselves in the beast barracks for the next 365 days. With a cold, smug smirk, the officer turns away, satisfied with his harsh punishment. Left behind in absolute despair, Eugene stares blankly ahead, thinking to himself, "I'm screwed." Eugene turns back to look at his roommates as they prepare to send off the officer. The roommates raise their hands in a formal and solemn military salute. Saluting with a single tear running down his cheek, Eugene comically mutters, "Shit." The sun sets beautifully over West Point, casting a warm orange and pink glow across the stone towers and buildings of the academy. In a grand library office, a high-ranking cadet thoughtfully strokes his chin while reading through a stack of documents. Hearing a polite knock on his door, the cadet pauses his reading to look up. The door slowly opens and a junior student officer enters the library cautiously. A close-up of the cadet's sleeve reveals his impressive stripes and star insignia, indicating his high rank. Sitting calmly behind his desk, the cadet is introduced as Howard Benyon, the first captain and brigade commander of West Point's fourth-year class. The student officer stands nervously in front of Howard Benyon's large wooden desk. Howard smiles warmly and directly asks, "So, did you make a decent profit from your smuggling business?" Breaking out into a cold sweat, the junior cadet panics, thinking, "Damn it, how the hell did the rumor reach the first captain's ears?" Howard calmly looks up from his desk and says, "Punishment. Right. I've been thinking a lot about what kind of punishment to give you, Junior." Howard continues speaking, explaining, "Actually, smugglers turn up every year, but you were a bit special. I couldn't figure out what route you were using to smuggle things in at all." Howard flips through the students' records and reads aloud, "Average academic scores, average in physical ed." The junior cadet stands silently in front of Howard's desk, sweating profusely as he awaits his fate. Howard Benyon sits calmly at his desk, steepling his fingers as he offers a bargain, telling the junior cadet that he may continue his smuggling business as long as he doesn't bring in anything particularly dangerous. Keeping his gaze steady, Howard Benyon explains his condition, demanding that in exchange, the cadet must resolve the troublesome issue that took place this afternoon. From across the large wooden desk, the junior cadet stands in quiet surprise, listening to the brigade commander's unexpected turns. Howard Benyon stares intensely with his sharp green eyes, waiting for a response to his proposition. Outside, the beautiful sunset casts a warm orange and pink glow over the towering Gothic stone architecture of the academy buildings. Highlighting the intense rivalry, a dramatic transition frame depicts two cadets locked in a violent brawl against a stark red background. Back in the library, Howard sits patiently behind his desk, waiting to hear how the junior cadet plans to handle the situation. Howard gestures with an open hand, inviting Eugene to share his thoughts or propose an alternative solution. Eugene touches his chin thoughtfully, trying to search his mind for a viable alternative, wondering what they did in his past life at times like this. A close-up of Eugene's eye captures his deep concentration as he tries to formulate a cunning plan. Howard Benyon tilts his head slightly, watching Eugene's silent contemplation with mild curiosity. Breaking his silence with a polite, confident smile, Eugene begins to address the brigade commander, starting with, "Cadets." A stylized graphic panel presents a dramatic introduction of Howard Benyon, with the text stating, "Benyon Hart has arrived," as he strikes a dynamic combat pose holding a symbolic rod. A furious senior officer screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why the fourth-year cadets are already getting so soft. Standing with his hands on his hips, the angry officer looms over three fourth-year cadets who are kneeling flat on their faces in absolute submission on the grass. The cycle of anger continues as a furious fourth-year cadet bellows, venting his rage at the third-years. The fourth-year cadet stands with his hands on his hips, screaming at three third-year cadets kneeling in the dirt, telling them that their messy behavior is the reason the underclassmen are following suit. In a fit of absolute rage, a third-year cadet screams at the second-years. The angry third-year cadet stands over three second-year cadets who are crying and sweating profusely as they bow flat on the ground. A close-up of a second-year cadet shows his intense frustration and anger as he grinds his teeth in humiliation. Two junior cadets look on in deep anxiety, sweating as they anticipate the impending wrath of their superiors. A terrifying shadow looms as three senior cadets stand with baseball bats in hand, their eyes glowing red with a menacing aura of authority. Under a harsh spotlight in the dark corridor, three terrified junior cadets stand trembling, dreading the punishment that awaits them. Back in the library, Howard looks at Eugene with a sweat drop on his cheek, asking in disbelief, "You want me to bully you?" Howard leans forward, asking if the cadet happens to find pleasure in masochistic acts, to which Eugene sweatingly responds, "No, sir." Eugene turns his head to the side, maintaining a calm and serious composure as he prepares to explain his strategic reasoning. Looking back at Howard, Eugene proposes his plan, explaining that the most suitable common enemy they can set up right now is, of course, the upperclassmen. Resting his chin on his hand, Howard reflects on the proposal, thinking that simply redirecting the arrows of hatred elsewhere is not a complete solution. Eugene looks confidently at Howard, declaring that making the upperclassmen the enemy is just a means to an end, and that he has a much more important plan in mind. A close-up of Eugene reveals a highly confident and knowing smile, signaling that he has everything completely under control. Total chaos is shown as a cadet is brutally slammed face first onto the grass with a heavy thud, tears streaming down his face from the impact. During a fencing practice session on the field, a shocked cadet turns around as someone calls out, "Hey, McNanny." Standing tall with red glowing eyes, the cadet holding a fencing sword is introduced as Vicente Podico Lim, who sneers, saying that a black kid should be easy to break. A close-up of a cadet's bloodshot, wide-open eye highlights his intense fury as he commands, "Give it your all." A terrified cadet holding a fencing sword trembles violently as a massive, menacing shadow looms over him like an unstoppable beast. A sharp, jagged red visual sound effect slashing across the screen represents a brutal and decisive strike. Screaming in absolute agony and frustration, a cadet rips his shirt open on the baseball field, howling at the sky in pure desperation. Back in the cadet barracks, a bruised teammate clutches his head in despair, crying out that he wants to see his mother, while his roommate looks on with a completely exhausted expression. Another battered classmate screams in frustration, asking if their mistake was really worth this much torture, while Eugene raises his hands apologetically, admitting he didn't expect things to get this bad. Eugene turns his head to look at his roommates, curiously asking about the next topic. A highly dramatic background features the silhouettes of two imposing sailors with glowing red eyes, standing in front of the glowing crest of the U.S. Naval Academy. Anastasio, sporting a nasty black eye, sits on a wooden stool and reminds the team about the upcoming exhibition baseball game against Annapolis. James and another classmate react with sudden shock and worry, sweating as they listen to the gravity of Anastasio's words. Clenching his fist with a fierce, determined glare, Anastasio declares that if they, the first years, can defeat Annapolis themselves, they can fully reclaim their lost honor. The roommates instantly fire up with absolute rage, cracking their knuckles and shouting that they are ready to crush their rivals and crack their skulls open. Sitting on his bunk bed in a tank top, a more level-headed classmate sighs and points out that first years aren't the only ones playing, questioning how they can possibly win with just their current strength. Eugene sits quietly on his bunk, holding his chin in deep thought as he contemplates the challenges of the upcoming match. The scene shifts to a stone warehouse where old ceremonial cannons are kept, as Eugene's voiceover explains that on the night the squids arrive, they will seize the cannons. Under a bright full moon, the flag waves proudly over the dark stone towers of the academy as the silhouette of a cannon points toward the sky. A close-up of Eugene's face reveals an incredibly devious, mischievous grin as he prepares to unleash a chaotic plan upon the academy. James and Anastasio look on with complete surprise as they listen to Eugene's unexpected plans. Eugene sits calmly on a stool in their messy dorm room, explaining his bizarre proposal to his bruised roommates. Eugene reflects on his roommates, thinking that while normal people would immediately refuse his proposal, these guys are far from normal. He knows that they are hot-blooded 20-somethings whose natural desires are being heavily suppressed in this highly controlled military environment. Eugene calculates that the probability of his roommates jumping onto this dopamine-fueled, reckless plan is incredibly high. Sporting a black eye and a cotton plug in his bleeding nose, James grins widely and declares, "That is a brilliant plan, 58,000. Taken aback by the ridiculous percentage, Eugene stares blankly at James and mutters, "What?" James breaks into a wild, feral grin, completely fired up and ready for absolute chaos. Bursting out of the room, James screams that he will inform their comrades of this sacred plan immediately, leaving a panicked Eugene to yell, "Well, wait!" Sweat pouring down his face, Eugene shouts after James, warning that Senior Howard Bennion won't be able to cover for them if they take things this far. In the corridor, a wild crowd of cadets erupts in roaring cheers, pumping their fists and shouting, "Kill them, Annapolis!" Realizing there is no turning back, Eugene stands by the door with a sweat drop on his cheek and a smirk, muttering, "Too late." The scene shifts to the clear blue sky over West Point's magnificent, towering stone Gothic buildings. Standing before the courtyard, a line of West Point cadets prepares to welcome the arrival of their rivals. The proud sailors from Annapolis stand tall in their white baseball uniforms, their flag waving confidently under the bright sun. Watching their rivals, Anastasio and a classmate look highly displeased, with Anastasio pointing out how cocky they look and asking if he should grab the guns. Eugene calmly steps in, telling everyone to settle down and promising that their rivals are about to experience a pain more humiliating than death. A close-up of a cadet's eyes captures his intense determination and bloodshot focus as the match draws near. Night falls over the academy as two guards quietly patrol the area outside the old stone warehouse. Hidden in the dark shadows of the corridor, Eugene crouches with his roommates, assuring them that the guards will leave for a smoke break as soon as they rotate shifts. As the guards walk away, Eugene spots the opening and whispers a sharp command. Now! 4 dark silhouettes of the cadets creep forward in a stealthy, crouching line toward the wooden warehouse doors. Stepping inside the dark, dusty warehouse, their shadows fall over the old ceremonial cannon they came to seize. A thick, heavy rope is wrapped tightly and securely around the dark barrel of the ceremonial cannon. Grabbing the rope, Eugene instructs his team with absolute focus, shouting, "We'll pull from the front." James and another teammate brace themselves, their faces tight with adrenaline as they prepare to haul the heavy weapon. Straining with all his might, Eugene pulls the thick rope, putting his entire weight into moving the massive metal cannon. The massive wooden wheels of the old ceremonial cannon begin to creak loudly as it is dragged out of the warehouse. From an aerial view, Eugene pulls the rope from the front while his roommates push and steer the heavy wooden carriage from behind. A hand carefully pops open the cork of a glass bottle containing lubricating oil. Suddenly, Eugene's eyes widen in absolute horror as he gasps, realizing in a panic that he brought the wrong bottle of oil. A massive wooden wheel makes a loud clattering sound as it rolls loudly against the ground. Standing on the open field at night, the cadets stand around the smuggled cannon, trying to stay quiet. Staring nervously into the dark, James asks Eugene if they are absolutely sure they didn't get caught. On the sports field under the dark night sky, the Annapolis flag waves alone in the silent wind. From the shadows, a group of Annapolis sailors slowly marches onto the field, proudly carrying their flag. The sailors stand in the dim light, their eyes glowing with a menacing and confident aura. Watching them from a distance, Eugene looks on with a sweat drop, muttering that he's amazed they didn't get caught looking like that. In a sudden, chaotic flashback or vision of the game, Annapolis players scream and roar with intense, fiery energy as lightning crackles around them. The game begins, and a West Point batter swings his bat with immense force, but the ball flies past him into the catcher's mitt as the umpire shouts, "Strike." A West Point player slides aggressively into a base, kicking up dust as the Annapolis infielder stretches to make the tag. The crowd erupts in absolute joy as the announcer yells, "Game over! West Point wins!" Smiling brightly, the West Point cadets celebrate their hard-earned victory, cheering and raising their fists in the air. Amidst the celebration, the Annapolis player looks down in disbelief, while James smiles warmly next to him. The Annapolis player and James turn their heads in surprise as they hear a sudden call. The two players stand side by side, looking at each other as the tension from the game melts away. Reaching out with a genuine gesture of sportsmanship, James extends his hand to help his opponent up. The Annapolis cadet looks up, a humble and soft expression on his face, as James softly says, "I'll be more careful from now on." Looking back with a warm, friendly smile, the Annapolis player accepts the apology and shows true sportsmanship. From a low angle, James looks at his teammates celebrating in the background as the Annapolis player asks, "Are you okay where I hit you?" "You knew that stealing the ceremonial cannons happens with almost every class, didn't you?" asks the senior as he stands side by side with Eugene under the clear sky. Smiling warmly, the senior cadet explains, "There was someone like that in the past, too. Someone who stole the cannons to unite classmates who were suffering from severe internal conflict." Eugene turns his head in surprise, looking curiously at his senior as he absorbs this unexpected piece of history. Looking directly at Eugene with a knowing and friendly smile, the senior cadet softly says, "You." Eugene breaks into a highly confident and determined smile, declaring, "I will do my best to live up to your expectations." The senior cadet looks slightly taken aback but quickly smiles back as the two walk together on the field. Eugene looks straight ahead, a sweat drop on his cheek as he contemplates the heavy expectations placed on his shoulders. A dramatic, stylized illustration of General Douglas MacArthur smoking his signature corncob pipe is shown as his name is introduced. A large speech bubble asks in suspense, "Hey, did you guys steal the flag?" Two drill sergeants wearing wide-brimmed campaign hats chuckle and smile warmly at their cadets. Two cadets stand with sparkling, cute anime-style eyes, looking adorable and eager as the sergeant jokingly mutters, "Didn't." A close-up of a speech bubble reveals the conclusion of the inspection. Couldn't find the culprit. The drill sergeants burst out laughing, with one face-palming in amusement while the cadets look on with sweet, innocent smiles. The two sergeants skip and run happily down the high-arched stone corridor of the academy, laughing heartily together. Back in the cadet barracks, Eugene and his roommates look highly serious and slightly confused. Stretching his arms high over his head with an exhausted groan, a cadet asks, "On what?" Another roommate looks back at the group, demanding, "What do you mean, on what? You guys didn't forget while you were carrying out that seizure operation, did you?" While another asks, "So, on what?" Eugene stands silently with a sweat drop, looking increasingly nervous about the looming academic reality. The roommates suddenly freeze in absolute shock and terror as the gravity of the situation finally hits them. Running wildly out into the courtyard, several ecstatic cadets throw their arms wide and scream in absolute joy, "Freedom!" Another cadet runs toward the academy gates under the beautiful blue sky, crying out, I'm going home! Yee-haw!" Watching their departing classmates with pure envy, the remaining cadets stand teary-eyed as one mutters, "Jealous." Eugene holds up a grading sheet, grimly pointing out, "Of course, that's if we safely become sophomores. Everyone's grades are okay, right?" Clutching his paper with a worried face, a roommate admits, "I barely scraped by," while another teammate anxiously holds up his sheet behind him. A cadet collapses to his knees in utter despair, desperately grabbing his teammate's leg and trembling violently as he mutters, "Why?" A close-up of Eugene's eyes captures his growing dread and worry as he looks down at his distressed classmate. Suddenly, a cadet screams in pure agony, "Arg!" startling Eugene and his teammate. On the grass, a devastated cadet lies flat on his face sobbing, while a classmate kneels beside him, offering a comforting hand on his back. Eugene quickly kneels down, snatching up the fallen exam paper to check the score. Sweat pouring down his face, a classmate looks at Eugene with wide, pleading eyes, begging, "Eugene, it's not, right? Right?" Eugene slowly looks back over his shoulder, his face pale and sweating with a grim expression that confirms their worst fears. Tears and snot streaming down his face, the devastated cadet cries hysterically under the bright sky, unable to accept his failure. A close-up shows a cadet tightening his grip on the strap of his heavy travel bag, preparing to leave the academy. Carrying his luggage, the former cadet walks away dejectedly through the massive stone archway, his slow footsteps echoing in the quiet courtyard. He stops and glances back over his shoulder one last time, looking deeply sorrowful as he sees his friends standing in the distance. His roommates and teammates stand in a silent, somber line, watching their friend leave with heavy hearts. Stepping forward, a teammate scolds him with a cracked voice, "You little punk, seriously," while the departing friend replies sadly, "Guys, I'm not even a cadet anymore." A hand gently but firmly rests on the departing student's shoulder, offering a silent gesture of comfort and solidarity. Looking at him with deep affection and concern, his classmate reassures him that their bond remains unbroken despite his departure. Overwhelmed by the warmth of his friends, the former cadet bites his lip as tears well up in his eyes once more. A classmate jots down some notes in a booklet, holding a fountain pen as he instructs, "Go there later." Waving their hands high under the warm colors of the sunset, the cadets shout after their friend, "Go and be sure to send letters. We'll all read them. If there's no letter, we'll come find you with a bat, so be sure to send one." The classmates stand side by side, watching their friend's silhouette fade into the distance under the beautiful evening sky. A close-up reveals a hand holding a classic dark smoking pipe. Leaning on the stone balcony, the senior cadet holds his pipe and looks out over the academy courtyard, with Eugene standing silently behind him. Turning slightly toward Eugene, the senior points out, "Something you overcome. It's something you have to get used to," leaving Eugene to quietly ponder, "Is that so?" The senior turns back toward the open window, his voice trailing off as he mutters, "It, Junior." Eugene flinches slightly, looking down with a troubled and thoughtful expression. Looking back with a gentle, reassuring smile, the senior cadet offers Eugene a sense of comfort and guidance. Standing on a plush red rug in the middle of a grand, book-lined room, the senior gestures with his pipe while talking to Eugene about the lessons of training. A grim illustration shows a wooden cross with a military helmet resting on top, surrounded by other makeshift graves and a human skull scattered on the blood-red, war-torn ground. Standing in a grand, dimly lit study room, a young cadet in uniform stands with his hands clasped behind his back, looking deep in thought. In their dormitory room, two cadets sit at separate wooden desks, one writing diligently while the other rests his head on his hand, looking pensive. Carrying a heavy backpack, a cadet dejectedly walks away from the grand stone archway of the military academy. Sitting at his desk, Eugene looks determined, thinking to himself that he needs to snap out of it because he didn't come here to enjoy the campus life he missed in his past life. Eugene reaches out and pulls a thick, leather-bound book from the shelf, murmuring, "It's still early, but..." He firmly opens the book, revealing blank pages inside. Gripping a sharp pencil tightly, Eugene prepares to write on the blank sheet of paper. A close-up of Eugene's eyes captures his intense focus as he thinks, it might be better to write it down in advance. On the blank page, Eugene carefully writes the words, "A war that will end everything." The grand, majestic building of the military academy stands tall under a clear blue sky, its stone architecture basking in the bright daylight. Beautiful pink roses bloom in the foreground as a single white butterfly flutters near the academy under the bright sun. At a bustling train station, a steam locomotive sits on the tracks while people in classic attire mingle and bid farewell on the platform. Inside the train, a young man in a gray military cadet uniform and cap sits quietly, looking out the window with a calm and contemplative expression. Looking out at the platform, he thinks with relief that he will finally be able to rest comfortably with his family after a long time. Suddenly, his eyes widen in complete surprise as he spots something unexpected outside the window. Stepping off the train, Eugene is greeted by a cheering crowd of people clapping warmly and shouting, "Eugene has returned!" Eugene stands in surprise as the crowd continues to clap, welcoming him back with joyful shouts of "Congratulations on your safe return!" Watching the enthusiastic welcome, Eugene looks completely stunned, thinking that there is only one person who would coordinate such an extravagant display. A man in a dark suit grins widely, his face full of pure, unbridled excitement and pride as he welcomes Eugene. Walking through the cheering crowd, Eugene looks slightly embarrassed as the smiling man walks proudly beside him. From the crowd, a woman with tears in her eyes clasps her hands together in relief and cries out, "Eugene!" The tearful woman runs forward and wraps her arms around Eugene in a warm, emotional embrace as he stands frozen in surprise. The enthusiastic man raises his arms high, declaring grandly to the crowd, "The brave soldier of Great Han has returned to his family's embrace." As flower petals flutter around him and the crowd continues to applaud, Eugene looks utterly exhausted, thinking to himself, "Can't everyone just leave me alone?" The scene shifts to the entrance of a building with a plaque that reads Korean National Association under a street lamp. Inside the building, the enthusiastic man laughs heartily while holding a cup of hot tea. Sitting on the sofa with a colorful flower garland around his neck, Eugene looks extremely unamused as the man gestures and discusses the sales report. Shaking with silent, fiery rage, Eugene glares at the man who calmly sips his tea, ignoring Eugene's irritation. A hand carefully places a ceramic cup filled with dark red tea back onto its saucer with a soft click. Setting down his tea, the man looks at Eugene with a serious expression, ready to address a more pressing matter. Eugene leans forward in shock, his eyes wide as he asks in disbelief, "Huh? Why?" The man explains the situation calmly, looking at Eugene with a steady, reassuring expression. A profile view shows the man speaking with a knowing, subtle smile on his face. A dramatic memory shows a shadowy figure holding a large, sharp knife, silently stalking behind Eugene as he walks through a corridor carrying his backpack. Listening to the explanation, Eugene's expression softens as he concedes, "Anyway, it did help, that's true." The man sits back on the sofa, taking another sip of his tea with a relaxed, contented expression. Eugene also lifts his cup, quietly sipping his warm tea as he reflects on their conversation. Suddenly, loud footsteps echo as someone slams a door open, roaring in anger, "Wu Nam, you bastard!" The furious shout startles the room as a man storms in, yelling, "You tricked me, saying it was tomorrow," while Eugene and the other man look on in surprise. Standing in the middle of the room, the angry newcomer glares at the tea-drinking man, who looks back with a nervous, awkward expression. Turning around, the newcomer spots Eugene and asks in surprise, "Ah, are you Kim Eugene?" Hearing his name, Eugene turns his head toward the visitor, his expression turning curious. A distinguished gentleman with a mustache and a smart suit stands in front of Eugene, smiling warmly as he extends his hand. An exterior view shows the beautiful two-story building under a clear blue sky, surrounded by lush green bushes. The mustached gentleman laughs joyfully, his eyes closed in delight as he enjoys the lively meeting. Gentleman enthusiastically shakes Eugene's hands with both of his, shaking them up and down in a friendly greeting. Looking at Eugene with sparkling, passionate eyes, the gentleman holds Eugene's hands tightly, while Eugene's sweat drops in utter confusion. Gripping his teacup, Eugene feels a wave of determination as he thinks, "Wait, no, what do you mean grateful just for your words? He's offering help for free. I can't just sit still." In a dramatic blue-lit panel, the dark silhouette of a submachine gun is shown as Eugene resolves, "There isn't much time left until war. This is my chance to create that thing I've been thinking about for a long time." Two distinguished men in formal suits look intently at Cadet Eugene, who sits with his back to us, listening to their proposal. Eugene looks back at them with a confident, polite smile. With a stern expression, the mustached gentleman rejects the proposal flatly, commanding, "No, go back." Looking completely shocked and deflated, a classmate mutters in disappointment, "What a shame." Sitting at the dining table, another cadet agrees while chewing his food, saying, "Yeah, that doesn't seem like a good idea." Eugene looks over his shoulder as the mustached man asks in confusion, "Barbed wire? The kind used on farms?" Eugene has a knowing, confident look as he imagines the strategic possibilities of simple barbed wire in a defensive military role. The mustached man calmly continues to eat his meal, seemingly unconvinced by Eugene's unconventional ideas. Eugene looks thoughtful and slightly anxious, wondering, was I too late in preparing? Eugene humorously imagines an alternate path, thinking, should I have become some gifted child shaman from a young age and pulled off something extraordinary? He looks down with a slight sweat drop at the piece of meat on his fork, resigning himself to the reality of his current situation. He envisions his future self as a prominent military leader, thinking, a promising young officer with exceptional insight into the future. The grand, majestic building of the military academy stands tall and imposing under the bright, clear blue sky. A senior cadet's mouth is wide open as he roars in anger at the top of his lungs, yelling, "You animal bastards!" Looming over a terrified student, the furious senior barks, "Is training a joke to you? Who told you to drop your rifle? You want to die?" While the junior stammers back, "No, sir." Standing tall and imposing, the senior continues to shout, demanding, "Is this outside or inside?" Watching the loud confrontation from a distance, a cadet remarks to Eugene, "You seem excited, McNanny," to which the other replies, I've been... Pointing directly at Eugene, the classmate reminds him, "You're the one who's supposed to play the savior, Eugene." He continues with a smile, reassuring Eugene, "It means you've been making quite a good impression on the seniors." The senior cadet walks away laughing boisterously, leaving his juniors behind in the quiet courtyard. Standing tall and rigid, the senior cadet continues to lecture a kneeling junior on discipline and performance. Towering over the trembling cadets holding their rifles, the senior barks, "What are your names?" And one of them frantically stutters back, "Garcia, sir." Screaming at them, the senior cadet declares, "Screw that, too hard to remember. From today on, you're charcoal and coal," while Eugene watches dryly, thinking, no matter how you look at it, that's his true calling. Turning sharply toward Eugene, the senior starts to shout, "What is it, you yellow but suddenly cuts himself off. Clasping his mouth as he accidentally bites his tongue, the senior barks, "I'm in the middle of training these brats. Do your own job," while Eugene watches him silently, thinking, "This bastard looks like he bit his tongue trying to say yellow monkey. He looks like he's in pain, so I'll let it slide." Pointing back toward the trembling cadets, the senior cadet snaps, "Shut up about skin color. Tone it down, then you manage these punks. If they get expelled, it's on you." As the senior storms off in a huff, Eugene watches him go with a blank expression, thinking to himself, "Good acting, I think. Anyway, well done, McNanny." The two saved cadets turn to Eugene with tearful, sparkling eyes, clutching their chests in complete admiration and gratitude. Eugene looks back at them with a gentle, calm, and reassuring smile. Suddenly, Eugene's face contorts into a terrifyingly fierce expression as he yells, "What are you staring at, you punks? Is training a joke?" Sweat pouring down their faces, the two cadets quickly drop to the ground and do push-ups while Eugene stands behind them, shouting commands. Looking composed and satisfied, Eugene thinks to himself, "Looks like my image-making over the past year has gone well." A close-up of Eugene's eye captures his sharp, calculating, and focused gaze as he prepares for his next move. A hand holds a document titled "A War That Will End Everything," containing Eugene's written predictions of the future. Standing in front of the classroom, the instructor holds up the document and demands angrily, "Are you trying to challenge me right now?" while Eugene stands calmly at his desk. A profile view of Eugene shows him standing firm and composed, completely unfazed by the instructor's confrontational tone. Standing at the front of the lecture hall, the instructor continues with his lesson, concluding, "Therefore, the cadets sit at their long wooden desks, writing diligently in their notebooks as they listen to the lecture." Sitting in his row, Eugene stops writing and looks up thoughtfully, preparing to voice his thoughts. Looking at the instructor, Eugene reflects dryly to himself, narrowly diffusing things right before ignition every time, and you call that dialogue and compromise? Eugene slowly raises his hand, thinking determinedly, "Yes, this kind of common sense is exactly my opportunity." Sitting between his shocked classmates, Eugene raises his hand high in the middle of the lecture hall to request permission to speak. His classmate Omar whispers in a panicked sweat, "What are you doing, you lunatic?" But Eugene calmly replies, "I am perfectly sane, so calm down, Omar." Turning his attention to Eugene, the instructor asks from the front, "An objection?" Looking slightly annoyed, the instructor holds his book and asks, "What do you mean, Cadet Eugene Kim?" Eugene addresses the instructor confidently, stating, "Instructor, you stated that the possibility of a large-scale war is almost non-existent. Then why has the number of incoming cadets at West Point increased?" The instructor looks completely caught off guard and stunned, his mouth hanging slightly open as he processes Eugene's sharp question. The instructor awkwardly gestures with his hands to dismiss the question, while the rest of the cadets sit in stunned silence, amazed by Eugene's boldness. With his eyes narrowed in a sharp look, Eugene continues to speak, adding, "And?" Eugene's face remains calm but deeply serious as he prepares to deliver a decisive argument to support his claim. The instructor looks back at Cadet Eugene with a skeptical and annoyed expression during the lecture. Eugene stares back with a calm, focused, and completely unfazed expression. Turning back to his book, the instructor listens as Eugene challenges him, asking, "But didn't all those dialogues and compromises you mentioned come right up to the brink of war?" Eugene's classmates look at him in absolute shock and panic, terrified by his boldness. Turning around sharply, the annoyed instructor points a finger directly at Eugene to silence him. The instructor slams his hand down and declares, "It seems there is a student lacking in understanding, so I will assign a report today. The topic is why a large-scale war involving 3 or more great powers cannot break out." Eugene's classmates cartoonishly choke and shake him, yelling in panic, "Why are you suddenly acting up?" Being choked, Eugene thinks to himself with a comical expression, "Sorry guys, but I want you to remember today clearly when you receive your commissions." A hand holds Eugene's document, titled "A War That Will End Everything." Eugene smiles confidently, completely prepared for the instructor's reaction. The instructor rubs his temples in frustration, trying to deal with Eugene's stubbornness. Eugene calmly stands up and presents his written document to the instructor. The instructor glares at the document with a stern, intensely skeptical expression. Standing before the lecture hall, Eugene hands the written predictions over to the instructor. Eugene maintains a confident, polite smile as the instructor accepts the document. Looking down at Eugene, the instructor skeptically prepares to dismiss the bold claims. Eugene places a hand over his chest dramatically as he confidently defends his position. A close-up of Eugene's sharp eye captures his calculated determination as he speaks. The instructor stares back, unimpressed but listening to Eugene's explanation. Turning back toward the blackboard, the instructor decides to let Eugene speak. A quiet, tense silence falls over the entire lecture hall as the instructor and Eugene face off. A panicked classmate stands up saying, "You can ignore that idiot's nonsense. We'll educate him properly," only for the instructor to shout, "Shut it!" Glaring furiously at the class, the instructor yells, "A man is putting his future on the line here. How dare you interrupt?" Staring blankly at the angry instructor, Eugene thinks to himself, "Whoa, what a badass." The instructor composes himself, his expression turning deeply serious as he prepares to make a decision. Clutching Eugene's report, the instructor looks at him, ready to lay down the terms. Eugene smiles politely and raises his hand, accepting whatever challenge the instructor proposes. The instructor watches him, acknowledging, "You credit for your confidence." The instructor turns away with the document, bringing a temporary end to the classroom confrontation. Walking back, Eugene smiles as he thinks, "Good, everything's going according to plan." Slinking back to his seat while his classmates watch in disbelief, Eugene reflects, "The war is bound to happen no matter what anyway. If by some chance the butterfly effect of me entering West Point prevents the war?" He continues his internal monologue, thinking, "Then there's no need to be commissioned in the first place. My knowledge of the future would become useless." Eugene sits down comfortably, leaning forward on his desk with a satisfied smile. Staring ahead with a smirk, Eugene resolves, "Either way, it's a bet where I have absolutely nothing to lose." Looking at the instructor from his seat, Eugene confidently thinks, "Don't make a bet unless it's a sure thing, instructor." A sudden, violent explosion tears through a dusty battlefield lined with barbed wire. French soldiers in Adrian helmets and gas masks fire their rifles from behind sandbag trenches. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, a soldier is struck by a bullet, blood spraying as he falls backward. Bullet holes pierce a soldier's mask as he falls, representing the horrific casualties of trench warfare. A commander signals with his hand, ordering his troops to push forward into the battlefield. Soldiers clad in gas masks and Stahlhelm helmets march over the bodies of the fallen in a grim trench. The reflection in a soldier's protective goggles shows another soldier preparing to throw stick grenades. Shattering glass and blood splatters paint a horrific picture of the violent realities of the war. Back in the present, Eugene is shown mid-sentence as he talks in his dormitory. A close-up shows Eugene looking surprised and sweating in sudden nervousness. Eugene is revealed to be tied tightly to a wooden chair with heavy ropes as he awkwardly asks, "Can you untie this?" His roommate pushes up his glasses with a stern, imposing glare, declaring, "It's a severe..." Swinging a heavy wooden paddle, the roommate roars, "Physical therapy," while a terrified Eugene screams, "Gah!" The roommates comically pummel Eugene with a flurry of punches, screaming, "We told you to lay low for a while, and you go picking a fight with the instructor? Why the hell would you do that, you lunatic?" As Eugene's soul comically escapes his mouth in the background, a roommate sighs, "At graduation, let's stuff that bastard into a ceremonial cannon and get on our knees to beg together. That's our only option." Eugene awkwardly smiles while sweating, trying to calm down his roommate who just gave him physical therapy. His roommate adjusts his glasses with a stern look, saying, "I don't think that bastard's been hit enough," while Eugene comically sweats in the foreground and mutters, "Oh." The door of the dormitory room is pushed open by a classmate looking serious. Holding up an envelope sealed with red wax, the classmate announces, "And invited us over," as the roommate's eyes sparkle with comical excitement. The classmate drops to his knees comically with drool running down his chin, holding the letter while the others blush and cheer. Pointing at Eugene, who is tied tightly to a wooden chair with thick ropes, a roommate asks, "What do you think about?" while Eugene looks on with an annoyed face. A flashback of an elegant ballroom party is shown, with a couple dancing gracefully in the background while Eugene looks on thoughtfully. Tied to the chair, Eugene looks down with a calm but resigned expression, thinking, "It doesn't matter to me. Nobody will want to mingle with an Asian anyway." A silhouette of a woman sitting elegantly in a chair shows her hand to her chin, murmuring, "Who knows?" Another woman stands near a door, gesturing gracefully as she says, "Just think of it as..." A close-up profile of the first woman reveals her serious, thoughtful expression. With a loud steam hiss, the locomotive of the Orient Express pulls into the station. Standing in their gray West Point uniforms, the cadets look at a paper, with one asking, "Hey, Ike, are you sure we came to the right place? Unless Dyke gave us the wrong address." The cadets stand in absolute awe before a majestic, sprawling white mansion behind a black iron gate. Ike and his classmate look completely stunned and sweaty, with one whispering, "Spoon, wasn't he?" Sweating and overwhelmed by the scale of the estate, they exchange nervous glances as one mutters, "Me too." Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Guys!" as steps run comically across the courtyard. A chubby, cheerful classmate wearing a tuxedo with suspenders and a bow tie runs excitedly toward them. Waving his arm amidst comical flower effects, the cheerful classmate runs toward the stunned cadets. The classmate stops in front of them as one of the cadets asks in surprise, "What?" He rubs the back of his neck comically, sweating and looking embarrassed. The cadets can only stare back in completely silent, overwhelmed disbelief. Sunset falls over the gorgeous estate as guests begin arriving and chatting outside. Inside, elegant women in fancy hats and gowns sip cocktails and chatter, asking, "The young men?" The cadets stand in a tight huddle in the middle of the ballroom, comically stuffing their faces with bread. Eating furiously, they whisper to one another in their huddle, "We need to restudy our..." A cadet looks over his shoulder as the atmosphere shifts. With a look of sudden, intense determination, Ike prepares to make his move. Ike steps forward cleanly, catching the eye of a lovely woman with a pearl necklace. With a charming, slightly blushing smile, Ike elegantly extends his hand to invite her to dance. Watching Ike from a distance, his classmate makes a smug face and thinks, "Ike sure has..." Encouraged, the second cadet also smiles determinedly and sweats, asking, "Try too?" He dashes forward shouting, "Here I go too," as his classmate looks on in absolute shock, crying, "Whoa!" Left behind, the last cadet sweats comically and thinks, "These heartless jerks. Unlike you guys, I can't just ask someone to dance." He looks over his shoulder in the crowded ballroom. A friendly middle-aged gentleman in a dark suit with a warm smile steps forward and extends his hand. The cadet shakes his hand warmly as the gentleman welcomes him, saying, "To the party." The distinguished gentleman smiles warmly and encouragingly at the cadet. The cadet smiles sweatingly, maintaining a polite, respectful posture. The cadet walks beside the gentleman, listening closely to him. The gentleman smiles warmly as they speak. The gentleman gestures and explains that some are hostile towards people of color. Smiling gently, the gentleman gestures elegantly with his hand. Pointing to himself in surprise, the cadet asks, "Interested in me?" Raising his hand politely, the gentleman explains he wanted to have a conversation with you. The cadet looks serious, focusing intently on the gentleman's words. The two men walk together outside at sunset toward a beautifully lit separate annex on the estate. Smiling warmly, the cadet replies, "Yes, good time." He wonders in astonishment, just what kind of big shots are they to have a separate annex all to themselves? Swallowing nervously, the cadet looks up with a determined, highly focused expression as he prepares to enter. Cold sweat runs down his face as he imagines a menacing man in a black suit pointing a gun directly at him. He raises his fist to knock on the door, thinking to himself, "Surely they wouldn't do that, right? I can't back down now anyway." Hearing a sound from inside, the cadet pauses in surprise and wonders, "A woman's voice?" The heavy wooden door slowly swings open, revealing a glimpse of someone dressed in elegant attire standing inside. A stunning blonde woman bathed in warm light steps forward, looking at him with curiosity. Sitting up in a grand, luxurious bed, he looks around the unfamiliar room in a cold sweat and questions, "Where am I?" Spotting lipstick marks on his cheek, he panics and thinks, "I have a feeling I've properly screwed myself. Let's think, what happened yesterday?" He remembers the beautiful blonde woman holding a glass of red wine, smiling gracefully amidst the party guests. His thoughts race as he recalls the night. Did I drink too much? My head is spinning. I hope I didn't make a total fool of myself. Judging by her expression, I seem to be in the clear for now. During the party, the blonde woman looks at him curiously and asks, "So what exactly is your relationship with that lady from earlier?" He laughs warmly to ease the tension, explaining, "I was looking to expand my network for a project I'm planning, and we just happened to cross paths." Her curiosity piqued. She tilts her head and inquires, "And what is this project you're planning?" The two stand facing each other under the glittering lights of the ballroom, holding their wine glasses as a lively conversation begins to spark between them. He sips his wine, contemplating. It shouldn't hurt to tell her, right? I mentioned back at the annex that I'm anticipating a war, didn't I? So, the blonde woman listens intently, her expression turning serious as she awaits his explanation. He turns to her fully, preparing to share his thoughts on the upcoming conflict. She maintains eye contact, waiting patiently for him to reveal his plans. Suddenly, his hand begins to tremble violently, causing the wine in his glass to shake. His mind flashes back to a smug photo of Lee Sung-min as he realizes, Lee Sung-min, he must have intended for this. He wanted to use this against me the moment I tried to lead the Korean community. She looks down slightly and asks, "Actually, most people would call a woman brazen for talking about such things at a party. Does it bother you?" Feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion, he places a hand over his forehead and lets out a long, heavy sigh. Stepping closer, she smiles playfully and whispers, "Oh my, you shouldn't sober up just yet." She gazes at him with an enchanting, soft smile that highlights her striking features. He offers a smooth, polite smile and responds, "What kind of man could refuse a conversation with a woman as beautiful as you, Miss Dorothy?" With a pleased smile, Dorothy turns gracefully and leads the way, while he follows closely behind. Red wine is poured smoothly into a glass, filling it to the brim. Sitting together in the quiet room, Dorothy looks at him curiously and asks, "Rosamund's father, a man named Charlie Song? Didn't you say he was an associate of Sun Yat-sen?" He takes a slow sip of his wine, listening intently to her question. Suddenly, he spits his drink out in utter shock as Dorothy casually remarks, "Though he usually calls him a red bastard." He coughs violently, clutching his chest as a worried Dorothy leans over to pat his back and asks, "Oh dear, are you all right?" His mind races in panic as he covers his mouth. It makes zero sense to me, but if a big shot in DC said it, then it's the gospel truth. If I want to make a name for myself in the military, I can never, under any circumstances, be associated with those Reds. He breathes a sigh of relief as he looks at her, thinking, "Whew, if it weren't for Dorothy, I'd have been in serious trouble." Reaching into his pocket for a gold case, he thinks, "Knowing I almost fell into the pits of hell is making me crave nicotine." Noting his movement, Dorothy waves her hand dismissively and says, "My father smokes those pungent cigars right next to me all day long. I don't mind." As he places a cigarette in his mouth, he notices her staring at him with an intense, unblinking gaze. Recognizing her expression, he thinks to himself, that's the look of someone who wants to puff themselves. She gasps in complete shock, her eyes widening as she exclaims, "What?" He smirks slightly, holding out his cigarette pack, and says, "If it's what you want, I'd give you my very last." She nervously asks, "Is that allowed?" Flushing slightly, she clarifies, "No, I mean, you don't mind a woman smoking?" As he takes a drag, he suddenly remembers the social norms of the time and thinks, right, it's that kind of era." He holds out the golden pack to her, offering her a cigarette without hesitation. She reaches out delicately with her fingers to pull a cigarette from his case. As he prepares to light it, he observes her and thinks, looking at the way she's holding it, she doesn't seem like a regular smoker. A sharp snap echoes through the room as the wooden match suddenly breaks in half. Looking down at the broken pieces, he sighs, "Damn, that was my last match." He looks back at her with an embarrassed, apologetic expression. She leans in close, gazing at him with an affectionate smile as she says, "One flame left." Realizing her meaning, his eyes widen as he thinks, right, my cigarette is already lit, but to light hers with this? She smiles beautifully and expectantly under the warm amber glow, waiting for him to share his flame. He looks at her in stunned silence, his cheeks flushing slightly as he processes the suggestive intimacy of the moment. Then, he whispers, his hand gently finding its way to her waist as the tension in the room thickens. Dorothy closes her eyes and smiles with absolute warmth, completely captivated by the moment. Sweating and blushing furiously, the cadet feels a surge of panic as she squeezes his firm muscles, his mind descending into absolute chaotic gibberish. Looking into her eyes, he stammers nervously, No, I'll hold you. His hand slides smoothly onto her waist, drawing her closer in the dim, warm light. Their cigarettes touch gently, sharing the glowing orange ember to pass the flame from one to the other. Dorothy brings the cigarette to her lips and takes a smooth drag, a confident, knowing smile playing on her face. Sweating from the sudden intimacy, his eyes widen as he gasps, this is simply... Sitting together under the warm canopy of the grand bed, the two share a passionate, intimate kiss. He sweats nervously as he vividly imagines her father pointing a double-barreled shotgun straight at him with glowing, furious red eyes. Back in his room, he stares in disbelief at the empty matchbox in his hand, processing the wild night that just unfolded. The next morning, the cadet waves cheerfully as he walks back to join his classmates outside. His classmates turn to look at him, wearing identical, extremely smug and mischievous grins. He shrugs casually, explaining, Yesterday, I woke up and found myself lying in the garden. I must have had quite a bit to drink. One of his classmates leans in closer, his mocking grin stretching even wider. They burst out laughing as one of them teasingly asks, "Then did the grass put that red lipstick all over your face?" LMAO! Wow, as expected, the grass at a rich man's house is on a whole different level. Haha. Panicking, the cadet frantically rubs his cheek, crying, "That can't be! I'm certain I wiped it all off this morning." As his friends roar with laughter over baiting him into confessing, he walks away in sheer embarrassment and annoyance. A classmate pats his shoulder smugly, keeping up the relentless teasing as the cadet glares in irritation. Ignoring their constant teasing, he turns and walks away with heavy, annoyed steps. His classmates stop laughing, watching him go with expressions of absolute confusion. Hearing a familiar voice, the cadet stops in his tracks and looks back in surprise. Dorothy stands elegantly behind him in the corridor, smiling warmly with her hand placed gently over her chest. She smiles beautiful at him and asks playfully, "Leaving me all by myself?" He immediately turns around, sweating profusely as he stammers, "For some reason my whole body aches. I wonder why. I shall escort you." He smiles inwardly thinking, right, I'm fated to grow old and die a virgin anyway, so if a beautiful woman from a wealthy, powerful family likes me, I'd be a lunatic to say, actually, our political leanings? Under the beautiful sunset sky, the two walk side by side outside the estate, chatting happily. A steam engine locomotive waits at a grand historic station on a bright, sunny day. Outside the station, he holds her arm gently, looking at her with a serious and protective expression. Back with the cadets, one classmate cheerfully throws his arm around another's shoulder. He jokingly declares, "If his eyes wander to another woman, I'll perform a Kansas-style execution," prompting Dorothy to giggle behind her hand. He waves a bright, cheerful goodbye to his classmates as they prepare to depart. A hand carefully slips a sealed letter into the slot of a blue postbox. He stands outside a massive brick factory complex, watching the thick smoke pour from its tall chimneys. The scene transitions to the grand, imposing architecture of the military academy under a clear blue sky. Inside, Eugene's hand moves swiftly and diligently across the paper, writing down his ideas with a pencil. He sits alone at his wooden desk by the window of his dorm room, completely focused on his writing. Suddenly, the door bursts open as his classmates barge in, laughing, "Hey, Eugene, are you writing another love letter to the sister-in-law?" Eugene looks back with a sheepish but good-natured smile, gesturing to his desk. His friends gather around him, wearing mischievous grins as they prepare to tease him. Before he can react, a hand darts in to grab the document as someone yells, "My hands are faster than the eye," leaving Eugene to gasp in shock. Whoa! Ike leaps back and sprints away with the papers, laughing hysterically while Eugene yells and jumps up to give chase. Out in the hallway, Ike holds the papers high in triumph, declaring, "Now I, Ike, shall read Cadet Eugene's love letter aloud." He clears his throat and begins to read dramatically. Ahem! The title, "A Proposal for Predicting and Preparing for the Patterns of Future Warfare," while the other cadets gather around with curious expressions. Ike's smug grin completely vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer confusion and sweat as he reads the dense, highly detailed military document. Standing nearby, Eugene crosses his arms and flashes a highly confident, knowing smirk. A sudden, bewildered murmur begins to ripple through the corridor as the cadets try to comprehend what they are looking at. The cadets crowd around the document in absolute, stunned silence, their expressions turning incredibly serious as they read Eugene's brilliant tactical insights. The document details a solemn, striking vision of massive columns of infantry marching in perfect formation led by an officer on horseback. Ike slowly looks up at Eugene in complete awe and asks in disbelief, "What did you mix into your chow?" while Eugene stands confidently behind them. A cadet hands a thick stack of papers to his classmates, who look on with a mix of surprise and intense curiosity. Close-up of Eugene casually holding his detailed manuscript at his side. The cadets pore over the document, with one of them sweating as he remarks, "Any cadet educated at West Point would know that everything written here sounds plausible." Reading further, they find the analysis remarkably precise, as they mutter, "Logically, it is correct. If the war proceeds as written here." Sweating and deeply unsettled, a classmate turns to Eugene and asks in utter disbelief, "What kind of thoughts do you usually live with?" He sternly warns Eugene, "Surely you're not going to submit this to the top, are you? If you do, I'll break your ankles." Eugene casually waves it off, replying, "Relax, that's why I'm showing it to you before submitting." With a bright, mischievous grin, Eugene presents a second manuscript with a flourish. Handing it over, he tells them, "Read it." The other cadets immediately recoil, their faces twisting in deep disgust. Eugene adds, "No, don't make such a disgusted face." A cadet looks through the pages and asks, "It's a novel? Like Pulp Fiction? But the content is the same in the end, isn't it?" Another cadet sighs, "This is actually better, though it won't sell for shit." Walking away with a smirk, Eugene says, "I'll roughly submit the report to the brass. It'll probably get cut at some level and stuck in a drawer, right?" Behind a bewildered classmate who asks, "What?" Refusing to let him go through with it, the classmate yells, "James, grab him!" as a muscular cadet lunges forward, prompting Eugene to cry out in panic, "James, James!" James easily locks Eugene in a brutal chokehold from behind, making him choke and wheeze. "I won't do it. I won't." Crouching down beside the trapped Eugene, a classmate asks with a knowing look, "McNanny, you're trying to raise your stock by reporting this to the brass, right?" The classmate leans in closer with a serious expression and suggests, "Instead of the top, how about starting from the bottom?" Eugene sweats profusely in the tight lock, looking back in complete confusion. Another cadet holds up the pages, reading through them in absolute disbelief and murmuring, "So this kind of crap was inside McNamony's head?" In the corridor, cadets gather in groups to pass around the papers, whispering and pointing in shock. Out in the courtyard, cadets read the circulating document, with one grumbling in irritation, "Ah, shit, I told you war isn't happening." Hearing the chatter, another cadet stops in his tracks with a look of pure shock and sweat running down his cheek. Close-up of one cadet handing the printed pages over to a classmate. The two classmates look over the manuscript together, exchange knowing smiles, and laugh in amusement. A stern, elderly military general with a thick white mustache and multiple medals on his uniform glares forward. Inside the general's office, the stern commander sits at his desk holding the document, while Eugene stands before him, sweating nervously under his gaze. The general looks up and says, "Since you didn't spread it intentionally, I'll let you off with a warning." Relieved, Eugene bows deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle. Eugene salutes brightly with a wide, cheerful grin, shouting, "Yes, sir." The grand double doors of the office shut behind him with a loud slam. Standing alone in the quiet corridor, Eugene lets out a breath of relief, processing his narrow escape. Eugene walks down the hall, his expression shifting to a highly confident, sharp smirk. In a bustling European city, a grand green convertible automobile drives down the street, carrying Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife. The driver and military passenger in the front seat talk, with the driver turning back to ask, "Huh? I didn't hear that." The text introduces Duchess of Hohenberg Sophie Chotek von Chotkova as she sits elegantly beside her husband. Sophie's hands tremble uncontrollably on her lap, betraying her deep anxiety and fear. Franz Ferdinand gently places his hand over hers to soothe her, telling her softly, "Do not worry, Sophie." He smiles warmly and reassures her, saying, "It will be fine now." Sophie nods gently with a subtle, tense smile, trying to calm herself. The car slowly makes its way past a dense crowd of onlookers lining the cobblestone street. Tense music swells as Gavrilo Princip's wide, sweating eyes glare with absolute focus and determination. Suddenly, Princip rushes forward out of the crowd, pointing his pistol directly at the Archduke in the car. Back at the academy, the dormitory door is thrown open with a bang as cadets burst in, screaming in panic, "Where did McNanny go?" A sleepy Eugene is jolted awake in his bunk bed, a piece of string hanging from his mouth, as a classmate waves a newspaper and yells, "Stop sleeping and look at this." Eugene groans, "Ah, fuck, what is it?" Classmates crowd around him in absolute panic, yelling, "How can you be so calm? It started my ass. War's breaking out, right? Eugene calmly raises a hand to soothe his frantic friends, telling them, "Calm down, everyone. We don't know what will happen yet. Just wait." An officer reads a newspaper in a lavish room, noting, "They say the Austrian army sent an ultimatum to Serbia instead of declaring war." Another officer holding a steaming mug laughs mockingly, saying, "What will the poor yellow monkey do? Haha, he talks so big, he'll probably have to refuse his commission, right?" The officer continues to laugh maliciously, adding, "Gently teach him that actions have consequences." Suddenly, the double doors of the dining hall burst open with a loud slam as a breathless soldier in beige uniform runs in, calling for attention. A cadet with glasses breaks out in cold sweat as two soldiers show him the breaking news printed in the newspaper. He screams in absolute terror and disbelief, "FR, France and Germany?" while another cadet covers his mouth crying, "Oh God." Eugene swallows his food with a serious, intense expression as the gravity of his prediction unfolding becomes real. A classmate grabs Eugene by the collar and shakes him vigorously, yelling in disbelief, "Hey, you crazy bastard, you're a real nutjob!" While Eugene can only let out a shocked, choking cry, "Wah! Wah!" The other cadets crowd around Eugene in a frenzy, shouting over one another, with one begging to know when he will get married, while another snaps, "Shut up, I'm first, what's my assignment?" One classmate retorts with a smirk, "You're ugly, so you can't get married, and since you're second in the class, you're going to end up as an engineer anyway, you deceiver," leaving the others sweat-dropping in embarrassment. In the dining hall, a classmate runs in cheering wildly as the cadets celebrate and jump in the air, shouting, "It's war! Eugene Kim got it right!" As the dining hall erupts in cheers, one classmate looks on with a sweat drop, murmuring in confusion, "No, still, a great war has broken out. Shouldn't the atmosphere be a bit depressing?" Suddenly, two instructors in tan uniforms approach Eugene's table, slamming a newspaper down as one of them calls out sternly, "Cadet Kim." Looking back over his shoulder with a calm, reassuring smile, Eugene tells himself, "Right, let's calm the kids down." However, when Eugene turns to face the instructors, he notices their frantic, sweating expressions and realizes in amusement, these guys are the same. Eugene places a confident hand over his heart and puts on a reassuring, proud expression as he prepares to address them. Instantly, the cadets lift Eugene high onto their shoulders, cheering in triumph. Eugene Kim got it right. The Richelieu of West Point knows all. Eugene flails his arms in panic as his classmates carry him down the hallway, yelling, "You crazy bastards, let go!" Out in the courtyard, the cadets carry Eugene like a king, shouting, "False prophets, bow your heads quickly, it's war. Prophet Eugene Kim is coming through." Suddenly, a cadet points a finger dramatically at their instructor standing nearby, shouting, "There's a non-believer over there." A cadet walks up to the sweating instructor with a smug smile and calls out, "Instructor." He confidently declares, "The great powers of Europe have fallen into the vortex of war." The instructor can only sweat nervously and stammer in disbelief. Right. Seeing their instructor's speechless reaction, the cadets give him a collective thumbs down and boo him loudly, shouting, "Boo! Boo!" Turning away in a huff, the angry instructor yells back, "Fine, I'll help, so dismiss, unless you all want to roll on the parade ground," while another cadet casually sighs, "Oi." Another instructor crosses his arms and scolds the sweating man, saying, It's not like you threatened to tear up Cadet Kim's diploma just once or twice." The defeated instructor can only nod his head with a dejected, sweaty sigh as the other officer looks at him. Watching him leave, Eugene smirks confidently from atop his classmates' shoulders, thinking, actually, that instructor has already done enough of what he needed to do. He reasons to himself, a prophet shines brightest when ignored and persecuted, after all. Rather, thanks to the instructor, I've become even more radiant. As the crowd lifts their fists and chants his name in unison, Eugene smiles proudly, thinking, now, right here, the people at West Point will engrave me even more deeply into their minds. Back in the grand office, the stern military general with a thick white mustache sits with his hands clasped, glaring intently forward. Standing before his desk, Eugene sweats nervously under the general's intense, heavy gaze. The general remains silent, staring at Eugene with deep, contemplative eyes. A brief look of surprise flashes across the general's face as he processes the incredible accuracy of Eugene's prediction. Eugene maintains a serious and respectful posture, waiting for the commander to speak. The general slowly looks down at the detailed tactical report sitting on his desk. Suddenly, the general slams his hand down on the paper that reads, "A war that will end everything," declaring firmly, "Whether you predicted the result of the Annapolis game or the outcome of a war is irrelevant." He points a finger at Eugene and warns sternly, "Consider what you and your fellows have done. Collective action by cadets disregarding duty hours, collective insubordination, verbal abuse towards superiors." Looking down at Eugene, the general adds, "Do you understand that sparing the ringleader from punishment was already an act of mercy?" The general raises his hand to dismiss any further discussion, while Eugene stands in silent, tense submission. Finally dismissed, Eugene stands alone in the quiet corridor, letting out a long, heavy sigh of relief. Whew. He begins to walk down the hall, digesting the intense meeting. A devilish, highly confident smirk spreads across Eugene's face as he chuckles. Thank you for being an old fossil. Eugene walks back into his dorm room, feeling completely satisfied with how things turned out. He visualizes the shocked, sweaty faces of his instructors when the news of the war first broke out. In a cartoonish thought, Eugene imagines the general running frantically to a postbox with an envelope, screaming, "It's the War Department! We must contact the War Department immediately!" He then imagines himself being kidnapped with a bag thrown over his head and ropes binding his arms as suit-clad agents laugh, "You belong to us now." He envisions a grim future of being locked in a dark room under armed guard, forced to write a mountain of military strategies until his hands cramp. He shudders at the thought of his eventual fate, thinking, and once they thought they had squeezed me dry, they would toss me into a cauldron and boil me alive. Sitting at his desk, Eugene tightly clenches his fist on the wooden table, determined to avoid such a grim outcome. He tells himself, that is why I did not tell Congressman Curtis about the report either. Judging by how thick this letter is, you must have quite a lot to say. With a playful, elongated nose, a joyful Eugene sniffs and kisses the thick sealed letter he just received, holding a second one in his hand. He carefully tears open the envelope and begins to read through the thick stack of papers with a curious expression. The document details a rugged group of Mexican cavalrymen riding their horses under a sunset sky, draped in ammunition belts and carrying rifles. Eugene smiles as he reads, thinking, he said I could ask for anything I needed, so perhaps I should explain the commercial value of barbed wire. He devises a clever plan, thinking, if I hit it big with this, I can use the patent as collateral and take out as many loans as possible, then expand the business. Guns? It would be such a waste to give up on guns entirely. Looking up at the ceiling with a sigh, Eugene concludes, even though I possess the extraordinary ability of knowing what will happen in the future, there is surprisingly little I can realistically do. Eugene contemplates the possibility of a game-like level-up system, wondering if some kind of bonus feature might unlock after everything he has accomplished. Looking determined, Eugene stares up thoughtfully, reflecting on his current situation. Sitting alone at the desk in his dormitory, Eugene writes quietly as the morning sun shines through the window. At a massive brick printing factory, the loud, rhythmic sounds of heavy machinery echo through the air. Inside the facility, the printing presses run at full speed, churning out freshly printed pages. A person proudly holds up a freshly bound book titled A War That Will End Everything by Dwight Van Bradley. The publisher laughs in absolute ecstasy, overjoyed by the completion of the new book. The workers watch in sweat-dropping confusion as their boss dances and celebrates wildly in the middle of the factory. Gleaming with greed, the publisher smiles deviously and gloats, I don't know who Dwight Van Bradley is, but he's a real goldmine. Later, the publisher and his assistant discuss their next steps with a visitor in a hat. Dramatic scenes of explosive street battles play out as a voice asks, who would have thought an actual war would break out just like in the novel? The publisher eagerly asks if the author is planning a second volume, only for the assistant to explain that the Asian gentleman representing him said the author cannot provide a new manuscript immediately. Furious at the delay, the publisher turns around and snarls, you have to write like a dog every single day and turn out the next volume to ride this wave. Sweating nervously, the assistant smiles sheepishly and wonders, did he hire a proxy just to avoid being hounded? That must be it. Suddenly, the heavy metal garage doors of the warehouse are slammed open with a deafening crash. Both the publisher and his assistant gasp in utter shock, yelling in panic, huh? What? A squad of stern-faced government officers in dark military uniforms marches authoritatively into the building. One of the leading officers pauses, scanning the massive stacks of newly printed books ready for distribution. The officer steps forward and picks up a copy of Eugene's novel, flipping through it with a critical eye. The publisher tries to protest, demanding to see a warrant, but the officer calmly holds up an official document that reads, Search and Seizure Warrant. Cooperate. The publisher's face turns pale with horror as he screams in disbelief. What? Why do you have that? The officer coolly commands his men to seize the books, telling the publisher, take it up with Washington, D.C. for details. Outside the seized printing factory, several military horses stand waiting as the government raid continues inside. Back at the military academy, a firm knock sounds on a wooden door as a voice calls out, excuse me. Eugene, dressed in his formal gray cadet uniform, opens the door to find out who has come to see him. A refined gentleman in a gray business suit stands inside the office and smiles, greeting him warmly. A pleasure to meet you, Cadet Kim Eugene. The visitor reaches out and politely hands a crisp business card to Eugene. The card reads Ford Motor Company, automobile manufacturer, and bears the name of Henry Ford, vice president and general manager. As Eugene stares at the card in surprise, the visitor begins rummaging through his leather briefcase. With a smug smile, the Ford representative pulls out a copy of A War That Will End Everything and places it on the desk. Eugene laughs nervously, scratching his head as the Ford representative chuckles along with him. The representative's smile grows sharp as he says, "We have already confirmed your acquaintances. You borrowed the names of your friends." Sweating profusely, a shocked Eugene thinks to himself, "No, how did you even find that out?" The man continues to sweat Eugene, adding, "We also heard that you made many predictions within the academy, and quite a number of them came true." Stunned, Eugene sits in tense silence with his hands clasped, realizing how thoroughly he has been investigated. The Ford representative slides a formal business proposal across the wooden table toward Eugene. Representative enthusiastically gestures with his hands, explaining the grand scale of their business plans. In a plush office elsewhere, an older, powerful businessman in a fine suit sits smoking a cigar while reviewing papers. Reporting back to his boss, the Ford representative shrugs disappointedly, explaining, "I was flatly rejected." The representative looks nervous and anxious, recounting the details of his unsuccessful meeting. The older businessman takes a slow puff of his cigar, listening intently to the report. An illustration depicts a golden scale representing the balance of power, with capital on one side heavily outweighing the working class. The representative gestures toward his boss, explaining that the cadet is laying a significant claim. The silhouetted businessman slowly turns his head, noting that there are things other than money to be bought. The representative nods in agreement, confirming, "Exactly," to a man who the representative looks on with a tense, worried expression, waiting for his boss's final decision. Confirming a critical detail, the representative reports, "June 12th, sir." The older businessman places his hand firmly on the documents, signaling his satisfaction with the information. Smiling warmly with his cigar in hand, the distinguished older gentleman looks down at the papers with complete approval. Holding the official letter in his trembling hands, Eugene is overcome with intense emotion as he whispers in relief, "Success." A cadet ecstatically holds up his assignment letter, shouting joyfully, "I got the infantry branch," while another officer recoils in shock. With tears streaming down his face, he cries, "The amount of ass-kissing I had to do to get this?" A cadet waving from the courtyard yells, "Hey, Eugene, hurry up, let's snap a pic," as Eugene reacts with a quiet, "Ah." Looking at his classmates, Eugene thinks, graduation is all about the photos after all, especially if it's with these guys. I have to take it. Phew, just look at the future stars here. Eugene and his fellow graduates strike a proud, handsome pose as the camera lens focuses on them. Greeted by a warm smile, Eugene announces, "Hello, mother, father," while his comrades bow politely behind him. An emotional cadet wipes away tears as his comforting father pats his shoulder, while his mother weeps softly into a handkerchief. A fellow cadet points off camera in surprise, alerting Eugene, "Ah, Eugene, over there." An elegant, stunning young blonde woman in a beautiful cream-colored gown catches everyone's eye as she walks through the crowded courtyard. Sensing trouble, the other cadets sweat nervously and whisper, "Let's bail," as they quickly slip away. Eugene stands face to face with the gorgeous blonde woman, looking slightly nervous as a drop of sweat forms on his cheek. Side by side, Eugene and the young woman turn to face an older gentleman wearing a fine brown suit. The distinguished, mustache-bearing older gentleman stands tall with an authoritative and proud posture. One man hands a business card over to another who looks down at it in mild surprise. The man's face contorts in absolute shock, his eyes widening and mouth agape as he gasps. Eugene smiles awkwardly, trying to ignore the absolute panic of the man behind him who is trembling uncontrollably. Walking with a group of distinguished gentlemen, the man in the brown coat smiles warmly and remarks, "Grown into quite a dependable man." A cadet bows deeply in respect as he meets the smiling gentleman, who chuckles, "Haha, yes." The mustached gentleman casts a sharp, icy glare over his shoulder, instantly freezing the atmosphere. He confidently reaches out his hand, initiating a firm, formal handshake. The two powerful men lock hands in an incredibly tight, vein-popping handshake that radiates intense, silent energy. Eugene sweats as he observes the intense power struggle, thinking to himself, "Senator, your veins are popping." Without warning, the beautiful woman confidently slides her hand down and links her arm tightly with Eugene's. Leaning in incredibly close, she gazes directly into Eugene's eyes, leaving him completely flustered as he stammers, "Huh? Don't..." Fidgeting nervously, Eugene tries to explain, "No, well, I still have to greet my..." She looks up at him with wide, mesmerizing eyes and a soft, expectant expression. Eugene softens his expression, gazing back down at her with a warm, gentle smile. In a grand romantic gesture, Eugene drops down to one knee before her, leaving the onlookers completely dumbfounded. Resting on one knee, Eugene carefully holds open a small jewelry box containing a ring. Gasping in shock, the woman stares down at him, her hand trembling slightly as she raises it. Her shock quickly melts away, replaced by a tender, loving smile as she looks at him. Looking down humbly with a soft smile, Eugene says, "It's my fault entirely." Eugene gently takes her delicate hand and slides a gleaming, detailed ring onto her finger. Overjoyed, she raises her hand to admire the beautiful ring, a blissful, satisfied smile gracing her face. The crowd erupts into loud applause and cheers, shouting, "Oh-ho, Eugene, congratulations! Woo, you two look great together." Everyone in the courtyard continues to clap enthusiastically for the newly engaged couple. A veins-popping, terrifying expression of pure, boiling rage spreads across the man's face as he tries to force a smile. Eugene thinks to himself with deep satisfaction, "I didn't date Dorothy with this intention, but either way, you can't touch me now that I'm the son-in-law of the Curtis family." Standing tall, Eugene sports a highly confident, victorious smirk on his face. The gentleman in the brown coat casually walks up to the man in the dark suit to discuss something. Suddenly, a violent, high-impact slap strikes the man's face with a loud thwack. The man lies squirming face down on the ground in a pool of blood, while Eugene's mother-in-law stands over him in a fearsome fighting stance, leaving her husband sweating in shock. Staring at the terrifying display of strength, Eugene can only sweat and think, "That's my mother-in-law for you," as Dorothy nods in quiet agreement. A stern U.S. Army officer in full uniform marches authoritatively toward Eugene and Dorothy. The officer addresses Eugene in a low voice, requesting to speak privately, prompting a puzzled "then" from Eugene. The officer maintains a grim, incredibly serious expression as he awaits Eugene's response. The two men stand face to face in the middle of the courtyard, exchanging a tense look. A hand suddenly reaches out to grab the gentleman in the brown coat, causing him to freeze in utter shock, yelling. The officer abruptly turns on his heel and begins walking away, leaving a trembling atmosphere in his wake. An elegant, silver-haired senator sits comfortably on a plush blue sofa, smiling with calm confidence as the narration introduces him. The gentleman with the mustache says politely, "If you had informed me in advance, I would have prepared a reception." Henry Ford looks at Eugene and the senator and chuckles, "Oh, so that is the relationship between you two." Smiling warmly, Henry Ford pulls a fresh cigar out of his leather case. Father-in-law holds up his own cigar, preparing to smoke as they talk. Ford smiles confidently as he remarks, "People call that an old fogey's meddling." Both older gentlemen burst into hearty laughter, completely filling the room with their booming voices. Sweating profusely, a tense Eugene thinks to himself in panic, "This is so uncomfortable I could die." Ford casually taps the ashes from his cigar into an ashtray on the table. Ford explains the concept of a rough-terrain combat tractor for mobile warfare, prompting Eugene to ask in surprise, "The tank?" Ford smiles knowingly as he observes Eugene's quick grasp of the concept. The father-in-law gestures with his hands, questioning, "Wouldn't it be simpler to just have the brilliant minds at Ford handle the development?" Henry Ford looks over at Eugene, waiting to hear how the young cadet will address their concerns. Ford beams with a bright, pleasant smile, exuding complete warmth and confidence. The room is filled with laughter once more as the two older men chuckle, leaving Eugene sitting awkwardly and sweating in silence. Looking uncertain, Eugene sweats slightly as he wonders to himself whether that will actually be helpful. The father-in-law leans forward with a slightly menacing expression, asking, "If it weren't helpful, would this distinguished gentleman have come all this way?" While Eugene sweats and thinks his expression is terrifying. Father-in-law. Henry Ford gazes directly at Eugene, waiting to hear his thoughts. Ford leans in slightly and tells him warmly, "Speak freely. What is it that you want?" Eugene maintains a composed exterior, but thinks to himself, "This is an incredible opportunity, but since it's completely outside my predictions, I'm a bit shaken." Clenching his fist tightly, Eugene resolves, "No, one cannot predict every single variable anyway. The best course is to secure the maximum possible gain from the current situation." From behind, Eugene faces both Henry Ford and his father-in-law as they await his proposal with calm interest. Standing tall and confident, Eugene prepares to lay out his terms to the two industrial giants. Henry Ford smiles gently, taking a slow puff of his cigar as he listens. Ford's sharp eyes study Eugene with deep interest, recognizing the young cadet's boldness. Henry Ford listens intently as Eugene delivers his conditions, holding his cigar aloft. With a victorious, sharp smirk on his face, Eugene says, "I simply ask for a little support from you, Chairman." Henry Ford reviews the written proposal in his hands, looking somewhat surprised and thoughtful as he holds a fountain pen. Eugene sports a confident smile alongside his father-in-law, who looks pleased with how the negotiations are going. An illustrative graphic explains Eugene's father, Mr. Kim Sang-joon, will receive a portion of the equity and separately a share of the royalties generated by those patents. A large brick factory building stands under a bright sky, representing the newly established joint venture. Eugene laughs happily as his father-in-law nods in firm approval, satisfied with the deal. The father-in-law crosses his arms and smiles warmly, expressing his pride in Eugene's business acumen. Henry Ford smiles with satisfaction, resting his hand on the signed agreement lying on the table. Eugene smiles warmly and politely, sweating slightly in relief that the intense negotiations have concluded successfully. The dark silhouettes of Henry Ford and the senator loom side by side, radiating the overwhelming power of two industrial giants. Eugene's inner thoughts outline the structure of the deal. My father-in-law will provide the technicians, while Ford handles the facilities and management. In an office elsewhere, an older man lies slumped face down on his desk in exhaustion, while another man frantically shakes his shoulder to wake him. A middle-aged man with a worried and tense expression stares forward, sweating slightly as he listens. Sensing an approaching presence, Eugene turns around with a serious expression, thinking, here it comes. The nervous man rushes up to Eugene in the hallway, pleading desperately, it will only take a moment, just a moment. The man's face is tense and sweating, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and absolute desperation. Looking slightly taken aback, Eugene responds calmly, well. Eugene steps outside a wooden door with a quiet thud as the nervous man follows him out, his expression dark with worry. The man raises his hands in a frantic gesture, shouting in disbelief as he tries to get Eugene to understand his perspective. Glaring at Eugene in frustration, the man yells, "You still don't realize?" Gesturing angrily toward the distance, the man screams, "They are monsters. They're the type who are always eager to squeeze every drop out of us yellow monkeys." A group of weary, dirt-stained Korean workers stand together in a grim industrial courtyard, looking tired and defeated. Screaming with pure, boiling frustration, the man demands, "So why have you brought in such giants to cause such a disturbance in the Korean community?" Keeping his composure, a calm but serious Eugene asks, "So why are you saying this now?" Shouting with desperation, the man continues to vent his rage and frustration as he tries to make Eugene see the danger of his actions. The man in the brown coat addresses Eugene politely, saying, "They're with patriots like yourself." Eugene, looking calm and composed in his gray cadet uniform, replies coldly, "Calling us outsiders, that's a bit much." The man in the brown coat looks flustered, breaking into a nervous sweat as he listens to Eugene's sharp response. The two men stand face to face in the courtyard, with Eugene keeping his hands behind his back in a disciplined stance. Eugene looks at the man with a calm, unwavering, and serious expression. Shaking with frustration, the man yells angrily, Are you saying you'll abandon the Korean diaspora now?" Eugene stands firmly in profile, remaining completely calm and unaffected by the man's outburst. The man gestures frantically as he continues to shout in disbelief, trying to force Eugene to understand his side. A close-up of the man's face reveals him clenching his teeth in pure, boiling rage. Screaming, "You ungrateful brat!" the man suddenly grabs Eugene by the collar as a gentleman with a mustache opens the door behind them in complete shock. The gentleman with the mustache rushes forward to pull the angry man away, yelling, "See here, Woonam, what do you think you're doing?" While Woonam shouts back, "Dosan, we've been tricked. This brat intends to sell out our nation for his own personal gain." Woonam continues to scream in rage, "This brat? No, this entire family is a den of traitors," while Dosan tries to calm him down, shouting, "Control yourself. Calling a young man who has just entered the world a traitor? What a disgraceful display." Looking flustered, Woonam continues to vent his anger, shouting, "Do you have any idea how many vipers are crawling inside this boy's head? This wicked fellow actually—" A deep, booming voice interrupts them from behind, asking, "What did you just say to my son-in-law?" as Eugene's towering father-in-law steps into the courtyard with a cigar. Woonam instantly freezes, breaking into a cold sweat as he slowly turns to face the imposing senator. Standing side by side with Eugene, the intimidating senator glares down at Woonam with absolute displeasure. Terrified, Woonam frantically raises his hands and pleads, "Senator, please wait. Just listen to me for a second. This boy is absolutely not the person you think he is." With his eyes burning with boiling rage in the shadow of his coat, the senator delivers a cold, absolute command. "Get out!" Sweat pours down Woonam's pale face as he stands frozen in utter shock and fear. Turning on his heel, Woo Nam walks away with a tense, defeated posture under the stern gazes of the senator and Eugene. Woo Nam dejectedly exits through the stone archway of the courtyard, leaving the two men behind. Eugene watches him leave, his expression serious and thoughtful. A hand holds open a newspaper detailing historical events and containing a black and white photograph. An illustration depicts a massive steamship dramatically sinking into the sea, with thick smoke billowing from its funnels as lifeboats row away. An archival image shows a line of revolutionary Mexican soldiers wearing bandoliers and wide sombreros standing with their rifles. A narration bubble states, "Everything is proceeding according to historical record, without a single deviation." That means there are 2 years left until the United States declares war on the German Empire. Standing in a modern kitchen, a civilian-clothed Eugene rests his chin on his hand as he contemplates his next moves. Eugene's mother stands by the stove holding a frying pan, turning back to look at her son with a gentle, questioning smile. A younger version of Eugene, with wide, comical eyes, happily holds up a newspaper to show off a story. Back in his study, Eugene smiles with confidence as he vigorously writes down plans on a sheet of paper. Eugene stands outside holding a letter near a mailbox, looking slightly concerned. He sits at his desk, his hand moving in a rapid blur as he furiously writes down letters. Eugene holds up a comical drawing of a smiling face with a note that reads, "Don't die in a foreign land, just finish what you were doing." Two young men, one in a light blue shirt and the other in a white shirt with suspenders, look at Eugene with intense, serious expressions. Sitting at a table, Eugene smiles warmly and sips from a white mug as he talks to the muscular man in the blue shirt. The muscular man gestures to his chest and asks with a worried look, "Don't you think I'm getting thinner day by day these days?" He suddenly grabs Eugene by the collar, yelling, "Definition my ass! Isn't this happening because of that damn barbed wire factory?" While Eugene comically protests, "Hey, I did it all thinking of you!" Pointing at Eugene, the man yells, "If it's so great, why don't you do it? Why me?" While Eugene acts comically dramatic, surrounded by roses, pleading, "Can't you feel your brother's heart wanting to give good things to his younger brother?" The man points a finger right in Eugene's face and screams, "Don't be ridiculous, it's because you're too lazy to do it." While Eugene comically replies, "Hey, still, I created the business item." The man's hand trembles with dramatic, boiling frustration as Eugene recoils in comical shock. Eugene raises his hands in a calming gesture and says, Okay, I'm sorry, you're working very hard," while the other two men glare at him. Eugene calmly sips his drink while his other companion, wearing a white shirt and suspenders, prepares to speak. The man in the suspenders suddenly bursts out in frustration, pointing directly at Eugene, who responds with a comically blank expression. Gesticulating wildly, the man screams, "Do you know how I felt being dragged to the police in the middle of the night? Besides, there were BOI agents there too," while a brief flashback shows him looking terrified under the gaze of federal agents. He slams his hand down in frustration, yelling, "Oh, my foot!" as Eugene reacts in comical surprise. Eugene chuckles sheepishly and asks, "Won't that all become a drinking snack later?" Prompting his companion to ask dryly, "Do you want to become a drinking snack in memories, brother?" The man raises his hand and explains, "What do you mean what happened? I was scared stiff, so I told them everything I knew." He continues to detail the event, saying, "No, after that, men in suits came," and while Eugene listens with a calm expression. Leaning forward on the table, Eugene smiles warmly and says, "Good. Anyway, everyone had a hard time and suffered a lot, but..." Crossing his arms confidently, Eugene breaks into a bright, joyful, and victorious laugh. Eugene's two companions stand in the room, looking exceptionally serious as a tense, chilling atmosphere fills the air between them. A hand suddenly extends a document toward Eugene as a companion explains, "Take this, a letter came from Congressman Curtis." Eugene carefully reads the letter while his two friends watch him with intense curiosity and confusion. A heavy steam locomotive chugs down the tracks, cutting through the dense green foliage along the countryside. In the train compartment, Eugene's father-in-law bites his thumb nervously, worrying that he should have prepared a proper dowry, while his wife calmly reassures him that they said to just come as they are. Eugene smiles confidently in his elegant dark blue suit, leaving his father-in-law completely blank-faced and stunned in cartoonish shock. A close-up of the father-in-law's comically stunned face sets a dramatic transition tone with a simple caption, "However." A worn red flag flutters in the wind over barbed wire entanglements as a bright sun sets on the horizon, signaling a grim foreshadowing. Eugene looks onward with a serious, deeply concentrated expression, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. With a deafening blast, a shotgun is fired, sending a brilliant muzzle flash into the clear blue sky. The fired projectile hits dead center, piercing straight through the bullseye of a wooden target. Holding her smoking shotgun, a beautiful blonde woman in a white dress listens as Eugene, wearing a flat cap, asks, "But do we really have to have this conversation at the shooting range?" The blonde woman looks back with a calm, unwavering, and incredibly focused gaze. Seen through the neat bullet hole in the target, Eugene and his fiancée stand together in the distance, discussing their future. The blonde woman stares directly at Eugene, her expression serious yet filled with unspoken emotion. Eugene looks down, sweating nervously as he prepares himself for what she has to say. Standing face to face, the two look deeply into each other's eyes, the gravity of the upcoming war weighing on their hearts. Looking back over her shoulder with a serious expression, she remarks, "I'll wear mourning clothes and cry for about 5 years." She continues, saying that if a handsome, ambitious man pursues her as a young widow, who knows what might happen, prompting Eugene to comically cry out in sheer terror, "No, you can't not know." Loading her rifle with a sharp slide of the action, she delivers a firm warning, "If you hate that, make sure to live." Her stern expression softens into a gentle, loving smile as she looks at her fiancé. Grabbing the barrel of her rifle, Eugene holds it firmly and reassures her, "Don't worry, I will never die leaving you behind." Under a beautiful, clear blue sky, Eugene and his blonde bride look at each other with pure happiness and warmth during their wedding. Guests stand on both sides, clapping enthusiastically as the newlyweds walk down the red carpet of their outdoor wedding. Clenching his guest's hand with a comical, exhausted blank expression, Eugene thinks, "I am a handshake machine. I am a machine," while his father-in-law laughs heartily behind him, yelling, "Ha ha ha, smile, son-in-law." Eugene, now in uniform, sits around a coffee table in a luxurious room with his senator father-in-law and a distinguished gray-haired gentleman. The gray-haired gentleman in the blue suit sits upright, his expression solemn and thoughtful. Eugene smiles with supreme confidence, a bright sparkle shining next to his head. Eugene looks at the gray-haired gentleman and asks, "Is it because you're afraid the friend you invested in might die suddenly?" His father-in-law crosses his arms and firmly states, "I would have put you in the State Department or sent you to the arsenal side." Eugene's father-in-law nods in agreement as the conversation regarding Eugene's military posting continues. The gray-haired politician looks down thoughtfully, carefully considering Eugene's unique position. Eugene rubs his forehead in exhaustion, sighing deeply. This shackle is really tiresome." Gesturing with his finger, the senator asks point blank, "Will the white soldiers listen to you?" as Eugene's fist clenches tightly in frustration. The politician looks at Eugene and warns, "That won't solve the problem," leaving Eugene standing in comically blank-eyed shock. The politician continues, explaining that if any noisy problem arises under Eugene's command, racists will immediately use it as an excuse to strip him of his uniform. A transition panel shows a government office filled with dark, featureless silhouettes, representing the hostile and judgmental environment waiting to exploit any mistake. The gray-haired politician looks at Eugene with a serious expression, emphasizing, "It's not an easy problem as you think." Eugene grinds his teeth, his expression turning tense as the harsh reality of his situation sinks in. The politician notes that, fortunately, there are still those who evaluate Eugene favorably, prompting Eugene to ask, "Then has something like a compromise come out?" The gray-haired gentleman raises a single finger to present an alternative option. Eugene looks completely taken aback as he repeats, "Philippines?" while the politician suggests, "The garrison in the Philippines isn't bad either." The politician closes his eyes with a knowing, satisfied smile, saying, "I knew you would say that." An old-fashioned biplane stands on an airfield, with a line of early 20th century soldiers standing in front of it. Eugene listens attentively, his face reflecting a mix of curiosity and skepticism about the proposal. The senator looks up thoughtfully, preparing to voice his strong objection to any dangerous plans. Eugene turns to his father-in-law and asks, It would be a bit dangerous, right?" His father-in-law's face instantly warps into a terrifying, glowing-eyed demonic expression as he screams, "No, absolutely not! Go to the Philippines instead! Don't think about making my daughter a widow!" while Eugene shrieks in absolute terror. The gray-haired politician bursts out laughing, raising a finger and happily saying, "I refuse." The politician clicks his tongue in annoyance while Eugene watches him with a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "It's obvious they plan to suck my soul out with government money." An older, gray-haired gentleman in a dark suit sighs and remarks with a thoughtful expression, "Phew, then one last option remains." Eugene looks at him with a puzzled expression, a question mark floating near his head. The gentleman explains that there are factions within the War Department who are prejudiced against Eugene, arguing that his loyalty is highly doubtful. Touching his chest in disbelief, Eugene asks, to me, who graduated from West Point? But his companion notes that it is a slightly different story. The older man explains, according to their logic, when the interests of the nation and ethnicity conflict, you might not be on the side of the United States. Eugene flinches in shock, a bead of sweat forming on his cheek as the harsh prejudice sinks in. The older politician sits quietly, letting the gravity of his words settle over Eugene. Eugene stares back with an intense, sweat-dropped expression, realizing the difficulty of his situation. The older man looks down with a solemn, slightly worried expression, sympathizing with Eugene's dilemma. A stylized panel depicts the politician sitting calmly in front of a rising sun background, representing the perceived conflict of interest. Eugene looks off to the side, deeply contemplating the choice ahead of him. The gray-haired gentleman looks directly at Eugene and asks, "Where will you go?" Close-up shows a hand writing diligently on a piece of paper with a black fountain pen. Now in military uniform, Eugene sits at a wooden desk in a quiet office, busy writing reports amidst stacks of paperwork. A close-up reveals a massive stack of blank and lined paper resting on his desk, highlighting his tedious administrative workload. A humorous illustration shows a revolver pointed directly at Eugene's head with a target marked on his forehead, while he cheerfully smiles and waves two small Japanese flags, representing the suspicion he faces. Back in reality, Eugene rests his chin on his fist at his desk, looking deeply exhausted by the endless paperwork. Eugene thinks to himself in frustration, "There's no way my father-in-law and Chairman Ford didn't know this was going to happen. They must have conspired to dump me in the War Department." Watching his father-in-law and the politician shake hands in his thoughts, Eugene realizes, this way I won't die in battle, and Chairman Ford can keep me close and work me to the bone. Gritting his teeth, Eugene taps a thick stack of documents against his desk to align the pages. A heavy-set superior officer with a mustache sits back in his chair smoking a cigar, casually calling out, "Come in." Eugene enters the office and salutes his superior officer sharply. Eugene stands stiffly as he presents a thick stack of reports to the superior officer. The mustache officer dismissively shakes his head and waves his hand, refusing to take the documents seriously. Gesturing widely with his hands, the officer casually disregards the papers while Eugene watches him, sweating in frustration. Eugene stands silently, holding his pile of ignored reports with a look of quiet disbelief. Standing alone in the middle of his quiet, spacious office, Eugene looks down at the documents, feeling completely isolated. Later, Eugene sits in uniform, comically munching on a piece of bread with an annoyed and frustrated expression. He reflects deeply, thinking, it's true the U.S. Army is incompetent, but there must be another reason. After spending a few months here, I can tell for sure. Sitting alone at a single lit table in the middle of a dark, completely empty military cafeteria, Eugene realizes, I'm being sidelined. He thinks about his situation, noting, makes sense. Look at how many big shots were involved in deciding my post, and they even cleared out a perfectly good warehouse just to make my office. A brief flashback shows workers carrying boxes and moving desks to clear out a dusty warehouse specifically to isolate Eugene. Determined to make the most of it, Eugene resolves, right, let's stop messing around and focus on the tank. That's the only thing showing results right now anyway. Holding his briefcase, Eugene opens the door and steps out of his office with a focused mindset. Outside, a man reads a newspaper at a cafe, while two other individuals whisper and keep a suspicious eye on him from a distance. Sitting at his desk with his arms crossed, Eugene deeply analyzes the technical specifications of their current armor project. Looking at a diagram of a tank, Eugene thinks, if we keep making tanks at Ford like this, we'll just end up with a tank that only has a machine gun. Holding a pencil over a sketch, he continues, it needs a turret, one that rotates 360 degrees. It doesn't need multiple turrets, and it doesn't need to be anti-tank yet. Eugene comically brainstorms, holding his hands up to visualize a hybrid design. So couldn't I just roughly combine a Renault tank with a Ford tank? Eugene delivers the new blueprint documents to a group of mechanics and factory workers in overalls. The head mechanic carefully examines the schematic showing a tank with a rotating turret while Eugene watches him expectantly. A brand new polished green tank with a fully functional rotating turret stands ready in front of the brick factory building. Eugene watches with satisfaction as the powerful tank rumbles forward, its tracks churning the ground. Grinning brightly with a sparkling aura, Eugene cheerfully says, man, it'd be great if my military life rolled along that smoothly too. His smile fades as he senses someone watching him and turns his gaze toward the distance. A muscular, gray-haired man in a bright red shirt and gray pants stands confidently with his arms crossed, a jacket draped over his shoulders. Profile shot of Eugene looking slightly surprised and sweat-dropping as he evaluates the newcomer. Eugene analyzes the man, thinking, he's in civilian clothes, so not a soldier, an employee from a partner company, or the State Department. Deciding to be diplomatic, Eugene salutes and introduces himself. "Hello, I'm Second Lieutenant Kim Eugene, the development consultant for this weapon from the U.S. Army." The gray-haired gentleman smiles confidently and responds, "Right, so you're Kim Eugene." The gray-haired gentleman looks directly at Eugene and calmly says, $4. Completely taken aback by the random statement, Eugene sweat drops and asks, "Pardon?" Turning his back, the gray-haired man demands, "You don't need to know who I am, so just tell me what this armed tractor is all about." Eugene, sweating nervously, replies, For now we're calling it a tank." The gray-haired man smiles broadly with a wild, toothy grin, looking highly amused. He suddenly slaps Eugene hard on the shoulder multiple times with a loud tap-tap sound, startling him. Eugene turns his head sharply, a vein popping on his temple in sheer annoyance at the man's overly casual behavior. The newly developed green tank rumbles forward forcefully, its metal tracks churning the ground with a loud roar. The gray-haired man stands alongside Eugene, carefully watching the tank as it undergoes its trial run in the open courtyard. The man raises a hand to his chin and asks, "Is this enough of a test? And I heard the European battlefields are full of shell craters way worse than the setup." Eugene replies with a bead of sweat, "Well, the army won't lend us any field guns." Looking serious, the gray-haired man emphasizes style. Crossing his arms confidently, the man criticizes the design. The engine noise is unnecessarily loud, and it's not agile. Eugene tries to explain the technical benefits, saying the turret on top can rotate 360 degrees, allowing for all-weather attacks. Walking away dismissively, the man remarks, "Still, it's gonna be slower than a person, right?" While Eugene watches him go with a helpless sweat drop. The man walks up to the tank and knocks heavily on its armored side with his fist, producing a metallic clang. Eugene continues explaining, the armor thickness is limited by the engine output, but the man quickly cuts him off, saying, Not that." Standing proudly in front of the tank with his jacket draped over his arm, the gray-haired man points his finger commandingly. Eugene watches the eccentric man, looking tense and deeply concerned about what he will do next. With a powerful swing, the gray-haired man kicks the front armor of the tank with a resounding bang. Hands on his hips, the man stands before the heavy tank while Eugene stares at his back, completely speechless and sweating at his bizarre behavior. As Eugene climbs into the cockpit of the tank, the gray-haired man asks, "So, what are your thoughts after riding it?" The gray-haired man smiles knowingly, looking incredibly confident. Eugene gestures with his hand as he clarifies, "Fuel? We just resupply it like anything else." The gray-haired man pulls an angry, exaggerated face, shouting back as if Eugene missed the core point of his question. A moment later, the man throws his head back and bursts into a booming, hearty laugh. Eugene stares back in deadpan silence, sweat dropping as he struggles to comprehend the man's extreme mood swings. Turning with a sharp, dramatic gesture, the gray-haired man reaches out with his hand, his eyes shining with intense passion. Standing firmly, Eugene responds to his query, saying, "And blow the heads off the enemies of the great United States? Why else would I be in the army?" Incredibly pleased, the man flashes a massive grin and a thumbs up, shouting, "Good! Damn right! Then go home right now and pack your bags," leaving Eugene completely baffled as he asks, "Huh? Please explain what you mean." Pointing his finger at Eugene, the man explains, "General Pershing told me to go take a look at what that hunk of iron was like." Eugene flinches in shock, repeating, "General Pershing? Then by any chance?" Raising his fist triumphantly into the air, the man yells, "Let's go seize honor and merit in that cactus-filled taco land." Eugene's eyes widen as the realization hits him, thinking to himself in sheer disbelief, "Who? Patton? No, more importantly, you're the same rank as me." Patton laughs boisterously, while Eugene stands behind him with multiple sweat drops, already exhausted by his new companion's relentless energy. From a high-angle view, Patton's thunderous laughter echoes across the open courtyard next to the parked green tank. Sometime later, several green tanks are loaded onto a train flat car at the railway station, with officers and workers conducting a final inspection before deployment. Standing near the train, Patton restlessly taps his boot against the platform, unable to contain his impatience. Clad in their beige U.S. Army uniforms, Eugene watches Patton's fidgeting and thinks in annoyance, "Does this guy have ADHD? He can't wait still for a second." Patton suddenly whipped his head around with a wide grin, suggesting, "It looks like unloading will take quite a while." Eugene stares at Patton, a heavy sweat drop forming on his cheek as he senses a highly reckless plan brewing in the officer's mind. Galloping away on a dark horse, Patton happily shouts, "Yeah!" while Eugene trails behind him, thinking in utter exhaustion, "Man, it's hard to keep up with this energy." Patton kicks the headquarters door wide open with a massive bow, carrying an incredibly startled Eugene along with him as he yells, "General, the rookie is here!" Close-up of Eugene's mortified face, sweat pouring down as he thinks to himself, "No, seriously, does it make sense to kick open the headquarters door?" Inside the quiet and orderly military office, the other officers and clerks calmly continue their work, prompting Eugene to realize, everyone's used to it. Eugene stands at strict attention in the center of the spacious office, waiting respectfully as the commanding officer prepares to address him. A close-up shows Eugene's focused and serious profile as he faces his superior. Eugene raises his hand to his temple, saluting sharply as he thinks, "To think we'd meet here." Behind the large wooden desk stands an imposing, shadowed silhouette of a legendary officer, accompanied by the narration, "A legend of World War I, the incarnation of the U.S. Army, and the future first general of the armies of the United States." Eugene stands respectfully before the desk as the gray-haired general looks down at his papers, letting a brief silence fill the room. The mustache-wearing general speaks in a calm, seasoned voice, saying, "You're young. No, you're a kid." Standing up fully, bathed in dramatic light, the formidable officer extends his hand and proudly declares, "I'm John Joseph Pershing." General John J. Pershing looks on with a stern, authoritative, and deeply determined expression, embodying the ultimate authority of the U.S. military. Standing before General Pershing, Eugene reports that the unloading of the tanks is currently underway at the station. When General Pershing questions if reporting is more urgent than unloading, Patton excitedly interjects that a meeting between Black Jack and the rising dark horse of the U.S. Army is of the utmost importance. Patton stands in nervous silence under General Pershing's cold, intense stare as a tense silence fills the office. Patton quickly explains that Ford engineers are handling the unloading anyway, so he thought Eugene's role would be limited compared to delivering a performance report. General Pershing closes his eyes in resignation and decides to let the matter slide just this once. As Patton lets out a sigh of relief, Eugene stands behind him in disbelief, amazed by how well Patton managed to spin the situation. Patton turns back with a sweat drop and a cheeky grin, silently signaling to Eugene. Taking a seat on the sofa, General Pershing directs them to begin the briefing on the new weapons. Eugene sits down on the couch as Patton leans over the back, closely watching General Pershing. Under the general's sharp, warning glare, Patton flinches and nervously breaks a sweat. Desperate to break the tension, Patton quickly puts on an apron and frantically asks if the general would like something to drink. Eugene smiles awkwardly, feeling completely suffocated by the intense military atmosphere, as the general simply asks for water. A canteen cup of water is set on the desk as the general explains that the expedition's main objectives include field testing new military technology. Pershing notes that they are testing wireless communication, aircraft, armored vehicles, and the newly developed tank. General Pershing looks at Patton and asks for his assessment of the new tank design. Patton confidently declares that the tank will be the protagonist of future battlefields, leaving Eugene shocked by his sudden change of tune since Detroit. Patton passionately explains the tank's adaptability to rough terrain, artillery support, and high survivability, predicting that soldiers will soon beg for tank support. Pershing notes Patton's unusually high evaluation, admitting that he remains skeptical about the heavy supply and maintenance requirements. The general rubs his chin in deep contemplation as he processes Patton's arguments. Patton suddenly stands up and clenches his fist, passionately declaring that the Iron Horse is the cavalry of the future. He aggressively requests a mixed unit of tanks and cavalry, promising to capture the bandit boss Villa. As Patton rants about capturing the bandit leader alive, Eugene's sweat drops and frantically hopes he doesn't turn his precious tanks into cavalry mounts. General Pershing welcomes Eugene's input as the person in charge of development. Eugene explains his perspective, visualizing the tank's role on the battlefield as a powerful piece of mobile cover for advancing infantry. Eugene flatly refuses to hand the tanks over to the cavalry, prompting Patton to glare at him in frustration. Patton gets defensive, arguing that attaching the tanks to the infantry grunts is a waste of their incredible mobility. General Pershing raises a hand to silence their bickering and restore order. Pershing concludes the briefing by ordering Patton to escort Eugene to his barracks and assist him with administrative tasks. Patton informs Eugene that they will split the difference by sending 2 tanks to the cavalry and 2 to the infantry, which Eugene considers a perfect solution. Patton is visibly frustrated and continues to shake with anger over the split deployment. Patton excitedly describes a massive tank charge tearing through enemy lines, making Eugene wonder if he is a regressor from a Mad Max universe. Patton walks off with a confident grin, eager to show off their new technology to the expeditionary force. An old-school infantry soldier looks completely horrified at the suggestion of riding in military trucks instead of marching. The soldiers report that they cannot advance because a metal obstacle is blocking the dusty desert road. Eugene closes his eyes in annoyance, lamenting the stubborn, outdated mindset of the early 1900s U.S. Army soldiers. When a soldier complains that the trucks can't transport troops properly, Patton loses his temper and yells at them to get in. A convoy of military supply trucks kicks up thick clouds of dust as they drive through the barren desert. Eugene touches his forehead in frustration as a mechanic kneels down to examine a broken-down truck reel. In the background, Patton vents his fury by violently punching a training dummy while Eugene looks on in exhaustion. Patton rants about volunteering for the battlefield only to end up as the general's water boy, helping Eugene finally understand his frustration. Patton recalls the moment he was overjoyed to receive his transfer orders from General Pershing. Patton runs up to Eugene, who is smoking a cigarette, and excitedly calls out to him. Patton dramatically declares that the time has come for them to seize glory together, leaving Eugene thoroughly confused. Patton boasts that he personally requested Eugene to be sent along so they could share the military exploits. Eugene stares back with a blank, deadpan expression, completely blindsided by Patton's sudden announcement. Eugene recalls how his original assignment was meant to avoid commanding troops directly to prevent any potential racial prejudice or discrimination. Patton strides forward eagerly with his hand on his holster, leaving Eugene to follow him in silence. Eugene watches Patton's confident stride and regrets ever thinking things would go smoothly around him. An infantryman on a horse stands alongside a row of powerful green tanks lined up in the desert. Eugene looks at the bizarre combination of cavalry and tanks, sweating as he wonders how on earth he is supposed to command such a unit. Patton loudly bellows, "Now, soldiers!" to rally the troops as Eugene stands by his side under a clear desert sky. Close-up of Patton smiling with immense pride, confidently placing his hand over his chest. One of the lazy, unmotivated soldiers sitting on the ground asks, "Can't we take a nap before heading out?" Patton and Eugene stand side by side, staring in disbelief at the slumped, undisciplined group of soldiers. Close-up of Eugene breaking into a cold sweat, completely appalled by the troops' total lack of military discipline. Eugene silently worries to himself, right, since we aren't officially commanders in the first place and it looks like we're just borrowing troops for a bit, military discipline is bound to be a mess. But his opponent is Patton. If I don't mediate right now, someone might die. Deciding to take action before things escalate, Eugene claps his hands together loudly to command the lazy soldier's attention. Eugene attempts to explain the situation with a calm smile, but a disrespectful soldier cuts him off, demanding, "But why?" Close-up of the disrespectful soldier looking up at Eugene with a deeply hostile and contemptuous glare. Eugene stands in stunned silence as the blatant disrespect from the subordinate hangs heavily in the air. Close-up of Eugene's serious profile set against a dramatic red-tinted background as the atmosphere turns incredibly tense. The disrespectful soldier spits out an incredibly hostile, racist slur, shouting, "You fucking monkey! How dare you tell a human what to do?" Eugene remains stoically silent, his face shadowed as the red background intensifies with boiling rage. Suddenly, a boot slides aggressively against the dirt road with a sharp, heavy motion. Patton flies into the scene with a devastating punch, screaming, "You son of a bitch!" while Eugene stands completely shocked in the background. Patton looms over the trembling soldiers with his crop in hand, while a soldier on the ground nervously mutters, Preparing to strike again, Patton furiously roars, "You're dying by my hand today, not the tacos." The other soldiers sweat and look on in absolute horror as Patton continues his relentless beatdown. Patton punches the soldier repeatedly with brutal force, splitting blood into the air as the soldier screams in agony. "Ah, and gah!" Eugene watches the violence in deadpan silence, thinking to himself, "Should I stop him? No, I'll just get beaten along with him." The battered soldier lies whimpering and trembling on the ground, spitting blood as Patton glares down at him. Patton steps forward with heavy, commanding footsteps, stopping directly in front of the bloodied soldier. A close-up of the battered soldier's face, covered in blood, with a severe black eye and a bleeding nose. Patton grabs the bloodied soldier by his collar and lifts him up, roaring, "But if Second Lieutenant Kim dies, it'll be on the 3rd page of the New York Times in giant headlines." Close-up of Patton's face, twisted in pure, unadulterated rage as he glares at the soldier. Patton violently shakes the soldier, who trembles in absolute terror under the officer's terrifying grip. Patton's dark, intimidating shadow falls completely over the broken soldier, shattering any remaining resistance. Patton raises his fist for another strike as the other soldiers stand rigid and sweating in fear, prompting the battered soldier to frantically scream, "Yes, sir." The bloodied soldier is thrown back to the ground as Patton turns away, leaving Eugene to silently witness the harsh lesson in discipline. Patton turns his head back, his cheek splattered with blood from the violent altercation. Glaring coldly at Eugene, Patton flatly states, "But conversation is something reserved for people." Patton's blood-soaked fist clenches tightly with a sharp cracking sound. Patton stands with his blood-covered fist raised to his chest, breathing heavily as he calms his racing temper. Patton looks at Eugene, who raises his hand slightly in a calm, collected manner to address him. Patton points his finger directly at Eugene's chest, emphasizing his words during their intense discussion. Behind them, the once lazy soldiers are now standing in a perfect, rigid line at strict attention, with the battered soldier wiping blood from his nose. Patton stares intensely at Eugene, his expression deadpan and serious. Eugene looks back at Patton, keeping his composure despite the tense situation. The battered soldier, with cotton stuffed in his bleeding nose and bruises covering his face, salutes Eugene with absolute respect. Looking at the battered soldier saluting him, Eugene wonders to himself, what should I do with this guy? Suddenly, a tiny chibi devil version of Patton pops into the air next to Eugene's shoulder, screaming and throwing a tantrum. On Eugene's other shoulder, a tiny chibi angel version of General Pershing appears sitting calmly, prompting Eugene to ask, "Why are you appearing here, General?" The tiny chibi devil Patton points and shouts angrily, while the chibi angel General Pershing floats peacefully next to Eugene. Under chibi angel Pershing's stern, authoritative gaze, the chibi devil Patton immediately shrinks down, looking incredibly dejected and whimpering. Shifting back to reality, Eugene steps forward and calmly reaches out his hand to shake the battered soldier's hand. Eugene shakes the soldier's hand, explaining, "Well, as you've seen, that senior officer has a very fiery personality." Eugene offers a warm and friendly smile to the bruised soldier, attempting to ease the lingering tension. The battered soldier looks at Eugene, feeling deeply humbled and grateful for the unexpected gesture of respect. From a wider angle, Eugene and the soldier shake hands in the dusty desert next to a large tank, with Eugene giving him a supportive thumbs up. The bruised soldier, holding a cloth to his bleeding nose, looks up at Eugene with a completely subdued and deeply respectful expression as Eugene looks back. Two U.S. soldiers ride heroically atop a powerful tank, one standing triumphantly with his sword raised and a rifle in hand, charging forward into battle. Eugene stands looking back over his shoulder as a soldier stands at attention behind him, saluting respectfully. Eugene enters a dimly lit wooden office where Patton is standing with his arms crossed, waiting for him. Eugene and Patton face each other in the room, their expressions serious as they prepare to discuss their next move. Eugene offers a calm, polite smile as he speaks with Patton. Patton raises his voice, passionately shouting, "Don't say things like that as a soldier," his face filled with intense determination. Patton slams his hand down hard onto a document on the table, creating a sharp slapping sound that fills the room. Patton points to the document and explains excitedly, "This is the miracle called an aerial photograph." Patton points his finger firmly at a specific building on the aerial photo, declaring, "Right here! I've obtained incredible intel that a fucking band of bandits is camped right here." Patton continues his explanation, stating, "I've also confirmed it through the locals. Could you translate for me again?" as he looks toward a group of men standing behind him. One of the local guides gestures actively as he explains, "Esos perros nos robaron. Those dogs robbed us," while the interpreter translates, "Right, according to these guys, the Villistas have occupied the town and are causing all sorts of trouble. They're acting like complete thugs." Eugene listens in silence, thinking to himself, "Of course I can speak Spanish. It's a language I learned while spending time in Anastasio's room." Eugene's inner thoughts continue. "I'm just staying quiet because it's easier to use an interpreter due to the accent differences between Mexicans and Filipinos." The local guides stand nervously behind the interpreter as they converse in the room. A close-up of Eugene's eyes as a brief thought crosses his mind. But Eugene looks at the guide and the interpreter with a skeptical expression, thinking, "These guides are suspicious." Eugene recalls the historical context, thinking, "In Mexico, Pancho Villa's image is that of a righteous outlaw, a friend to the peasants, and a hero of the Mexican Revolution." An old painting depicting Pancho Villa sitting proudly in a large, ornate golden chair, surrounded by his supporters. Over a panel of low-level thugs violently attacking villagers and kicking a man to the ground, Eugene's narration continues. Would a 20th century Robin Hood who toppled a regime really do something that would completely alienate the people's support? Eugene stands in profile, contemplating the situation. Of course, regardless of Pancho Villa himself, it's possible the low-level thugs are out of control. But waiting for the U.S. Army? That's like a Korean saying they welcome the Japanese Imperial Army. Turning to Patton, Eugene suggests, "Shouldn't we conduct a more thorough investigation?" Patton listens to Eugene's suggestion with a serious, intense expression. Patton slams his fist against his chest with a heavy thud to emphasize his point. Patton points aggressively at the local guides, shouting, "But we respond with an interrogation. Who will ever help us again?" leaving the guides looking startled and sweating nervously. Looking back at Eugene, Patton adds, "I don't deny that something feels off." Suddenly, Patton slams his fist violently onto the wooden table with a loud bang, shouting, "But..." Leaning forward with a fierce, confident glare, Patton declares, "Even if it's a trap, we can just tear them apart with brute force." Swept up by Patton's overwhelming confidence and authority, Eugene raises his hand to his forehead and salutes him respectfully. From atop his vehicle, Patton commands loudly, "Now let's go!" under the bright desert sun. Pointing his saber forward with a wild, ecstatic grin, Patton shouts, "Time to kill some tacos," as the tank's machine gun gleams. Eugene rides a horse alongside the green tanks, sweating as he hears Patton's hysterical laughter echoing across the desert. Close-up of Eugene's hand gripping the horse's leather reins tightly as he rides. The convoy of cavalry on horseback and armored tanks kicks up clouds of dust as they charge down the desert trail. A soldier peers through binoculars, looking ahead at their destination. Through the binoculars, a large, beautiful white hacienda with a grand metal gate and a courtyard fountain comes into view. Eugene looks through his binoculars from horseback while Patton stands with his arms crossed on top of his tank observing the estate. Patton keeps his gaze fixed on the estate, his green eyes sharp and focused as they approach. Deep, heavy bell chimes ring out from the hacienda, echoing across the dusty desert air. Hearing the bells, Patton grits his teeth, his expression turning tense and serious. Eugene lowers his hand from his brow, exchanging a serious look with Patton as they prepare to attack. Patton points forward and commands his men, who respond with a loud, unified, "Yes, sir!" The infantry soldiers raise their rifles, shouting in unison, "Understood," as they prepare to charge alongside the tanks. Patton calls out, "Kim Eugene," to which Eugene immediately responds from horseback, "Sir!" Patton gestures confidently and shouts, "Understood." Patton yells out his order, "Vehicle 2, move to the main gate," as a tank speeds forward, churning up dust. The tank charges forward with a thunderous roar, heading straight toward the estate's metal gates. With a massive crash, the tank smashes directly through the heavy iron gates of the hacienda. Armed men inside the estate immediately open fire, shooting their rifles with loud bangs at the invading forces. Standing high on his tank, Patton commands furiously, "Those bastards are firing! Return fire! Don't flinch!" Patton continues to yell orders over the sound of gunfire. "Move it, you bastards! These tanks won't blow! Use them for cover and push forward!" as the cavalry and tanks advance under fire. A close-up of a hand holding a golden pocket watch as it ticks steadily, showing the time is exactly 3 o'clock. A U.S. soldier in a khaki uniform crouches in the dusty desert sand, holding the pocket watch close to check the time. Several infantry soldiers armed with rifles take cover behind a moving tank, glancing back at Eugene as they prepare for action. Sweat dripping down his face, one of the infantrymen looks up in surprise and screams, "No, sir!" Eugene strides past the crouching soldier, flatly responding, "No? Damn right you aren't." Eugene places his hand firmly onto the side of the heavy tank, declaring, "With an ironclad monster like this on our side, we're not gonna die." Raising his clenched fist triumphantly into the sky, Eugene confidently shouts, "This is just a picnic. We're gonna harvest some taco heads and go home." Inspired by Eugene's words, the soldiers raise their voices in a loud, unified, "Yes, sir!" Eugene looks down at his ticking pocket watch once more, carefully keeping track of the time. An infantryman holding his rifle looks at the massive barrier ahead, asking hesitantly, The outer wall? You want us to blast through it?" A massive explosion erupts with a deafening blast, shattering the outer wall into pieces. Eugene bellows his orders through the chaos. "Vehicle 1, move in! APCs right behind them! Flank the mansion! Go! Keep crushing everything in your way!" Armed defenders inside the compound are startled as they are caught completely off guard by the sudden breach. Standing their ground, the U.S. soldiers raise their rifles and shout, "Fire! You idiots! Open fire!" Bullets strike 2 of the defenders, spraying blood as they are thrown violently back onto the ground. Pointing forward, Eugene strictly commands his men, "From now on, anyone not in uniform is the enemy. If it moves, shoot first." To which they reply, "Yes, sir." Gunfire erupts all around, kicking up dust and debris as the battlefield descends into absolute chaos. Under heavy enemy fire, Eugene yells, "Move! Get behind the APC! Take cover!" as soldiers scramble to hide behind their armored vehicles. Eugene and his men take cover tightly behind a large armored personnel carrier, listening to the bullets rattling against the metal. Slamming his fist hard against the armored hull, Eugene furiously commands, "APC, what are you doing? Mow him down!" Eugene bangs his fist against the APC side, shouting, "Spray the second floor! Keep those bastards' heads down! Keep firing!" As a soldier inside asks, "Sir?" The machine gun atop the armored vehicle opens fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the balconies of the Grand Mansion. Banging on the APC door, Eugene commands, "Keep up the fire! The rest of you dismount! Get inside the building!" U.S. soldiers quickly leap from behind their cover and sprint toward the building under the cover of smoke and dust. Spotting enemies in the chaos, a soldier yells, "Hey, eyes up! Watch your sectors!" as his comrades rush forward with rifles raised. Watching his men execute the plan flawlessly, Eugene smiles slightly and thinks, "Good, just keep it up." Hearing a sudden noise, Eugene turns his head sharply to see two men peeking nervously from behind a wall. One of the men, wearing a suit and red tie, frantically gestures to his companion as they try to figure out what to do. A tank advances through the courtyard, taking fire as bullets ping harmlessly off its thick armor while infantrymen follow closely behind. The man in the white shirt clutches his fist, pleading desperately with his companion in the suit to take action. Suddenly, the clicking sound of a gun being cocked echoes, causing both men to freeze in shock. A sudden gunshot rings out, and the man in the suit is struck in the head, blood spraying into the air as he begins to fall. The man in the suit collapses lifelessly onto the dirt as his companion ducks down in absolute terror, covering his face. The surviving man looks up with wide, trembling eyes, completely petrified by what just happened. Standing tall against the bright sky, Eugene stands calmly with his revolver raised and aimed directly forward. Seeing Eugene, the terrified man desperately swings a machete or weapon in a wild, frantic attempt to defend himself. Before the man can swing his weapon, Eugene fires his revolver, striking him directly in the chest and sending him flying backward. The man falls heavily onto the dusty ground, leaving a trail of smoke from the gunshot as he lies motionless. Looking at his smoking revolver, Eugene sighs and mutters in self-disappointment, "Can't believe I made such a rookie mistake." Eugene quickly snaps his head around, suddenly realizing something critical. Wait, there's a taco right next to Patton too? Across the battlefield, bullets strike a nearby tank, making metallic clanging sounds as the defenders mount a fierce resistance. Heavy gunfire continues to rattle against the armored tanks, forcing the soldiers to stay pinned down behind the steel plates. Frustrated by the delay, an officer screams, "God damn it, your officer is back here getting shot at. What the hell are you doing?" As a soldier yells back, "The resistance is too strong." Sparks fly as enemy bullets continuously hit the tank's tread and armor plates, pinning the U.S. forces down completely. Suddenly, a soldier yells out in panic, "Eugene, look out!" as a tank looms large in front of Eugene. Sparks fly near a slot on the tank as Eugene grabs the hatch, gritting his teeth in pain and muttering, "Damn it, that stings," while the driver inside cries out, "Eugene, your neck, you're bleeding." Grabbing the driver by his collar, Eugene commands with absolute authority, "I'm taking over," leaving the driver in complete shock as he stammers, "What?" Eugene aggressively pulls the driver out of the tank hatch, shouting, "Shut up and move," as the driver screams, "Ah!" Eugene quickly climbs into the driver's seat of the tank, pulling himself inside the narrow steel cabin. Dropping down into the dark, cramped interior of the tank, Eugene grumbles, "Ugh, fuck, it's cramped as hell in here." "You son of a bitch, you want our men to die? Why the fuck aren't you firing the cannon?" Eugene screams furiously, slamming his fist down inside the tank cabin as the driver stammers in fear, "Sorry, sir." "Save your sorry for your goddamn mother, and just load the main gun, now!" Eugene yells over the engine rumble as the tank rolls into position near the building's balcony. With a thunderous roar, the tank's main gun fires a devastating blast directly at the enemy position. The high explosive shell strikes the building's upper wall with a massive fiery blast, shattering the brick and concrete. "Moving in! Hold on tight!" Eugene commands as the heavy tank rams forward, smashing a large hole directly through the wall. A thick cloud of gray dust and debris billows out from the ruined section of the building as the surrounding structure rumbles. Inside, 3 armed defenders with handguns and rifles take up positions amidst the dust, pointing their weapons toward the breach. Gunfire erupts all around, loud muzzle flashes piercing the dusty air of the estate. The defenders fire their weapons rapidly in a desperate attempt to fend off the incoming assault. "Let him have it with the machine guns," a commander orders, directing the armor's heavy machine guns to open fire. A barrage of machine gun bullets sprays across the defender's position, kicking up dust and keeping them pinned down. "Main gun, fire!" Eugene commands, ordering another heavy blast to clear out the resistance. The main cannon fires again, triggering a massive fiery explosion that tears through the building's facade. "I'll blow a hole for you. Everyone, move in! It's time for the cleanup!" Eugene bellows as a gaping hole is cleared through the front wall, opening the mansion's interior. Disciplined U.S. infantry soldiers advance rapidly, rifles raised and ready as they breach the smoky courtyard. Inside the dark interior of the tank, Eugene reaches up to open the hatch and survey the secured area. Rushing into the building, the U.S. soldiers easily corner the surviving defenders, who quickly realize they are completely outmatched. "Surrender! We surrender!" the terrified defenders scream, kneeling on the ground with their hands raised in defeat. Close-up of Eugene breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his face as he recovers from the intense adrenaline of the battle. Standing tall in the dusty courtyard, Eugene touches the minor cut on his bleeding neck, looking out over the secured area. 3 captured defenders are forced to kneel on the ground with their hands behind their backs as U.S. soldiers keep them secured at gunpoint. The formidable main gun of the tank gleams onto the bright, clear sky, symbolizing the overwhelming power that secured their victory. Eugene stands stoically in the courtyard, glancing over his shoulder with a calm, unreadable expression. Suddenly, Patton shouts an urgent command, while a dark, menacing enemy attacker with glowing red eyes creeps up from behind. The hidden attacker draws a sharp dagger, sneaking up directly behind Patton's back to strike him down. Sensing the threat, Patton immediately grips the hilt of his saber, preparing to draw his blade in a fraction of a second. In one swift, powerful motion, Patton draws his sword and slashes the attacker, cutting him down as blood sprays into the air. Eugene stands calmly, a bandage now patched over the cut on his neck, holding a smoking cigar as he observes Patton's swift action. Walking with slow, deliberate steps, Eugene approaches Patton in the aftermath of the skirmish. What the hell are you doing?" Eugene screams in utter disbelief as Patton proudly stands next to an armored vehicle covered with tied-up pink rabbit plushies. "We can't just leave these sons of bitches to rot after they had the gall to open fire on the United States, can we?" Patton says with a manic, paint-splattered grin, while Eugene sweats nervously and thinks, "No, this just makes us look like the villains." "Do not put that garbage on my precious tank, sir," Eugene states flatly, holding up a dripping pink rabbit plushie and refusing to let Patton decorate his vehicle with it. At the military base, a high-ranking U.S. officer with gray hair and a thick mustache looks forward with a stern and commanding gaze. An infantryman, spitting out his coffee in shock, watches as the senior officer strides past with an imposing, silent presence. Subordinates watch in tense silence as the commander walks by, his face cold and unreadable. "I came," the officer mutters as he opens a box and pulls out a cigarette, his serious tone instantly putting everyone in the room on edge. Standing on top of his tank, Patton laughs hysterically while waving a rabbit plush on a stick like a banner as Eugene sits in the hatch, holding his hand to his forehead in deep embarrassment. "You'll have to head to the rear, Lieutenant Kim," the commander calmly announces, delivering the unexpected reassignment orders to Eugene. "What on earth do you mean by that, sir?" Patton screams in outrage, slamming a tray down while wearing a heart-patterned apron. "Instead of rewarding him with more accolades, you're sending him to the back line? Don't tell me Washington? Are those thick-headed bastards in D.C. saying they won't give a yellow man his due credit?" Patton yells, gesturing furiously as the commander quietly listens. "I'm only saying what needs to be said, sir." Patton continues to yell with wide, angry eyes, standing up passionately on Eugene's behalf. "I'll keep my mouth shut," Patton stammers, instantly sweating in absolute terror as the commander releases a terrifying red-eyed aura of pure authority. "Let me be clear. Neither I nor command had any intention of rotating you out," the commander states calmly, addressing Eugene once the room is silent. Eugene listens quietly with a serious expression as the commander gestures with his smoking cigarette. "I received letters, one for you and several addressed to me," the commander says, sliding a sealed letter across the table toward Eugene. "It has to be my father-in-law. God knows what he wrote," Eugene thinks, sweat dripping from his face as he looks at the sealed envelope, realizing his powerful family has pulled strings behind the scenes. A massive steam locomotive train speeds down the railroad tracks, blowing clouds of white steam into the sky as Eugene travels to his new assignment in the rear. "Those damn journalists, they've described me like some kind of Aztec warrior," Eugene mutters in annoyance, reading the sensationalized newspaper reports about his exploits. "Patton was the one who did that in the first place. Why is it in the plural?" Eugene snaps in frustration, pointing at a cartoon showing U.S. soldiers standing on a tank decorated with rainbow-painted plush rabbits. "Even I would tell him to come home," Eugene sighs, resting his chin on his hand as he looks out the train window, reflecting on his protective family and his sudden reassignment. Walking with firm, measured steps, a soldier's leather boots click against the ground as he arrives at his destination. Eugene stands holding his briefcase, looking up at the Western Department training camp in San Francisco, which is under the command of General Benjamin Franklin Bell. Raising his fist, Eugene knocks firmly on the office door to report his arrival. Entering the room, Eugene stands at attention and delivers a sharp salute, announcing, "Second Lieutenant Eugene Kim reporting for duty as of today, sir." The officer greets him with a wide, welcoming smile, exclaiming, "Ho ho! I've been waiting for you, young hero." Holding Eugene's hand tightly, the officer eagerly asks, "Is it true you snapped the necks of 7 bandits using that oriental kung fu?" The surrounding officers listen in tense silence, sweating slightly as they wait for Eugene's response. Raising a single finger, the officer grins and says, "But listen here, you've got one thing wrong as well." The officer confidently crosses his arms, looking immensely pleased with himself as he prepares to deliver the news. Eugene snaps to attention, startled by the unexpected shift in the conversation. Eugene sweats nervously as the officer continues to beam with pride, leaving him completely bewildered by the sudden praise. The officers in the room burst into enthusiastic applause, leaving Eugene standing in awkward silence. As the applause rings out, Eugene thinks to himself in shock, "Patton is 6 years my senior and still a second lieutenant, but I'm already a first lieutenant?" A sharp-looking officer carrying a blue document folder walks over with steady, confident steps to introduce himself. The officer warmly extends his hand to welcome Eugene to the camp. With a friendly smile, the officer introduces himself as the aide-de-camp to General Bell. George Marshall stands with an imposing and dignified presence in his decorated officer's uniform. Shaking Eugene's hand firmly, the aide-de-camp says, "First Lieutenant Eugene Kim, sir. I look forward to working with you." "General Bell wants to pin your new rank himself, so let's head over," the aide says, to which Eugene enthusiastically replies, "Yes, sir." Eugene resolves to himself, "I have to get on Marshall's good side, no matter what. Gaining the favor of one George Marshall is worth more than 1,000 Pattons." While Eugene wears a confident smirk, a tiny, angry, devil-winged Patton floats beside him, demanding, "What was that, punk?" An overhead view shows the quiet and orderly layout of the Western Department training camp under the bright sun. An old sepia-toned illustration depicts a busy courtroom assembly with officials and observers packed into the hall. A row of disciplined infantry soldiers stands in perfect alignment, gripping their wooden rifles as they prepare for training. Sweat pours down Eugene's face as he suddenly finds himself in an incredibly tense and stressful situation. Marshall clenches his fist tightly behind his back, maintaining a stiff professional posture as he stands before Eugene. Clutching his head in complete panic, Eugene screams in despair, "This is impossible! How can we?" Eugene gestures frantically as he yells, "You're telling us to train officers in only 30 days? What kind of madness is that?" Furious and exasperated, Eugene bellows, "Whose brilliant idea was this? Even the Nansan Training Center wasn't a 30-day course, you lunatics!" Marshall steps forward and firmly places his hands on Eugene's shoulders, trying to calm down the panicked lieutenant. With a tear of shared despair running down his cheek, Marshall calmly reveals, "As I've been assigned to the training mission alongside you." Grinning maniacally in disbelief, Eugene thinks, "You want me to take idiots who show up to Texas wearing fur coats and turn them into soldiers? And not just grunts, but officers? In 30 days? A heavy, gloomy silence falls over the two officers as they both hang their heads in deep mutual despair. Trying to find a silver lining, Eugene reassures himself, "At least Marshall is here. If I just follow his lead, I'll manage somehow." Back in his office, Eugene looks pleased to see a package, muttering, "The items I ordered are already here?" Noticing a sealed white envelope on top of the box, Eugene wonders, "A letter arrived too?" Eugene carefully opens the letter, reading the opening line, "To my dear First Lieutenant Eugene Kim." Standing alone in his office, Eugene quietly reads the letter's contents, his face growing increasingly tense. Sighing deeply, Eugene mutters in utter exhaustion, "This man is going to give me a heart attack." Eugene's expression shifts as a look of determined amusement washes over his face. Reaching out, Eugene places his hand firmly on the cardboard package, ready to open it. With a swift tear, Eugene rips open the package to reveal the contents inside. A bright, glowing light emanates from the package as Eugene confidently reaches in to pull out his ordered item. Inside lies a striking, bright red military cap adorned with a skull and golden wings emblem. Sitting quietly at his desk, Eugene carefully records his plans and strategies in his personal journal. Clenching his fists, Eugene releases a terrifying red-hot aura of pure determination, ready to crush any challenge. Meanwhile, Marshall stands at the chalkboard, pointing at the training syllabus with a serious and focused expression. Wearing the bright red cap with his eyes glowing with authority, Eugene plans his brutal training regime, leaving Marshall sweating in bewilderment as he mutters, "A plumber?" The intense training begins as a recruit screams at the top of his lungs from absolute exhaustion. Recruits are sent flying and rolling across the dirt field, completely overwhelmed by Eugene's brutal and relentless training methods. During physical training, a recruit grimaces under the heavy strain of crawling through the dirt while carrying another soldier on his back. From the background, the drill instructor shouts furiously, "Owl number 08, did you just shout out the last count?" leaving the exhausted recruits sweating in absolute terror. Wearing his bright red military cap, Eugene stands alongside George Marshall, quietly watching the recruits practice maneuvers with wooden rifles in the distance. Marshall turns a calm, questioning gaze toward Eugene, who stands stiffly while trembling and sweating in sheer nervousness. Two recruits show off their raw, blistered, and bloodied hands, worn down from the brutal and unrelenting training regime. A terrifying, red-eyed, demonic caricature of Eugene grins maniacally while firing a machine gun directly over the heads of the crawling, panicked recruits. Standing at attention with his hands clasped behind his back, Eugene reports to the officers assembled in the military courtroom. With wide, cheerful smiles, Eugene and a fellow officer enthusiastically give double thumbs up in a moment of triumph. While Eugene wears a confident smirk in the foreground, George Marshall stands behind him with a flat, slightly exasperated expression. Eugene delivers a casual two-finger salute near his temple, sporting a confident and charming smile as a star sparkle gleams beside him. With strict discipline, Eugene watches closely as a row of recruits marches in perfect unison across the training grounds. Completely broken by the harsh physical demands, several recruits cry in despair as they crawl flat on their stomachs. Sitting at his desk, Marshall diligently writes down observations and records in his training notebook. A dramatic, stylized illustration depicts Eugene standing heroically atop a mound, holding a rifle and raising his fist to lead his soldiers into battle. With a swift motion, a hand firmly shuts the green textbook, bringing the study session to a close. Sitting at the desk, Eugene gestures defensively and explains with a serious face, "I tried my best to stop him." Marshall clutches his head in deep despair, while Eugene calmly sips a hot beverage and mutters, "You have no idea how my heart sank when I saw General Pershing's look of disgust." Eugene covers his face in stress, thinking, "I have to change his perception of me for the better, no matter what. It'll be a disaster if I get on this guy's bad side." Reflecting on history, Eugene recalls how James's promotion reviews fell through because he was constantly confused with a similarly named alcoholic officer. Taking another sip from his mug, Eugene resolves, "If I want to be deployed to the battlefield, I need to get on Marshall's good side." With a warm, friendly smile, Eugene gently places his mug down on the wooden desk to continue their discussion. Sitting directly across from Marshall, Eugene gestures as he begins his proposal, saying, "First, regarding the core of the tank." Inside a spacious office, two military officers stand at attention to deliver their report to a high-ranking commander sitting at his desk. Turning around with a surprised expression, General John J. Pershing asks, "Could the name of the cadet who wrote the report be Eugene Kim?" The two officers nod in unison, confirming the author's identity. One of the officers politely suggests, "It would be better for you to see it for yourself rather than having us explain it." Crossing his arms on his chest, Pershing calmly replies, "I see." An overhead view shows General Pershing sitting in his teal armchair, facing the two officers who stand before his document-covered desk. Turning slightly back to them, Pershing commands, "What are you doing? Hurry up and find it." An officer exclaims, "I found it," as he uncovers a handwritten document titled, "A War That Will End Everything." A hand eagerly picks up the newly discovered paper from the cluttered desk. The officer holds out the document to General Pershing, replying respectfully, "Yes, sir." Holding a smoking cigar, Pershing looks at the document with a curious and highly analytical gaze. Suddenly, Pershing screams in complete shock, his mouth wide open as the terrifying realization of the paper's contents hits him. A close-up of Pershing's face shows him sweating and utterly speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Staring down at his desk, Pershing thinks to himself in shock, the War Department is gonna flip out over this. A scenic exterior shot shows the White House standing grandly under a bright blue sky filled with fluffy white clouds. Inside, the 28th President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson, reads through the shocking document with a stern and heavy expression. A government advisor sits nearby, clutching a folder and looking extremely tense and concerned. President Wilson looks up and asks, "An officer, you say?" To which his advisor replies, "Currently serving as a lieutenant." Another high-ranking official in a brown suit sweats nervously as he holds onto a copy of the report. A black and white group photo shows Eugene smiling and making a peace sign, surrounded by his fellow West Point cadets. An aide steps forward and hands a fresh stack of documents to a deeply troubled President Wilson. A close-up of President Wilson reveals him sweating as he stares intently at the paperwork, deeply disturbed by the strategic predictions. A stern military general wearing glasses and a thick white mustache looks forward with a grave and solemn expression. A chaotic flashback shows the horrors of trench warfare with explosions lighting up the sky and a wounded soldier sliding down a mud wall. A close-up depicts a crazed soldier with wide, bloodshot eyes and a maniacal, drooling grin as he grips his rifle in the heat of battle. President Wilson gestures with his hand as he speaks with a highly stressed and serious expression. The general with glasses and a mustache sits quietly, listening intently to the president's urgent words. President Wilson presses his hand to his forehead, deeply stressed and frustrated by the looming threat of the global conflict. Sitting around the large conference table, an official gestures emphatically as he asserts, "Let's tell them to put an end to this crazy war." If, despite shedding an immense amount of blood, the outcome is merely a chaotic flashback shows an angry crowd of armed citizens shouting and marching aggressively in revolt. A close-up of a high-ranking government official with glasses reveals his tense and deeply troubled expression. Looking down at the document in his hand, the official listens intently as the discussion continues around him. Across the table, an advisor in a brown suit looks up with a solemn and attentive expression. Staring intently, the official continues the thought, has only come to realize on its own after shedding countless amounts of blood. The advisor sweats nervously as he adds, perhaps he foresaw things even earlier and further ahead than those lessons learned in combat. Letting out a heavy sigh, the official lowers his hand to the desk, muttering, "Ha!" Gesturing with his hand, an advisor asks, couldn't the War Department or the Army handle this internally? While another counters, the opinion was raised that we should send this report to the Europeans even now. The official with glasses stares forward with a grim, unyielding expression as he weighs his choices. In an outburst of frustration, the official slams his fist on the table, declaring, if you want to go to war, go to the damn Republican Party. A powerful visual shows the heavy impact of a fist slamming forcefully onto the wooden conference table. Breathing heavily with anger, the official glares across the room, demanding silence. A heavy, freezing silence falls over the entire conference room as everyone sits completely still. A split panel shows the stern profile of the official in contrast to Eugene Kim, who stands under a bright blue sky wearing his red cap with a whistle in his mouth. Back in the military office, the red-haired advisor sweats nervously as he listens to the general's commands. Clutching his head in sheer disbelief, the advisor mutters, "This is madness." The white-mustached general with round glasses looks forward with a calm and measured expression. Pointing out the challenges, the advisor gestures as he speaks to the general, who listens quietly from across his desk. An old photo of Eugene Kim's cadet years is shown as the advisor explains, he is Asian. He'll likely feel that the Europeans are looking down on him. Listening carefully, the white-mustached general firmly clenches his fist in determination. A dramatic illustration depicts Eugene standing with glowing red eyes in his red military cap. As the general notes, however, an officer with such exceptional insight as that lieutenant, along with such outstanding results in his current training duties, is rare among junior officers. Folding his hands, the general nods in agreement, saying, yes, General Bell also stated that he must absolutely not be meaninglessly consumed on the battlefield. Crossing his arms with a nod, the advisor replies, I see. At any rate, the president's stance is that we will absolutely not enter the war. Glowing with determination beneath his red military cap, Eugene plans his ultimate training strategy. As of today, a crowd of exhausted but determined recruits raise their fists and yell with newfound energy. Smiling maniacally with a terrifying mouth, Eugene waves them off as they thank him, shouting, "Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant," to which he bellows back, "Get lost then, don't ever show your faces to me again." With angry veins popping on the back of his head, Eugene watches the recruits leave as they look back at him in sheer terror. Sporting a confident smirk, Eugene thinks to himself, I worked my ass off building up my merits like this, so they'll obviously send me to the front, right? A protester firmly holds up a white sign that reads "No War" in bold orange and red letters. A grim illustration shows the horrific reality of the trenches where fallen soldiers lie amidst the dirt and barbed wire. Under a dark night sky, the Statue of Liberty stands illuminated, serving as a beacon of hope and freedom. Suddenly, a massive, fiery explosion rips through the harbor city, lighting up the night sky in a brilliant orange glow. Plumes of thick black smoke rise into the sky as a blazing fire consumes the waterfront warehouses. Outraged citizens take to the streets, waving the American flag and holding a sign that says, "Keep America free," as they protest. Clenching his teeth, Eugene fires a heavy machine gun directly over the heads of the recruits, screaming, "Get down on the dirt properly, you maggots!" Bullet tracers light up the sky as the terrified recruits press themselves flat against the dirt, shielding their heads. With his eyes glowing white and fire erupting around him, Eugene roars maniacally, "Gah!" Back in his dark office, Eugene sits at his desk looking completely drained and utterly depressed. Taking a slow, thoughtful sip of his hot beverage, Eugene tries to soothe his frustrated mind. Placing his mug down, Eugene's fellow officer Marshall notes, "The most important mission in the U.S. Army," to which Eugene replies reluctantly, "Yes, I know, I do know that, but..." Staring blankly, Eugene's disappointed thought bubble reads, "At least I could have gotten some combat experience or done tank field tests." Sitting at his desk, Eugene carefully opens two wax-sealed envelopes that have just arrived. Holding the official documents in his hands, Eugene reads through them with a puzzled expression. A reassignment? Now doesn't seem like the right time. Clenching his teeth in anger, Eugene's frustrated thoughts scream, "These damn old geezers, they're openly colluding against me." With blank, angry eyes, Eugene imagines General Pershing and another officer skipping hand in hand through a field of flowers in pure joy. Taking a closer look at the paperwork, Eugene carefully inspects the details of his new orders. Dressed in elegant civilian attire and carrying a brown leather briefcase, Eugene arrives in front of a grand, upscale house. Pushing the heavy wooden doors open, Eugene steps inside the beautiful mansion, looking around with a curious and cautious expression. Standing in her light blue dress, the blonde woman welcomes Eugene as he enters the room, asking, "You're finally here?" Looking startled, Eugene tries to compose himself, saying, "Wait a second, let me take a deep breath," as the woman gently holds his arm. Under the soft, warm light, a cute baby in a white cap sleeps peacefully in his crib. Staring down at his newborn child, Eugene smiles warmly with a joyful expression, letting out a soft laugh. The blonde woman looks at Eugene and asks, "The name?" To which he replies warmly, "Henry." Leaning over the wooden crib, Eugene stares at his sleeping son with a proud and tender smile. Resting his hand on the crib, Eugene thinks to himself about how surreal it feels to have a life inheriting his own blood for the first time across his two lives. Kneeling beside the crib, Eugene gazes down at his sleeping baby, plagued by the sudden, heavy doubt. Do I really have to go to war? A split illustration shows Eugene's past self in modern military uniform back to back with his current self, as he realistically assesses his lack of supernatural power to dodge flying bullets. Eugene is faced with a profound dilemma, questioning whether climbing to the top of the country is truly worth risking his life for. Looking at his sleeping son, Eugene questions if his ambitions are truly more important than being there for this child. Shaken out of his thoughts, Eugene looks up in surprise when his wife calls out to him, asking, "Huh?" Eugene flinches slightly and quickly puts on a reassuring smile, trying to hide his internal turmoil from his wife. Resting her chin on her hands, Eugene's wife looks at him with deep affection and concern, admitting, "I also want to tell you to just stay in Washington and quietly push some pens." Staring back at his wife, Eugene listens quietly, his heart touched by her honest desire to keep him safe. Together, the couple stands quietly by the wooden crib, looking down at their sleeping baby with a shared, solemn silence. Looking down at his newborn son, Eugene falls into a deep, silent contemplation about his path. Smiling warmly, Eugene gently touches his wife's face as she giggles, playfully asking him if she gets to wear his red military hat too. Eugene's expression hardens with absolute resolve as he decides, "Yeah, I have to go to the battlefield. I can't throw away my second chance." Under a clear blue sky, a distinguished gentleman in a black suit and glasses waves triumphantly to a cheering crowd amidst falling confetti. Plumes of dark gray smoke billow from the large orange and black funnel of a grand ocean liner as it prepares for its voyage. A massive steamship tilts heavily in the rough ocean waves, struggling against the turbulent waters. Hand holds up a decoded Western Union telegram dated January 19, 1917, sent from the German legation in Mexico City. Sitting at his large wooden desk, President Wilson reads over the shocking telegram with a heavy, troubled mind. A sharp-eyed U.S. Army officer looks directly at Eugene, demanding sternly, "Just wondering what in the world did you do, and where?" Eugene sweats nervously as he faces the questioning officer inside the military office, feeling the heat of the interrogation. Standing tall in his uniform, the officer announces confidently, "I'll be wrapping up preparations soon and will be among the first deployed to France." The officer points a finger at Eugene, stating proudly, "I even met with General Siebert personally to discuss it." In a flashback, a stern General William Luther Siebert speaks decisively as the young officer stands attentively in the background. Eugene listens with a tense and uneasy expression, sweating slightly as he anticipates his colleague's reaction. The officer sighs, looking at Eugene with a mix of familiarity and frustration, saying, "It's been quite a while since you and I started eating dirt together." Cornering Eugene, the officer points out, "That expression on your face right now is the one you make when you're hiding something." The officer narrows his eyes, staring intently at Eugene as he waits for an honest explanation. Eugene nervously confesses that a report he wrote caused a tiny issue, prompting the officer to ask in disbelief if he advocated joining Germany. Sweat dripping down his temple, Eugene turns to look for the papers, saying, well, I happen to have a copy right here, so I'll show it to you. Clenching his teeth in absolute shock and fury, the officer's hands tremble violently as he reads through Eugene's report. The officer yells in outrage, demanding how Eugene could write such a report without saying a word, while Eugene frantically tries to defend himself. Furious, the officer throws the sheets of the report into the air, shouting, "If I read this kind of crap, even I wouldn't send you." Leaning in with an enraged glare, the officer roars, "Do you have any idea what kind of blind idiot General Seibert must think I am?" After his outburst, the officer lets out a heavy sigh and covers his face in sheer frustration, while Eugene stands awkwardly among the scattered papers. Eugene turns his head with a startled expression as the officer addresses him in a more quiet, serious tone. "Lieutenant Kim." Walking away, the officer softens his tone slightly and says, "Look after the house well, and give my regards to your wife." Eugene is left standing completely alone in the middle of the office, surrounded by the papers strewn across the wooden floor as the door clicks shut. Back in the command office, the white-mustached general with round glasses carefully reviews the official reports on his desk. Addressing the officer sitting across his desk, the general asks, "So, tell me, what do you think we need most right now?" Gesturing with his hands, an officer at the conference table argues, "That's exactly why we need the planes." The general looks on with a skeptical and deeply analytical expression as he weighs the officer's arguments. Hearing quiet whispering from the back of the room, the general glances over at two young officers standing by the wall. Deciding to broaden the perspective, the general turns around and muses. In times like these, I should listen to what the younger generation has to say. The general calls out to the two young men, prompting them to salute sharply as he specifically addresses Lieutenant McNarney. The general with glasses smiles warmly as he says, "You two seem to be having quite an interesting conversation," prompting a sweating young officer to quickly reply, "Oh, it was nothing, sir." The general continues, "Right, since you're on the front lines, I'm sure there's plenty you're hoping for," leaving the two young officers sweating nervously in front of him. Looking directly at the young men, the general with glasses asks, "What do you think we need most right now?" The two young officers look at each other in tense silence, unsure of how to answer the general's sudden question. One of the officers breaks into a cold sweat as he starts to speak, beginning with a hesitant, "Now is..." A cheerful-looking young officer with short brown hair and a pilot's badge on his uniform smiles warmly under the bright blue sky. A hand reaches out to touch the shoulder of the surprised young officer standing at attention. The officer looks on with a skeptical expression as his thoughts race. No way, absolutely not. An independent Air Force doesn't even exist yet. There's a reason it's still stuck as a tiny branch of the Army. A vintage military biplane stands parked on the grassy airfield, its propeller gleaming under the clear sky. Sweating profusely, the officer vividly imagines his father-in-law pointing a shotgun at him and laughing, "Ha ha ha, as long as you have one hand left to write to Dorothy, you'll be fine," while he thinks to himself about the dangers of joining the aviation section. The pilot officer stands confidently with his arms crossed, wearing a smug smile as he awaits Eugene's decision. Saluting sharply, Eugene tries to decline the offer as politely as possible, stating, "I'm deeply honored by the offer, sir, but..." The pilot officer lowers his arms and looks at Eugene with a slightly puzzled expression. Eugene flashes a bright, closed-eye smile, trying his absolute best to look harmless and agreeable. A stark thought bubble captures Eugene's internal frustration. Right, this total lack of logic is exactly what makes it the U.S. Army. Damn it. The pilot officer gestures with his hand as he says, "Tell us what we need and what we should..." Eugene stares back with a flat, deadpan expression, asking if they really want to listen to a yellow monkey like him. Visibly irritated by Eugene's self-deprecating comment, the pilot officer clenches his fist in pure anger. A close-up shows the legs of several soldiers standing at attention, their trousers tightly wrapped in beige puttees above their muddy boots. Sitting at a wooden table, a British representative in a top hat asks skeptically, "Frankly, is the U.S. Army even capable of fighting a real war right now?" Another British officer proposes a solution, suggesting, "Just send us your men. We'll incorporate them into the British Army and send them to the front." General Pershing firmly rejects the idea, asserting the U.S. Army naturally has the right to form its own independent units. Dressed in full uniform, General Pershing walks determinedly across the dirt ground toward a large command tent. Pershing steps inside the dimly lit tent followed by his aide, while another officer watches them enter. Inside the tent, a distinguished British field marshal with a prominent mustache stands up and politely extends his hand. Pershing firmly shakes hands with the British Field Marshal, cementing their tense but necessary alliance. Looking directly at the Field Marshal, Pershing declares with absolute resolve, the United States will fight until the very end. The British Field Marshal sits back down, repeating, "The United States will fight until the very end," with a slightly amused, confident smirk. Pershing sits opposite him at the wooden table, while his aide stands attentively in the background. The British Field Marshal snaps his fingers, and an aide promptly hands him a thick, leather-bound book from behind his back. Placing his hand on the brown cover of the book, the Field Marshal says, "But it's uncanny. It was written before the war, yet it predicted this madness with haunting precision." Tapping his finger on the book, the Field Marshal suggests, "Why don't you just send this prophet to the British Empire instead?" Pershing scoffs with a sharp glare, retorting, "Bold words for a man desperately begging for our help." Standing behind Pershing, the young blonde aide flinches in sudden shock as he looks at the book on the table. Looking down in disbelief, the aide's thoughts race as he realizes, "That book, Eugene wrote that, didn't he?" The aide's anxiety grows as he questions himself. Does the general know? It doesn't look like he does. I have to tell him. But can I really interrupt a meeting between such high-ranking men? Summoning his courage, the aide leans forward and whispers to the general, who turns his head and asks, Pershing looks back at his aide and tells him, "If it's an emergency, you may step out quietly." The aide stands frozen in embarrassment as Pershing looks at him with a throbbing red vein of annoyance visible on his head. With a sweat drop on his temple, the aide forces a polite smile and says, "Fine." Pershing abruptly stands up from the table, offering a highly unusual excuse. "Field Marshal, I have a bit of urinary incontinence. I need to go drain the main vein." Once outside the tent, Pershing breaks into a bright, joyful smile of pure relief. Returning to the table, Pershing looks back over his shoulder to address the Field Marshal, saying, "About that book you showed me?" Pershing reaches into a yellow pack of Camel cigarettes and pulls one out, preparing to light it. Pershing flinches in surprise when the Field Marshal reveals he's a young officer in the United States Army. Pershing smirks deviously as he holds his cigarette, replying, "And I happen to have a top-secret report officially drafted by him. Getting interested now?" In a hilarious sudden transition, two smiling officers saying, "It's been a while," are abruptly sent flying by a powerful kick from another officer. The pilot officer calmly explains, "To be honest, unlike what those idiots think, I don't actually have much to say about aviation or the Air Force," while the two kicked officers groan on the ground behind him. Eugene looks on with a sweat drop on his temple, maintaining a completely blank, deadpan expression at the bizarre display. The pilot officer laughs heartily, saying, "It'll be way more convincing coming from you than from us, right?" While Eugene's disappointed thought bubble reads, "This place is even more of a mess than the rest of the Army." A pilot officer laughs heartily, saying, "Of course, if all else fails, I'll fly one of those things myself and drop you right in London." Sitting at his desk, Eugene carefully writes his reports, his pen scratching against the paper. Eugene pauses his writing, looking up with a confused and concerned expression. An officer at the door addresses him, asking, "Isn't there some kind of mistake? Are you Lieutenant Eugene Kim?" The officer looks over his clipboard and replies, "Then we have the right man. Please, go inside." Standing in front of the door, Eugene thinks anxiously, "You want me to go in there? Me? Why? For what?" Knocking gently, Eugene announces himself as he prepares to open the door. Lieutenant Eugene Kim, entering. Eugene nervously opens the door, peering into the large office with a sweat drop on his temple. Stepping inside, Eugene stands at attention and salutes sharply, saying, "Yes, sir." The man sitting behind the desk smiles warmly and introduces himself. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Newton Baker, the Secretary of War." Raising his hand to wipe his brow, Eugene wonders in disbelief. I mean, why? Why the hell does the Secretary of War want to meet a lowly lieutenant? Secretary Baker looks at Eugene with a serious expression and says, "I'm busy, so let's get straight to the point." Eugene flinches slightly, sweating nervously as he braces himself for the secretary's next words. Eugene asks hesitantly, "Sir, are you telling me to go to the front lines?" To which the secretary firmly replies, "I am." Pointing his hand toward Eugene, Secretary Baker explains, "That book you wrote, word of it has reached the Europeans." Secretary Baker continues, "And the British Expeditionary Force has requested that we send both the report and you to Europe." Shocked and outraged, Eugene exclaims, "What? The American Expeditionary Forces and General Pershing are already in Europe. Why would I join the British Army?" Secretary Baker explains, "They're underestimating the true strength of the U.S. military." The scene shifts to a bright, clear day in Paris, with the Eiffel Tower standing majestically against the blue sky. As Secretary Baker adds, "You'll be heading to France instead of Britain." Eugene listens quietly as Secretary Baker details the situation. The exact wording of the British request goes like this. Secretary Baker raises a finger with a sly smile and points out they never specifically said to send you to London. Flabbergasted by this unexpected twist, Eugene lets out a soft, "Oh." Secretary Baker smiles knowingly, resting his chin on his clasped hands. Annoyed by the secretary's clever maneuvering, Eugene tightly clenches his fist on his lap. Forcing a bright, polite smile, Eugene tries his best to maintain his composure. Secretary Baker looks on calmly, completely unbothered by Eugene's internal frustration. Secretary Baker proudly holds up a shining gold star insignia as a reward. Down at the bustling harbor, a burly dock worker in a blue cap stands looking extremely confused. Eugene stands confidently nearby, casually explaining, it's just labeled as personal freight. It's actually all military supplies. Cut me some slack, will you? The dock worker peers inside a wooden crate, his expression growing even more baffled. Looking back up at Eugene, the dock worker asks skeptically, in what world does this look like a gun? Looming over him with a dark, menacing smile, Eugene retorts, if you doubt it's a gun, want to try getting shot by it? I actually needed a live fire test anyway, prompting the terrified dock worker to quickly reply, no, just take it. Eugene confidently steps onto the concrete floor of the ship, preparing for his journey. Standing tall against a bright background, Eugene prepares to face his next deployment in Europe. Meanwhile, in London, a group of smug British officials prepare a trap, laughing, in France? Welcome to London, ye yellow monkey. The smug British officials smile maliciously as they prepare a thick rope and a white sack to kidnap Eugene. Suddenly, hands grab Eugene and throw a sack over his head as they shout, get over here, leaving him completely bewildered. The two British officials quickly carry the tied-up Eugene across the open town square, running as fast as they can. Dressed in a traditional Oriental robe and hat, Eugene is sat in front of a crystal ball as the two delighted British officials stand behind him. The crowd of British citizens cheers in excitement, shouting, "Oh, Oriental shaman!" Breaking free from their grip, Eugene angrily throws off the traditional hat and yells, screw off! Shouting in pure frustration, Eugene roars, I said screw off! Eugene suddenly wakes up in his ship seat with a gasp, sweat dripping down his face as a sailor stands beside him asking in concern, Major? Gah! The sailor politely informs him, we're almost there. Please prepare to disembark. Eugene stands on the gangplank of a massive ocean liner, suitcase in hand, as he disembarks onto the gray industrial docks. Looking out over the gloomy, cloud-covered streets of the European city, Eugene mutters to himself, it's so gloomy, like a world on the brink of the apocalypse. A young American soldier stands at attention on the street, delivering a sharp salute to Eugene. Eugene looks at him with a serious expression as the soldier states, Paris? HQ shouldn't be stationed there. The soldier continues his explanation, standing calmly against the backdrop of a quiet city street. As French soldiers march through the streets carrying rifles, Eugene looks on with a cold sweat, thinking, is scheduled to march through the streets to boost the morale of the French? Don't tell me they're going to parade me around like a shaman just like in that dream. Two friendly American officers welcome Eugene, with one of them calling out with a wide smile, Welcome to Europe, Major Eugene Kim. Eugene stands before them, looking slightly taken aback by their unusually warm welcome. The energetic officer jokes around, raising his fist as he exclaims, I left it at home. Don't tell me I'll be running drills all the way out here. The second officer merely smiles warmly, amused by his colleague's dramatic complaints. Eugene, however, feels a cold sweat running down his neck as a sense of deep foreboding washes over him. The officer explains the current military situation, saying, as you may know, the only U.S. troops currently in France, aside from the Marines, are elements of the 1st Division. Throwing his hands up in frustration, the officer shouts, it's completely absurd, while Eugene looks on with an anxious sweat drop. The blue-eyed officer maintains a serious and focused expression, deeply concerned about the state of the division. Pointing his finger up urgently, the officer pleads, 1 day, just give us 1 day, just get these boys to march in sync. The serious officer nods in solemn agreement, while Eugene remains frozen in the background, sweating at their intense worry. Suddenly, the energetic officer grabs Eugene by the shoulders, startling him with his sudden burst of intensity. Bending back, the officer bursts into loud, hearty laughter, finding humor in their chaotic situation. Later that evening, Eugene sits at a wooden table in a tavern, setting down his glass of beer with a thoughtful and serious expression. Holding a beer bottle, the energetic officer boasts proudly, yeah, I walked right up to the general, bold as brass, and told him, With a dramatic glare, he emphasizes his point, declaring the future of the United States depends on it. As the other officer casually sips his drink, the expressive one turns in sudden shock and demands, "Hey, how could you leak such classified information?" Eugene calmly looks at him and asks, "By the way, Senior Patton?" Eugene shifts his gaze, his mind racing as he tries to understand the full context of their discussion. Gripping his glass, Eugene grins slightly and asks, "I took a hit when I was in Mexico, so I was sent to the rear. Was his name Van Fleet?" Patton laughs heartily, admitting, "Well, it's a report written by our junior Eugene, so I just assumed it had to be something extraordinary." "Ha ha!" Patton points a bottle at Eugene with a smug grin, claiming, "So the only reason you made it safely to Europe is all thanks to me. You owe me one." Forcing a polite smile, Eugene raises his glass and replies, "Yes, yes, your boundless grace humbles me." The three of them clink their beer glasses and bottle together in a cheerful toast. Drinking his beer, Eugene finds comfort in the camaraderie, thinking, "But with these guys by my side, I guess I don't have to worry too much." The scene transitions to a grand military parade passing beneath the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, surrounded by murmuring crowds. Eugene sweats profusely in sheer embarrassment as the officer beside him covers his face in dismay. Standing behind General Pershing, Patton looks incredibly tense and worried as the parade unfolds. The American soldiers march awkwardly and completely out of sync, their stiff movements drawing concerned looks. Observing the sloppy marching, General Pershing sighs in disappointment, thinking, so this is the reality of the U.S. In stark contrast, the French soldiers march in flawless, highly disciplined sync through the streets. The contrast is painful as the nervous American troops struggle to maintain any form of coordination. From the sidelines, high-ranking spectators watch the messy demonstration with quiet concern. Back at headquarters, General Pershing stands before his subordinates, his expression stern and commanding. A heavy silence fills the room as the sweat-drenched officers keep their heads bowed in shame. General Pershing slams his hand down onto the wooden desk, emphasizing his frustration. Leaning forward on the table, Pershing sternly announces, "And we will buy the weapons they've developed." Looking up with fierce determination, Pershing commands, "We will end this war with our own hands. Never forget that." Encouraged by his resolute words, the officers smile with renewed hope and salute sharply, shouting, "Yes, sir." Eugene stands quietly in the back of the room, observing the passionate rally with a calm, subtle smile. General Pershing calls out, "Major Kim?" and Eugene immediately snaps to attention, responding, "Yes, General." Pershing turns his gaze fully toward Eugene, preparing to address him directly. Eugene's face suddenly morphs into an extremely abstract cubist caricature, reflecting his sheer inner panic. Staring at the abstract figure, Pershing asks in confusion, "Are you all right? Your face looks like something Pika Axe might paint in 20 years. Quickly moving past the strange sight, Pershing continues, "In any case, I have a mission for you, Major Kim." Glaring with a smug smirk, Eugene's colleague whispers, "I didn't think the general would go that far, Junior Eugene." Pershing waits patiently for Eugene to process the instructions. Eugene looks back at the general, hesitatingly asking, "Does that mean?" Pershing looks back at Eugene with a calm, resolute gaze, silently confirming his suspicions. Smiling confidently, Eugene salutes and declares, "Understood, in training, operations, and actual combat." Slipping a glance back at Pershing, Eugene and his colleague attentively address him, saying, "General." Patton shouts passionately with his hand over his chest, completely serious, while Eugene looks on in utter disbelief, his face dripping with a cold sweat. General Pershing looks at Patton calmly and questions, "Don't you have enough to do as headquarters commandant?" Patton bursts into ecstatic laughter, raising his hands as he boasts about his grand ambitions. General Pershing listens quietly, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he considers Patton's proposal. Eugene grinds his teeth in pure panic, silently pleading, "No, General Pershing, please don't unleash this mad dog on me," as Patton's wild, drooling, feral mad dog caricature looms terrifyingly right behind him. General Pershing folds his arms and nods slowly in agreement. Eugene clasps his hands politely and forces a nervous, hopeful smile as he addresses the general. Patton grabs Eugene by the collar, shaking him and shouting, "Kim, are you ditching me just because you're a major now? I didn't raise you to be like this." To which Eugene angrily barks back, "You didn't raise me at all." Patton pulls Eugene close with a smug grin, boasting, "How could the limbs ever be uncomfortable with the heart?" while Eugene glares to the side, utterly annoyed. General Pershing announces, "Then prepare to hand over your duties," prompting Patton to salute with a roaring laugh. "Ha ha ha! Thank you, General!" while Eugene slumps in defeat, muttering, "Shh." Enveloped in a fiery, menacing red aura, Patton Patton grins wildly and declares, "I'll show those German bastards exactly what a tank can do. I'll drive straight to Berlin and hang the Kaiser's corpse from my tank." General Pershing calmly turns his attention back to Eugene, calling out, "Major Kim," while Patton's wild hand gestures continue in the background. General Pershing smiles warmly, highly amused by the sheer chaos of his subordinates. Eugene sighs inwardly, accepting his fate as he thinks, "Well, nothing I can do, since it's come to this." Eugene holds up a bright, custom-made red military cap adorned with a skull and wings insignia, thinking to himself, "I made it again." Patton gapes in absolute sweating shock as a brilliant, blinding light radiates from the red cap. With a completely deadpan expression, Eugene holds out the dramatic red cap to Patton. Eugene firmly places the red cap on Patton's head, leaving the legendary commander sweating in absolute disbelief. Clenching his fists, Patton throws his head back and lets out an earth-shattering yell, roaring, "Yeah!" Under his new red cap, Patton's eyes glow with an intense, terrifying power as a menacing grin spreads across his face. Watching Patton's unhinged excitement, Eugene's sweat drops and thinks, they won't be elite recruits, they'll be elite casualties at this rate. As Patton whispers, "I can feel the power." And Eugene flatly replies, "I'm done. I don't want to train anymore." The scene transitions to a gloomy, rain-drenched European harbor as a heavy downpour sweeps over the water and the bridge in the distance. A disciplined line of American soldiers stands perfectly still in the torrential rain, their helmets dripping as they wait. General Pershing stands with his back to the rain, looking out over the gloomy, cloud-covered city street. An officer nearby observes General Pershing with a sweating face, quietly remarking, "You've certainly got spirit." Another officer looks back respectfully and reassures him, "I will do my best to assist you. Please do not worry." Looking down with a heavy heart, General Pershing remains silent, sweat and rain dripping down his face. General Pershing stands rigidly against the downpour, looking out toward the misty, rain-soaked buildings. Turning his head slightly, General Pershing lets out a confident, sharp smirk beneath his dripping cap. The scene transitions to a grand, sunlit French chateau serving as military headquarters, decorated with massive American and French flags, with military vehicles parked in the driveway. Inside the conference room, a heated debate erupts as one officer argues, to show the power of the U.S. Army, the tanks must be deployed to the 1st Division immediately, while another barks back, "Now hold on, how dare a mere division try to claim the entire tank battalion?" Eugene keeps his eyes closed in mild irritation as the argument rages on, with someone shouting, "Are you saying we should just leave that firepower in the rear?" An officer gestures, suggesting a compromise, then split them into companies and assign them to the frontline divisions. Hearing the ridiculous suggestion, Eugene's eyes snap wide open in absolute shock and disbelief. Another officer objects, pointing out, "Then it goes against the very reason the tank battalion was created." As Eugene attempts to explain, it would be better to keep the battalion intact and form new companies later, an arrogant older general rudely cuts him off, snapping, "Stay out of it when your superiors are talking, you little monkey." The older general gestures dismissively toward Eugene, asking General Pershing, "Now that the organization is complete, isn't Major Kim's role finished?" The smug officers look at Eugene with patronizing, condescending glares, completely disregarding his presence. Clenching his jaw, Eugene glares back with intense rage, thinking to himself, "These sons of a—" General Pershing stands in ominous silence, keeping his arms crossed behind his back as the tension in the room reaches a boiling point. The smug officers continue to present their arguments to General Pershing, entirely confident in their dismissive attitude. General Pershing looks down coldly at the older general, asking in a low, terrifying voice, "Is it because of your many achievements in the field?" causing the general to flinch and sweat in sudden terror. Glaring with absolute authority, General Pershing demands that you're now eyeing the position of commander of the expeditionary forces? Leaning in close, General Pershing's eyes burn with fierce, icy anger as he delivers a chilling warning. "Do not overstep your authority. This is my final warning." Slapping his hand down, General Pershing commands, "The tank battalion will not be disbanded," leaving the older general gasping, "General," in sheer shock. The rest of the officers sweat profusely, keeping their heads bowed in shame under the general's immense pressure as he finishes, "You're whining." Turning back to General Pershing, the disciplined officer salutes and responds, "Yes, General." The officer salutes respectfully as General Pershing instructs, "I'm delegating everything related to tanks to you. Manage it well so others don't feel the need to interfere." General Pershing turns his gaze back to Eugene, calling out, "Major Kim?" To which Eugene immediately snaps to attention, replying, "Yes, sir." Looking at Eugene with a serious expression, General Pershing asks, "How far along is the organization of the tank battalion?" General Pershing commands authority as he announces, "We will designate the unit as the 326th Light Tank Battalion under direct command of HQ." General Pershing looks ahead with resolve, declaring, "And I hereby appoint Major Kim as its commander." Standing in front of the desk, Major Eugene Kim commands the room, surrounded by high-ranking officers listening intently. Clenching his fist tightly with fierce determination, Eugene thinks to himself, "Finally, I'm a combat commander." A look of quiet confidence settles over Eugene's face as he prepares for the heavy responsibilities ahead. General Pershing gestures toward Eugene and commands, "You'll be in the field within a month. Get ready." Looking forward with absolute focus and discipline, Eugene raises his hand to salute his commanding officer. Smiling confidently, Eugene salutes sharply and replies, "Yes, sir?" Holding his files, Eugene confidently presents to the room, saying, "And that is how the newly formed 326th Light Tank Battalion will operate." Eugene continues his briefing, explaining, "Additionally, tank crews will be issued a specialized sidearm." A soldier wheels a heavy wooden crate into the conference room as Eugene looks back to introduce the contents. With a loud thud, the soldier lifts the heavy lid off the wooden crate to reveal the new equipment inside. The senior officers look on with extreme skepticism, raising their eyebrows in doubt. With a dramatic flourish, Eugene pulls a compact, dark submachine gun out of the crate. Eugene holds the weapon up with a bright, cheerful grin, saying, "Ha, it's a weapon, I assure you." An older, bespectacled officer with a mustache looks up in sudden realization as he remembers a document. Pointing to the weapon, Eugene explains, "The report I submitted a few years ago, inside the trenches. That's why I developed this submachine gun." Eugene gestures with his hands to the skeptical room, clarifying, "A shotgun fires multiple pellets at once." The officers react with outrage, shouting and gesturing in wild disbelief at Eugene's proposal. An officer yells, "This is a matter of national honor. We'll be a laughingstock if we use that piece of junk." As Eugene holds back a growling patten while thinking, "Right, I knew they'd react like this." A close-up shows a brown leather military boot taking a firm, steady step forward on the wooden floor. Walking forward past a sweating, worried colleague, Douglas MacArthur asks calmly, "A test? What kind of test?" MacArthur reaches down and grabs the submachine gun off the desk with a sharp click. Examining the receiver of the weapon, MacArthur asks, "How does the bolt work?" "Ah, like this," while Eugene and Patton look on in silent shock. Suddenly, MacArthur opens fire inside the room, unleashing a deafening, rapid burst of gunfire that sends the terrified officers diving for cover and covering their ears. Smoke slowly rises from the hot barrel of the submachine gun as MacArthur stands in absolute silence, holding the weapon with a calm gaze. Turning back to Eugene and Patton, MacArthur casually asks, "Do you have any spares of these?" leaving them sweating in complete disbelief. A panicked officer waves his hands in absolute shock, shouting, "Now hold on, what are you talking about?" MacArthur looks down at the smoking weapon in his hands, completely unfazed by the shouting and panic around him. Placing the gun down on the table with a firm thud, MacArthur declares, "This weapon will save countless American lives." MacArthur extends his hand with a confident, proud smirk, declaring, "I guarantee it on the name of Douglas MacArthur." An officer gestures wildly and objects, "Even so, just opening fire in here like that?" To which MacArthur quickly cuts in, saying, "You were all ready to judge a firearm." MacArthur looks at them coldly, stating, "I had to shoot it right in front of your eyes." Pointing upward with drama and conviction, MacArthur announces, "The common sense we once knew died in those trenches." Gesturing passionately, MacArthur challenges them, asking, "So why are you still clinging to the old ways?" The humbled officers clear their throats and sweat nervously, bowing their heads in embarrassed silence. Observing MacArthur's bold stunt, Patton is thoroughly impressed and thinks, "Whoa, I should try that next time," while Eugene stands beside him with a nervous sweat drop. MacArthur stands proudly, exuding an air of supreme charisma and confidence. Two young soldiers weep with absolute joy and pray in a brilliant, warm, heavenly light. In stark contrast, two dark, menacing figures glare with glowing red eyes against a fiery red background, clenching their weapons in hostility. Eugene looks downward with a slightly sweat-drenched, thoughtful expression as he contemplates the polarizing nature of MacArthur's presence. A beautiful, peaceful sunset bathes the French chateau's gardens in warm orange light as Eugene stands quietly, looking out over the landscape. Eugene and Patton salute MacArthur respectfully as he walks out, smoking a wooden pipe. MacArthur gestures with his hand and questions Eugene. "Help? I mean what you did with the gun earlier." Eugene stands quietly, looking at MacArthur with a calm and respectful expression. MacArthur gazes out at the sunset, explaining the usefulness of that weapon would have been proven eventually. The only question is whether they have the insight to adopt it now. Turning back with a calm smile, MacArthur says, "I simply used a few bullets to open the eyes of the brass for the sake of our boys on the front." Eugene notes, "It seems your actions today have made quite a few people uncomfortable, Colonel," prompting MacArthur to reply dismissively, "Only the incompetent fools worried about their own skins would feel that way." MacArthur looks back over his shoulder at Eugene with an intense analytical gaze. MacArthur pats Eugene gently on the shoulder as he walks past, leaving Eugene and Patton standing in silent contemplation under the twilight sky. "Major Eugene Kim, sir," Eugene replies as he firmly shakes hands. Shaking Eugene's hand, Colonel MacArthur smiles warmly and says, "I found your report quite impressive," while Captain George Patton stands nearby. Colonel Douglas MacArthur looks on with an air of quiet confidence and charm. Hearing MacArthur's praise, Eugene and Patton turn to look at each other with surprised expressions. Smiling with pride, Eugene replies, "It would be an honor, Colonel." Turning back with a confident smirk, MacArthur walks away saying, "Of course it is, let's go." In a high-class restaurant, rich red wine is elegantly poured into a crystal glass. Sitting at a beautifully set dining table, MacArthur raises his glass as the waiter finishes pouring the wine. Raising his glass to toast, MacArthur remarks, "That report was a single beam of light from a lighthouse, guiding a ship lost in the fog," to which a modest Eugene replies, "You're flattering." Chewing vigorously on a large piece of steak, Patton shouts, "Flattery? Nonsense. Someone is finally giving you the credit you deserve. Don't be so humble." MacArthur calmly cuts his steak, maintaining his composed and dignified demeanor. Looking directly at Eugene, MacArthur notes, "Of course, your race will be an obstacle." Caught off guard by the blunt remark, Eugene asks, "What do you mean by that, sir?" MacArthur smiles slightly, swirling his wine glass with complete composure. MacArthur smiles warmly and declares, "I'm truly lucky to have such a talented junior officer in the service," while Patton continues to greedily stuff his face with steak. MacArthur calmly slices another piece of steak, preparing to deliver a highly ambitious statement. Raising a piece of steak on his fork, MacArthur smiles confidently and says, "And by the time I retire, the man who will lead the United States Army will naturally be you, Major Kim." Looking back at MacArthur, Eugene questions, "But like you just said, Colonel, my race is a penalty, isn't it?" To which MacArthur dismissively replies, "Don't worry about that. During my era, I'll purge every incompetent fool who lacks the vision to see your worth." Eugene contemplates in silence, thinking it's ridiculous hearing a mere colonel talk like that. But when it's MacArthur saying it, the weight is different. In history, the era after purging truly did belong to MacArthur. Holding his wine glass, MacArthur looks forward with an unwavering look of ambition and absolute certainty. Sweat dropping nervously, Eugene raises his glass and thinks, "Ha, with you? Eugene and MacArthur laugh heartily together as Eugene says, "I'd be honored to work alongside someone as great as you, Colonel. It's the privilege of a lifetime." Haha. Thoroughly enjoying the moment, Patton laughs hysterically with steak still flying out of his mouth. A military staff car rumbles down the cobblestone streets of a French town. Sitting in the back seat with his arms crossed, MacArthur contemplates, "There are definitely plenty of people who find me annoying. The AEF headquarters is no exception." MacArthur continues his internal monologue, thinking, "Fortunately, General Pershing didn't give in to the pressure. He appointed that man as a battalion commander." Resting his chin on his hand, MacArthur reflects on the timeline. We enter combat within a month. If that's the case, it obviously means an offensive. The driver turns back to ask, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Prompting MacArthur to explain, "There will be a British-led offensive at Cambrai, using tanks as the main force." Looking back over his shoulder, the driver remarks, "You must have received some inside word on future operations." MacArthur folds his arms and casually whistles, avoiding any further confirmation. A dramatic, dark background highlights the supportive message. "Good luck out there, Major Eugene Kim." Patton displays a sharp, confident smirk, fully prepared for the upcoming deployment. Under the bright sun, Eugene and Patton walk down the street together, sharing a light-hearted moment of laughter and camaraderie. A stern, mustached military officer looks ahead with a very serious and intense expression. Standing side by side, Eugene and Patton listen respectfully to their superior officer in the briefing room. Leaning over the map on his desk, the officer asks Eugene, "What are your thoughts?" Looking at Eugene, the officer observes, "But something's bothering you, isn't it?" The officer flinches slightly in surprise, caught off guard by the sharpness of Eugene's insight. General Pershing stands quietly in the background with his arms folded, closely monitoring the discussion. Eugene points to the map and declares, "Why? It's obvious this offensive is just to save Field Marshal Haig's career." Sweat-drenched and panicked, the officer yells, "Major Kim!" in shock at Eugene's bluntness. Eugene stands his ground calmly, completely unfazed by the officer's outburst. Eugene looks forward with a resolute and serious expression, confident in his strategic judgment. Gesturing to Eugene, the officer demands, "That's not enough. Do you have another reason?" To which Eugene replies, "Those British bastards wouldn't hesitate to use us as scapegoats." Placing his hand near his chest, Eugene explains the tactical and political dangers with absolute conviction. General Pershing steps forward, prompting the other officer to turn around in surprise. Walking up to Eugene, General Pershing says, You are a precious asset of the United States." Nodding respectfully, Eugene listens as General Pershing instructs him, "Use your judgment on the field and act accordingly." General Pershing places a firm, reassuring hand on Eugene's shoulder, demonstrating his absolute trust. Looking Eugene in the eye with deep authority, General Pershing delivers his final word, an order. General Pershing places a firm, encouraging hand on Major Eugene Kim's shoulder. Keeping a serious expression, Eugene salutes back with a gloved hand. Smiling confidently, Eugene stands tall and offers a crisp salute. The commanding officer smiles warmly and returns the salute. American soldiers inspect and prepare a row of light tanks in an open training yard. A soldier stands close to a tank tread, his legs visibly trembling with nervous tension. Looking back over his shoulder, a frustrated officer remarks, "These tanks break down way too often. I'm not joking." Arms crossed, Eugene listens as the officer explains, "So we have to make sure they're experts at handling breakdowns." Gesturing emphatically, the officer continues, "Then they can provide cover fire from there." The officer rubs his forehead in stress and cites, "Phew, right, I guess there's no choice but to drill them even harder." Eugene looks on quietly, slightly sweating at the daunting preparation ahead. Against a dramatic red backdrop, the officer holds up a striking red cap bearing a winged skull emblem. Eugene's face hardens into a sharp, determined expression as he watches. Under intense heat, the recruits undergo rigorous tank drills and marksmanship training to prepare for the front lines. The instructor, wearing the distinct red cap, holds up a submachine gun to show the squad of soldiers. Soldiers work tirelessly side by side, shoveling dirt to dig out trenches. Extending a firm handshake, a gray-haired commander greets, "Pleasure to meet you. I am Colonel William Parsons, the regimental commander." Eugene responds in surprise, "It's a bit surprising to hear a tank battalion will be escorting us," to which Colonel Parsons replies, "We'll push back the Germans in the first wave, then return to provide escort." Colonel Parsons nods slowly with a slightly concerned look. Back at the camp, the stressed officer barks orders at the mechanics, shouting, "Get that maintenance done right! I said right!" He screams in frustration, "Where the hell are the trench boards?" leaving Eugene to sweat drop and think, "What a total mess." Spotting Eugene's grim expression, Patton grins widely and asks, "Junior Kim, why the long face?" Patton yells enthusiastically, "You're heading into battle! You should be thrilled! Smile, damn it, smile!" A heavy boot stomps down firmly onto the top of a military tank. Patton climbs atop the vehicle, striking a heroic and defiant pose before his gathered troops. Patton rallies his men, roaring, "Soldiers of the great 326th Light Tank Battalion," as the fired-up troops chant his name in unison. Pumping his fist in absolute battle frenzy, Patton screams, "Let's go! Berlin is calling us!" while the soldiers shout back, "Kill!" as Eugene watches in sheer disbelief. Looking completely drained, Eugene contemplates, "Am I the only sane person left in this unit?" Under a dark twilight sky, a line of silent, tense infantrymen march forward with their rifles at the ready. A soldier nervously gulps down his fear as the battlefield draws near. The sky suddenly lights up in a warm, ominous orange glow as the march continues. A soldier lets out a panicked scream as the sound of incoming artillery echoes through the night. Massive artillery cannons fire in rapid succession, lighting up the darkness. Violent explosions tear through the dirt and trenches, prompting a panicked cry of, "What is that?" A bloodied, terrified soldier clutches his head in horror as dirt and debris rain down on him. Ominous green clouds of poison gas begin to sweep across the battlefield. Clenching their chests and choking, the soldiers scream in terror, "Gah! Choke! Gas! Gas masks on!" A soldier frantically pulls a protective gas mask over his face under the fiery orange sky. Looking through a visual scope at an approaching target, someone mutters in panic, "Shit!" Wearing a helmet and standard gear, Eugene stands resolutely with his arms folded against the blazing sunset. Sweating slightly, Eugene looks ahead with intense focus and thinks, and now the era of the tank begins. Eugene glances over at Patton, noticing something unexpected.
Patton stands in silence, a subtle, nervous grin on his face as he faces the horizon.
Marching side by side, Eugene watches Patton closely, noting his unusually quiet demeanor. Eugene thinks to himself, right, even Patton is human after all. It's impossible to stay composed on your first battlefield.
The low rumble of aircraft engines fills the dark, smoky sky overhead.
Patton stands silently, staring out at the distant, blazing fire of the front lines. A brilliant flash of light erupts in the distance, illuminating the dark night sky. Patton's eyes suddenly go wide in dramatic, ecstatic shock as he begins to gasp. Shaking with absolute excitement, Patton shouts with sparkling eyes, my ancestors are watching over me!" Sweat dropping in nervous disbelief, Eugene stares at Patton and wonders, what is he doing? As Patton dramatically shouts, "Forgive me! How dare a descendant of the Patton family show fear on the battlefield? This unworthy son has spoken madness."
Patton points forward with an open hand, shouting at the top of his lungs, "All units, to your battle stations!"
Gesturing with a clenched fist to his troops, Patton continues to rally them, declaring, "The moment you turn your backs, the honor of the United States is dragged through the mud." Striking his chest with absolute fire in his eyes, Patton screams, "Do you hear me, you bastards?" The inspired soldiers raise their fists in the air and roar in unison, "Yes, sir." Patton shouts with frantic excitement, "Let's go, we're taking the Kaiser's head," leaving Eugene to stand behind him with a completely dumbfounded expression. Eugene chuckles softly, his expression shifting into one of quiet, unwavering determination as the battle begins. Stepping firmly onto his tank, Eugene mentally prepares himself, thinking, "It's time." Standing inside the tank turret and looking out over the horizon, Eugene contemplates, "Today is the first step toward my climb to the top of America." A firm hand tightly grasps the wooden staff of a red battle flag as it flutters dramatically against the dusk sky. Raising the red flag high above his head, Eugene bellows a thunderous command, "Tanks, advance!" With the wind whipping through his hair, Eugene points forward resolutely, calling out to his troops. The massive engines roar to life as the tanks begin rolling forward, kicking up clouds of thick black smoke and dirt. The armored vehicles surge across the cratered battlefield, with infantrymen running closely behind under a sky filled with heavy artillery fire. A powerful tank cannon fires, unleashing a brilliant, blinding flash of light across the dark landscape. Charging straight ahead, a tank speeds over the muddy ground, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. A tank operator peers out through the narrow vision slit, his eyes wide with intense focus as he drives toward the enemy line. An armored shell scores a direct hit on a nearby tank, erupting into a violent fireball right in front of Eugene. Gripping the edge of his turret, Eugene hardens his heart and thinks he must have died instantly, but there's no time to mourn. Pointing ahead with absolute resolve, Eugene shouts, "Open fire!" The tanks unleash a synchronized and devastating barrage of cannon fire toward the German defensive positions. Wearing heavy gas masks, German machine gunners behind their defenses unleash a rapid stream of bullets from their Maxim gun. Shells and bullets rain down on the battlefield, tearing up the earth in a chaotic storm of fire and steel. A German soldier is struck down, falling backward onto the muddy slope of the trenches. With a terrified scream, a soldier is crushed beneath the heavy treads of an advancing tank as it tears through barbed wire defenses. Pointing toward the enemy lines, Eugene barks out the tactical plan: suppress the machine gun nests and clear the barbed wire. That's the only way the Tommies survive. Deep within a concrete bunker, a German soldier fires a heavy machine gun relentlessly into the oncoming forces. Under the devastating crossfire, several infantrymen are struck down as they desperately try to charge forward. Realizing the danger, Eugene roars into his radio, "What the F are you doing? Shield them with the tanks! The Tommies are getting slaughtered!" Bullets spark and deflect off Eugene's armored tank turret, causing him to duck down slightly as he maintains his grip on the flag. Spotting the bunker, Eugene yells out a furious command, "Hey, you bastards, suppress that machine gun!" A tank shell hits the target dead on, blowing up the German machine gun nest in a bright, fiery explosion. The concrete bunker is completely pulverized, sending debris flying as the tanks continue their relentless advance. Keeping the momentum, Eugene waves his flag and commands, "Into the trenches!" German defenders duck behind their breastworks and frantically fire their rifles at the oncoming steel beasts. Bullet after bullet sparks harmlessly off the thick frontal armor of the American tank. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, a German soldier prepares to hurl a stick grenade, screaming, "You motherfuffer!" Before he can throw it, a barrage of tank machine gun fire shreds the soldier, sending his lifeless body tumbling backward. The live stick grenade slips from his hand and falls onto the floor of the trench, right at the feet of his comrades. A massive, fiery explosion rips through the trench line, blowing the defenders apart amidst desperate screams. Now wearing a gas mask, Eugene holds the battle flag steady and orders his men, "The line is breaking, break through." The heavy tank crashes over the edge of the trench, collapsing the dirt walls and crushing everything in its path. A German artillery crew pivots their heavy anti-tank gun, their commander shouting, "Destroy those metal monsters first." The crew frantically readies the heavy gun, aiming directly at the oncoming American armor. Wearing his gas mask, Eugene holds the flagpole and gazes ahead, keeping an extremely close eye on the enemy's defensive setup. The German anti-tank gun fires, scoring a direct, explosive hit on one of the leading American tanks. Explosions erupt left and right across the smoke-choked battlefield as artillery shells continue to rain down. Blood and dirt splatter across Eugene's gas mask and face, but his eyes remain cold, focused, and completely unfazed. A heavily wounded German soldier crawls up a dirt bank in pure agony, screaming, "Ah! Ah!" as he tries to escape the carnage. Standing tall in his turret, Eugene looks out from behind as his tanks successfully breach the enemy lines under a burning sunset. Eugene thinks to himself through his blood-spattered gas mask under a red-orange twilight sky, "But that doesn't mean I can afford to hesitate. If I had, it would have been a bullet hitting my face instead of their blood." Eugene waves a red battle flag as American tanks roar across the battlefield, commanding, "Keep firing! Crush them all!" Amidst the loud rumble of advancing tanks, a wounded German soldier desperately crawls through the mud, crying out, "Ah, it hurts! It hurts!" As the mechanical beasts approach, a terrified German soldier turns back and screams in panic, "Ah!" A sudden, blinding flash of orange and white light erupts amidst the chaos, signifying a powerful explosion on the battlefield. An American soldier shouts in triumph, "The tanks broke through! Everyone move in!" as infantrymen charge forward with bayonets fixed. Fueled by adrenaline, the American forces fire their rifles and scream, "Kill every last one of those Jerry bastards!" An American infantryman charges downward with his rifle, shouting encouragement, "Don't flinch! They're just broken remnants who've lost their will to fight." A soldier plunges his bayonet into a German defender, yelling, "Kill the enemy in front of you if you want the man next to you to live." With a fierce battle cry of "Die!" an American soldier bayonets a German defender who lets out a desperate gasp of "Gah!" as his gas mask breaks. A bloodied German soldier scrambles backward in absolute horror, screaming, "Ah!" as a tank advances right toward him. Panicked German soldiers abandon their positions, fleeing in terror across the muddy slopes under a burning twilight sky. A German soldier desperately shakes his comrade, yelling, "Get a grip, we have to move, keep moving." But the soldier has completely lost his mind, staring wide-eyed with a crazed grin. The eyes of a soldier revealed the descent into absolute madness, wide with terror and a crazed, vacant grin. A wave of steel is heralded as a wall of American tanks charges relentlessly forward, kicking up clouds of thick dust and smoke. Wiping sweat and grime from his face, Eugene removes his gas mask and watches the retreating enemy as an officer shouts, "The enemy is retreating." A heavy German machine gun lies completely crushed and buried under a pile of concrete blocks on the ruined battlefield. A heavy, silent smoke hangs over the desolate battlefield where the bodies of fallen soldiers lie scattered on the ground. A hand firmly plants a wooden flagpole into the muddy earth to mark the captured territory. Sweat dripping from his chin under the setting sun, an American soldier looks down and breathes in relief. We're through. The victorious American infantrymen raise their rifles, helmets, and flags, cheering at the top of their lungs, "We broke through! We finally crossed the Hindenburg Line!" Wearing a chainmail protective mask, an American tank crewman pops out of his turret and raises a triumphant fist. Standing on the captured field under a serene sunset, Eugene pulls out a cigarette and prepares to speak with a tank operator. Looking up at Eugene in disbelief, the tank operator asks, "Actually do it?" To which Eugene calmly replies, "Yeah, the American troops celebrate their miraculous victory, shouting, 'Yeah, you see that? You Jerry bastards, that's American power for you.'" Eugene stands quietly from behind, watching his men celebrate and pump their fists in triumph as the dust of battle begins to settle. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Eugene looks out toward the brilliant sunset with a quiet, confident expression. Inside headquarters, a frantic communications officer shouts into the telephone receiver while hurriedly writing down the latest battle update. At the military headquarters, staff officers celebrate ecstatically as one announces, "Our forces have made the first breach of the Hindenburg Line. The enemy is retreating to the second line. Yes!" Officers cheer wildly as an older commander walks in calmly with a pipe in his mouth. The senior commander pats Colonel Rockenbach on the shoulder and praises him. "You've done well, Colonel Rockenbach." Colonel Rockenbach scratches his head with a humble, sweating smile and replies, "Work these past few days. The training staff officer told me." The general asks with concern, "Have you even slept an hour a day?" And Rockenbach tiredly responds, "I have." With a warm smile, the general pats him again and says, "That's enough. Let's get the honors ready for our young heroes." Colonel Rockenbach turns around with a startled, "Huh?" as footsteps echo down the corridor. A sharp, determined officer with a dark scarf enters the room as someone behind him shouts, "Submit a proposal to the commander-in-chief. Wait, MacArthur, you can't just barge in like that." Douglas MacArthur stands tall and confident in the middle of the headquarters, facing his superior officers. Looking at MacArthur, the general calmly notes, "I heard the 42nd Division has its hands full." MacArthur salutes sharply and replies, "But there is a critical issue regarding my division." MacArthur states with firm resolution, "I heard rumors that the 42nd Division is being designated as a replacement reserve unit. That's..." MacArthur's blue eyes burn with intense, unshakable determination as he awaits a response. An intermediary officer hurriedly steps forward to calm things down, saying, "Down." The general crosses his arms and says calmly, "If there's room for reconsideration, we'll discuss it in a separate meeting." The intermediary officer sweats nervously under the heavy silence, caught between MacArthur's intense glare and the general. Unfazed, MacArthur confronts them directly, asking, "Is that so, and where would that be?" The general listens in silence as MacArthur proposes sending combat troops to Cambrai immediately. MacArthur stands tall and declares his historic plan before the Allied flanks at Cambrai are completely wiped out. A British general crosses his arms skeptically and questions, "You want us to march with those iron hunks? You want us all to die?" An officer salutes respectfully, acknowledging the commands understood. Beneath the heading German 54th Reserve Division, a bald German commander sits in deep shadow, grimly clasping his hands together as he contemplates his next move. German soldiers stand in formation under the evening sky, shouting in desperation as the situation on the battlefield turns critical. Heavy artillery pieces fire in rapid succession, sending devastating shells screaming across the smoke-filled skies of the battlefield. Sweat pours down the faces of shocked infantrymen as they witness the sheer scale of the enemy's counteroffensive. Smoke billows from the charred remains of destroyed tanks scattered across the scarred and desolate battlefield. With glowing white eyes, a high-ranking German commander watches the battle unfold with cold, calculated ruthlessness. The 54th Division in the center has turned all the enemy tanks into scrap metal. Tommies who were arrogant enough to push in. A heavy tank charges relentlessly forward through a hail of bullets, sparks flying off its armored hull. We're hit! Keep moving! If you stop, you're dead!" They've pushed in deeper than in the original history, which means the American commander looks on grimly, calculating his next move as the battle deviates further from known history. Their flanks are even more exposed. An explosive shell detonates with violent force, obliterating everything in its radius amidst the muddy terrain. In the midst of a chemical fog, German defenders wearing gas masks prepare a desperate counterattack to halt the advancing forces. Twisted steel railway tracks and ruined buildings stand as a grim testament to the utter devastation of the war-torn landscape. A soldier is struck down in his tracks, coughing up blood as a bullet tears through his chest in the heat of battle. A vital stone bridge lies completely shattered, its crumbled remains blocking the flowing river and halting any immediate advance. Only 31 tanks left. If we run out of fuel, we're finished. We're the only ones who can stop those bastards from breaking through right now, but if I want to get as many tankers home alive as possible... Damn, I'm glad I'm not the commander. Make the call, Junior Kim. Are we turning our backs on the Tommies? The officer remains silent, a knowing and confident smirk playing on his lips despite the dire circumstances. I knew this battle was a lost cause before we even started. The plan was always to test the waters and then fall back. But if we leave, the British will... Right, then once we've regrouped, but we'll do it by making a full 360-degree sweep. And while we're at it, let's take as many Jerry heads as we can. Hearing his partner's daring proposal, the officer bursts into loud, unrestrained laughter, his worries momentarily vanishing. With mutual trust and determination, the two officers share a smirk, fully prepared to execute their bold and dangerous plan. Jerry's. Thick smoke drifts lazily across the empty, shell-cratered mud of a desolate battlefield. Silent after the initial clash, German soldiers advance warily through the trenches, keeping their rifles raised as they look for any sign of the enemy. Wait, halt. The heavy steel tracks of an American tank roll forward with an ominous rumble, crushing the muddy ground beneath them. Gwah! Kill them! Kill them all! The Lord shat these bastards out by mistake. Send them all back to him. Ugh, damn it! Gasp! The massive tank rolls directly over the trenches, mercilessly crushing a helpless defender beneath its heavy steel tracks. Keep pushing through the Jerrys. Artillery shells rain down violently, exploding right between the advancing armor and throwing up massive plumes of dirt and smoke. Incoming shells! Move it! Floor it, damn it! I said floor it! We're already at full throttle.
Shit, my own damn sperm swims faster than this. Well, that explains how you got a son.
Then keep pushing so we can pop out a baby tank. A massive shell detonates right beside his vehicle, but the commander remains completely calm, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. Their left and right flanks are launching waves of attacks. The 54th Division in the center has turned all the enemy tanks into scrap metal. Then it's simple. Let's chew up all those arrogant Tommies who dared to dig in. His eyes burn with an intense, sinister light as he prepares to completely annihilate the remaining Allied forces. A massive explosion erupts on the battlefield, catching an American soldier completely off guard as he turns to look. Another deafening blast shakes the area, tearing through the ruins of the battlefield. A drop of blood slowly drips down a soldier's face as he takes off his helmet. Eugene wipes the blood running down his face and grimly mutters, "Fuck, it's warm." Wiping the blood from his brow, Eugene thinks to himself, "I just hope it's not a concussion." An officer shouts, "Keep moving," as the remaining tanks charge forward through thick clouds of dust. Under the starry night sky, the tattered American flag flutters proudly over a captured European stone building. A soldier runs up to Eugene's tank, frantically shouting, "Major Kim! Major Kim!" Spotting Colonel Rockenbach panting heavily with exhaustion, Eugene calls out in surprise, "Colonel?" Eugene grins warmly and pats the colonel, joking, "I swooped right in when you needed me the most, didn't I, Colonel? Isn't this all thanks to God's protection?" Smiling tiredly, Colonel Rockenbach replies, "Damn it, you're right. It seems God sent us to us." Colonel Rockenbach introduces the dejected British officer sitting in the corner, Major General Henry Beauvoir de Lisle. He's the commander of the British Empire's 29th Infantry Division. Eugene looks on in absolute disbelief, thinking to himself, why the hell is a division commander here? Colonel Rockenbach explains the dire situation, saying, "We're already surrounded by the Germans here. As you can see, the British Army is in such a state that even a division commander is stranded." From the shadows, a trembling voice whispers in despair, "It's over." The British general clutches his head, shaking uncontrollably as he panics. Are those Germans monsters? How could this happen? Huddled in a breakdown, the general cries out in agony, "My troops! Give me back my troops!" Eugene holds a cigarette and calmly suggests, "Let's just camp here for tonight and move out at first light." Colonel Rockenbach asks, wouldn't it be better to slip away under the cover of darkness? But Eugene reasons, they'll hear us anyway since we're traveling with tanks. It's better to move during the day when we have clear visibility. Under the cover of night, a mechanic works diligently to repair the heavy metal tracks of a tank while officers discuss their plans in the background. Eugene's grim internal monologue continues. "We only have 13 tanks left. I can't even call us a tank battalion anymore. I have to lead over 1,000 volunteers, escape this surrounded battlefield, and retreat to the rear," Eugene ponders as his men clear debris. Naturally, they don't have proper weapons, only tools like entrenching shovels, Eugene thinks, noting the lack of equipment. With a firm step forward, Eugene watches the exhausted soldiers laboring in the ruined streets. A weary soldier struggles to carry a heavily wounded comrade through the dust and smoke of the encampment. Exhausted soldiers salute Eugene respectfully as they move through the dark streets of the ruins. An officer demands in concern, "What the hell happened?" as he sees the incoming casualties. The gasping, panic-stricken soldier can barely choke out a single word. The surrounding soldiers swallow hard in nervous anticipation, fearing the worst as they listen. The panicked soldier screams, "We can't reach high command, and there's relentless artillery fire overhead. Incoming!" The soldier suddenly gasps and grabs his own throat, choking out in sheer terror. Cue! The officer shakes him, shouting frantically, "Hey, breathe! I said breathe!" Sweating in absolute hysteria, the soldier shrieks, Don't breathe! Gas is seeping in! Hold your breath!" The officer yells, "Snap out of it! There's no gas!" as the hallucinating soldier screams, "Ah, let go of me! I don't want to die!" In a state of pure shell shock and desperation, the soldier screams at the top of his lungs, "Mom!" Eugene stands in grim silence, watching his medics carry away another casualty of shell shock on a stretcher. Looking at the absolute ruin around him, Eugene asks himself, can we survive this? Clenching his fist with unshakable resolve, Eugene declares to himself, no, we have to survive. Eugene reasons, no matter how much of an advantage the Germans have, there's an insurmountable wall between infantry and armor. Eugene continues with burning determination. Even if we can't win, we won't lose either. Eugene stares forward with a cold, intense look of complete strategic confidence.
On the battlefield, an officer bellows, "Grenade! Bundled grenades to the front!" as a stick grenade is hurled forward. A devastating blast rips through the line, sending soldiers flying as they scream, "Ah!" An American crewman looks out from his tank turret under the beautiful twilight sky as the armor charges forward. Through the radio, the commander orders, "The 3 tanks on the far right, maneuver left and suppress that anti-tank gun first." He continues to direct the formation. "The rest of you, keep your distance and lay down covering fire." With a deafening boom, the tank's main cannon fires a powerful shell, lighting up the twilight battlefield. The shell detonates with massive force directly on the enemy's anti-tank position, neutralizing the threat. The tank commander watches the destruction with a calm, satisfied expression, knowing his orders were executed perfectly. Seeing the enemy's rapid defense line adjustments, the soldier curses under his breath. They've already pushed back into it. Fuck. Pointing toward the enemy lines, an American soldier shouts, "Do you see those fucking Jerrys over there?" While his comrade firmly responds, "Yes, sir." Smiling with relief, the soldier thinks, once we get past those fuckers, we're home free. We're gonna live. But a grim realization immediately hits him. That's a lie. He realistically acknowledges the overwhelming odds, knowing that even past there, it'll probably be crawling with Germans. An endless, terrifying horde of German defenders stands ready in the darkness, their eyes glowing with a menacing white light. Clenching his teeth as he prepares to charge, the soldier resolves, "But I have to give them a sliver of hope to ignite their will to fight." With a roaring battle cry, the American forces charge forward, shouting, "We're breaking through all at once! Let's go!" A massive explosion erupts violently on the battlefield, lighting up the twilight sky. Amidst the chaos of exploding shells, the soldier frantically screams, "Anti-tank gun ahead, anti-tank gun," only to be told, "Take care of it yourselves. Do I really have to spell that out for you too?" Seeing a familiar commander bravely leading the charge, an officer yells, "Captain Patton's tank is heading toward it," while another responds, "Then leave it be, he'll handle it." Charging forward on foot, a soldier confidently thinks, "We're coming from the opposite direction we entered, so it's much easier to break through." Something like this. A sudden deafening blast hits near his tank, catching him completely off guard as he gasps in shock. What the? Inside the smoking vehicle, a crewman panics. "It's a grenade, the engine is," prompting the commander to shout, "Then get the fuck out right now, I trained you for this, you bastards!" The crew members quickly evacuate and sprint away from their heavily damaged, smoking tank. A massive secondary explosion completely destroys the abandoned tank as the soldiers scramble for safety. Looking back at the destruction, the soldier calmly notes, "We were out of gas anyway, so we would have had to make a run for it on foot once we broke through the trench." Soldier steps firmly onto the muddy ground, pushing forward with unshakable resolve. Carrying a red flag amidst heavy gunfire, the officer bellows, "Everyone get your heads down in the trench." Another powerful blast rips through the dirt close to their position. A soldier successfully leaps into the enemy trench, landing crouched and ready with a submachine gun in his hand. Observing the chaotic battlefield, he thinks to himself, "In here, officers and rank don't mean a damn thing." He grips his weapon firmly, knowing that the guy with the most bullets is king, and the guy holding a grease gun is the Roman emperor. German soldiers fire their rifles in desperation, screaming, "Die, die!" Splinters and dirt fly everywhere as bullets impact the trench wall right beside the advancing American. Unloading a barrage of automatic fire, the soldier guns down the defenders as they scream in agony. Terrified by the sudden onslaught, a German soldier panics behind cover, crying out, "Fuck, what the hell is that weapon? We weren't told they had something like that." The Americans continue their relentless push through the trenches with overwhelming firepower superiority. As another enemy soldier falls, the protagonist proudly thinks, "All those years I spent breaking my back trying to develop submachine guns are finally paying off." He watches the enemy lines crumble, satisfied to see the bodies of dead Germans piling up instead of the blood of our soldiers. Checking his weapon, he realizes, "I don't have many bullets left. I need to take them down using as few rounds as possible." Suddenly, a German soldier leaps around the corner of the trench, catching him completely by surprise. The German plunges his bayonet straight into the American's chest plate, making him choke out, "Urk." The American soldier grinds his teeth in pain as he struggles desperately to push his attacker back. With a sudden gunshot, the attacking German is struck down from behind, screaming as he collapses. Tears of grief and rage in his eyes, another German soldier charges with a raised bayonet, shouting, "Karl, I'll avenge you." The American looks up in absolute horror as the sharp blade descends toward his face. In a moment of pure terror, his mind races. "Fuck, I'm gonna die like this?" Staring at the oncoming blade, he asks himself in despair, "Is dying in this trench really the reward for all that suffering?" A tense, suspenseful silence falls over the trench as the helpless soldier braces for what seems to be his final moment. The German soldier screams in rage as he lunges forward, while the American soldier looks on in wide-eyed shock. A loud gunshot suddenly rings out, hitting the attacking German soldier directly in the head. The German soldier collapses lifelessly onto the dirt as the startled American watches in disbelief. Looking up at his savior, the American soldier asks in utter shock, "You?" Standing heroically against the bright sky, a smiling Captain Patton holds his smoking revolver, ready to join the fray. Tears of overwhelming relief stream down the soldier's face as he laughs. "Damn, Senior Patton, you're the best!" Patton smiles warmly and hands over a beautifully engraved revolver, saying, "Here, I'll lend you one." Side by side with their revolvers drawn, Patton confidently declares, "Let's kill every last one of these damn Jerrys." A heavy, bandaged leg steps forward with immense power, shaking the ground. Armed with pickaxes, shovels, and spears, a group of massive, muscular American volunteers stands ready with glowing eyes. A lone German defender frantically chambers around, sweating in sheer terror as the giant volunteers close in. Looking down at the cornered defender, the massive volunteer with the pickaxe smirks confidently and mockingly says, "Too bad." Sweat drips down the face of a terrified German soldier as he grits his teeth in anticipation of a brutal clash. The panicked German soldier charges forward with his bayonet-tipped rifle raised, screaming "Arg!" in sheer desperation. With glowing eyes, an American combat engineer swings a massive pickaxe downward, cleaving through the enemy lines with raw, unstoppable strength. American engineers roar in fury as they charge forward, swinging pickaxes and entrenching tools with fierce determination. A blood-stained shovel is raised triumphantly against the sky as a defeated German soldier reaches up one last time before collapsing in defeat. An American soldier looks back in surprise at his comrade, asking, "Walk?" Eugene Kim stands amidst the dirt of the trench, holding his engraved revolver with a bloodied thigh and a look of deep exhaustion. An American officer yells out to the surrounding troops, "Hey, someone help our precious Junior Kim!" A close-up of a handsome, green-eyed American officer looking forward with a serious, sharp, and determined gaze. Looking down toward his worried comrade, the officer firmly says, "No." The concerned soldier stands behind him, looking out into the distance and asking, "Then what?" The handsome officer smiles with supreme confidence, knowing they have a plan to turn the tide. The American flag waves proudly against the blue sky as the dust begins to settle over the battlefield. American soldiers march forward in a disciplined column, carrying a flagpole through the hazy air. A soldier looks on in absolute disbelief, his eyes wide as he gasps, "What?" He quickly scrambles forward, crouching low as he moves across the rugged terrain. Looking through his binoculars, the soldier asks in utter shock, "Is that really the U.S. Army?" In the distance, framed by the messy barbed wire, a bizarre convoy of vintage Model T cars and horse cavalry kicks up a massive cloud of dust as they charge forward. A close-up of a Model T military car's wheel bumping wildly along the rough, uneven ground. With a massive leap, one of the vintage cars flies completely over a barbed wire defense line. A fleet of vintage military cars comes screeching to a halt, kicking up a massive cloud of dust around the stunned soldiers. A soldier sits flat on the ground, staring dumbfoundedly at the sudden arrival of their bizarre rescuers. From the backseat of a car, a newly arrived officer looks down and asks, "Late, Major Kim?" A dashing officer wearing a military cap and a navy scarf with a corncob pipe in his mouth smiles smugly. A shocked Major Kim asks, "You get here?" As the pipe-smoking officer replies calmly, "Get in, I'll explain." Sitting in the car, Douglas MacArthur turns to Kim and says, "The hero of Cambrai almost became a departed soul." Smirking with his corncob pipe, MacArthur chuckles as he mentions a bit of a fit. Major Kim stares back with a sweaty, deadpan expression, thinking, no, this isn't something that can be solved by just throwing a fit. Sweating in sheer disbelief, Major Kim screams in his mind, "You crazy bastard, what the hell did you pull at headquarters?" MacArthur begins unrolling a roll of clean bandages as a confused Kim asks, "What?" Looking down at his bloodied, injured leg, Kip realizes in surprise, right. Major Kim thinks to himself, "I'm so damn honored to have the precious Lord MacArthur himself disinfect and bandage my wound." MacArthur personally and carefully wraps the bandages around Major Kim's injured leg as the car drives on. Smiling warmly as he finishes, MacArthur says, "There, all done." MacArthur instructs a nervous-looking Kim, "Now take a deep breath and get ready to smile." The military vehicle drives through the busy city streets, carrying Kim, MacArthur, and their driver. The car screeches to a halt in front of a grand headquarters building decorated with French and American flags. MacArthur steps out of the vehicle with absolute flair, his long trench coat billowing dramatically behind him. Reaching his hand back to help Kim out of the car, MacArthur declares, "Come on out, hero of Cambrai." Major Kim steps out of the car only to be immediately greeted by a barrage of blinding camera flashes from the press. Reporters crowd around shouting, "Battalion Commander Kim, please give us a statement. How does it feel to be the first to break through the Hindenburg Line?" Slinging his arm around an extremely annoyed and gritting teeth Major Kim, MacArthur smiles smugly and says, "Now give us a big smile, Major Kim." In a headquarters office, a furious superior officer slams both hands onto his desk, roaring, "What on earth is the meaning of this?" MacArthur calmly replies, "We rescued our allies in danger," only for the superior to shout back in rage, "Hey, that's not what I'm talking about." The furious officer points an accusing finger at MacArthur, yelling, "That wasn't your place to go, nor was it your units." MacArthur stands with his hands behind his back, calmly arguing, but they were not in a state of combat readiness. MacArthur continues his explanation, with no issues preventing their deployment, and they were actually able to rescue the American troops in Cambrai. Superior officer glares at him, saying, "Wrong, I know that much." He slams his fist on the desk again, screaming, "But why don't you understand that there is a procedure for everything?" MacArthur shouts back with intense passion, "If we had followed those procedures, the 326th Light Tank Battalion and the 11th Engineer Regiment would have been wiped out. Why are you turning a blind eye to that? If they had the strength to break through those trenches again?" MacArthur defends Major Kim's actions to his furious superior officer, shouting, "No, that was solely due to Major Kim's unbelievable capabilities. Breaking through the German lines with that tattered unit is a military miracle. Stop ignoring that fact." MacArthur slams his hands onto the desk, demanding, "Are you seriously suggesting they should have died just for your damn procedures?" MacArthur stands tall with a resolute and serious expression, refusing to back down. The superior officer rests his hands on his desk and looks down with a solemn expression, muttering, "The military is just that kind of place." Standing behind his desk, the superior officer adds quietly, "If they had to die because of procedures?" A close-up of the superior officer looking exhausted, yet offering a sad, knowing smile. MacArthur listens with a grave, determined expression as his superior officer's words hang in the air. Millions of others could be put in danger. The superior officer peers intently at MacArthur and asks, "Can you say those words?" A close-up of the superior officer looking down, sweating under the immense pressure of their conflicting views. MacArthur stands firm before his superior, boldly declaring, "Court-martial me. Go right ahead." MacArthur smiles confidently as he tilts his military cap, ready to face whatever consequences come his way. With absolute discipline and flair, MacArthur salutes his superior officer. MacArthur stands tall in a formal salute as his superior officer watches him in silent resignation. A sharp click echoes through the room as MacArthur prepares to exit, leaving his superior behind. The door closes and the superior officer sinks back into his chair with a heavy sigh, muttering, "Fool." MacArthur stands proudly in his full military uniform, confident that he did the right thing. In a quiet, sunlit military hospital camp, wounded soldiers slowly recover while nurses carry supplies between the wooden barracks. Eugene Kim and his fellow officers stand together with warm smiles, looking forward to greeting their recovering men. Inside the hospital barracks, the injured soldiers smile warmly as one jokingly remarks, "My unit's been completely torn to shreds." The soldiers share a hearty laugh as another chuckles, "Might as well call us the 326th Crippled Battalion instead of the 326th Light Tank Battalion." A close-up of Eugene Kim smiling gently, moved by his men's high spirits despite their hardships. Eugene Kim addresses his recovering men with a solemn tone, reminding them, "For our brothers who didn't make it back." A quiet respect fills the room as the wounded soldiers lower their heads in remembrance of their fallen comrades. Eugene Kim and his fellow officer bowed their heads in a silent, heartfelt tribute to the lost soldiers. A close-up of a soldier gritting his teeth, holding back tears of grief and pride for his lost brothers in arms. With a sudden, powerful stomp of his boot, Eugene Kim commands the attention of everyone in the room. And the British, who...
Thumping his chest with pride, Eugene Kim bellows, "It wasn't anyone else. It was us. We rescued them at the cost of our own blood and our brothers in arms." Turning to his men, Eugene Kim informs them, "And the rest of you will move to new units to fulfill your duties." Raising his fist high in a dramatic rally, Eugene Kim shouts, "From this day forward, you can say, I fought with the 326th Tank Battalion. No matter who you meet, you can say it with pride." The hospital room erupts in passionate cheers as the wounded soldiers raise their fists and roar, "326, 326. Eugene Kim wipes away a theatrical tear and cries, "It was an honor serving with you, you magnificent bastards." The emotional soldiers weep openly and salute him, shouting, "Eugene Kim, Eugene Kim." Musical notes drift through the air as the soldiers dramatically burst into song, singing, "Oh,
Eugene Kim's emotional display instantly evaporates into sheer shock as he sweats and screams, "What the hell is that song?" The neighboring officer chuckles sheepishly and admits, "Oh, that? I wrote it, haha," while Eugene Kim seethes in the foreground thinking, "This son of a..." A close-up of Eugene Kim's face as he grinds his teeth, ultimately deciding, "I'll let it slide since you saved my life." Eugene Kim turns to glance back at his companion with a deadpan, deeply unamused expression. The handsome, green-eyed officer blinks and smiles innocently, asking, "Huh?" Inside a grand, well-lit headquarters office, a mustachioed senior officer welcomes them warmly, shouting, "You're here, come inside." The room erupts into a round of enthusiastic applause as the officers celebrate them, declaring the heroes of Cambrai. The senior officer with the mustache smiles warmly at Eugene Kim, saying, "Glad you made it." A close-up of the mustachioed officer as he continues detailing his orders. Eugene Kim proudly salutes his superior, expressing his relief at returning back alive. The superior officer returns the salute and says, "Take a seat. Aide, bring us something to drink." As an aide approaches, the green-eyed officer suddenly appears wearing a frilly made headband and a pink heart apron, smiling as he asks, "You like?" A sudden, awkward silence fills the room as all four officers stand in a circle, staring dumbfoundedly at the bizarrely dressed aide. A metal mug of water is slid across the desk with a sharp clink as they begin discussing the main reason for their meeting. Sitting comfortably on a leather sofa, Eugene Kim prepares himself as he realizes it's about his commendation. Figured they'd bring this up. Beautifully illustrated medals, including the Bronze Star, Distinguished Service Cross, and Purple Heart, are displayed as Eugene Kim notes that none of them exist in this era, leaving only the Medal of Honor as the ultimate prize. In a well-appointed headquarters office, a senior military officer addresses Eugene Kim and Captain Patton, delivering some sobering news. "I'll cut to the chase. The Medal of Honor is going to be tough." Looking over his shoulder toward a tense Captain Patton, the officer explains the reality of the situation. "It's less about his achievements and more of a political issue, Captain Patton." Closing his eyes with a weary sigh, the officer continues detailing the political fallout. Colonel MacArthur, the chief of staff of the 42nd Division, went to extreme lengths. At the time, Colonel MacArthur sent telegrams to congressmen representing the National Guard units that make up the 42nd Division. Eugene Kim can't help but be stunned by MacArthur's sheer audacity, thinking to himself, "So that's the tantrum he threw, that crazy bastard." The senior officer leans forward and addresses Eugene seriously, explaining the dangerous precedent it would set. "However, if I were to award you the Medal of Honor, it would suggest that wrongful actions are fine as long as the result is good." He looks directly at Eugene, who listens calmly, and adds, "It's unfortunate, but my hands are tied. If you consider it the price for your lives, it's not a bad deal." Gesturing openly, the officer reassures them that their career advancement is still secure. Of course, regardless of that, your promotions are set. Eugene Kim and Captain Patton sit side by side on the sofa, absorbing the decision in solemn silence. Sweating slightly, Captain Patton turns to Eugene and speaks in disbelief and frustration. Patton exclaims passionately, "Don't you feel cheated? It's the Medal of Honor, the Medal of Honor!" While Eugene looks on with a deadpan expression, thinking, "Why are you acting like this? You're the type to sweep up medals every time you hit the field." Eugene effortlessly redirects Patton's frustration with a confident remark, prompting Patton to burst into hearty laughter as the senior officer watches. Eugene thinks he really knows how to handle him, as Patton declares, "Us? A Medal of Honor? Should be easy enough to get if we set our minds to it." Shifting his gaze, Eugene reflects on the silver lining, thinking, "This is actually better. If I receive the Medal of Honor now, Henry Ford and my father-in-law might try to drag me back home," imagining them menacingly saying, "You don't need to go back to the front anymore, right?" Eugene smiles warmly, placing a reassuring hand over his chest as he answers, "At all, sir, as long as I..." The senior officer smiles gently, pleased by Eugene's humble and professional attitude. Eugene nods respectfully, agreeing, "Leave this matter here," while thinking triumphantly to himself, "Now that I've made General Pershing feel indebted to me, this is an incredibly profitable trade." Under the cover of night, behind a grand set of closed wooden doors, a confidential report is read. Thus, it was difficult to expect sufficient combat effectiveness from the 1st Division. An officer in full military uniform holds the paper, his mouth slightly open in shock and anger at what is written. In a fit of immense rage, a mustachioed officer slams his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth as he roars, "How dare those National Guard rejects insult the elite 1st Division?" Trembling with furious indignation, the officer holds the report up, his face flushed as he screams, "How could he pull a stunt like this?"
With a sharp and violent rip, he tears the offensive military report completely in half. He aggressively tosses the torn pieces of paper into the air as another officer in the room cries out in surprise, "Colonel!" Turning around with a fierce and tensely sharp glare, the furious colonel commands, "Wait!" Back in the office, a calm Captain Patton sits with a fountain pen in hand, reviewing a document. As the third officer stands behind them reviewing the files, Patton and Eugene sign the paperwork. The standing officer remarks, "Unless the performance improves, it's still too much of a risk." In response, the other officer notes, "Then we'll put it on hold." A close-up of the mustachioed officer sweating nervously as he peers down at the written document. As Eugene diligently continues writing at the desk, the officer standing behind him observes, "Long-range shootouts are one thing, but for tankers who mostly fight in close quarters?" A close-up of Eugene's focused eyes as he ponders his financial and business strategy. "I'd love to sell more grease guns, but I can't expand the factories, because the war will be over within 2 years." Looking at a diagram of barbed wire and an M3 grease gun submachine gun, Eugene contemplates, "I can sell as much barbed wire as I want for civilian use, but how on earth are you going to sell the grease gun? To the mafia?" His pen suddenly stops mid-stroke as a brilliant realization strikes him. Come to think of it, the era of prohibition and the mafia is coming soon. A mischievous, sinister grin spreads across Eugene's face, making his eyes glow white as he declares, "I just had a great idea," leaving the officer in the background staring in utter confusion. Sliding a sealed white envelope through the slot, a hand deposits a letter into a red mailbox. An officer stands proudly with his arms crossed next to the red mailbox, watching the letter begin its journey. The sun shines brightly over a magnificent classic brick apartment building in the city, where the mail is destined to arrive. Holding the freshly delivered letter, a man with a mustache reads it with a puzzled expression, murmuring, "Rights?" Sitting at the dining table with a spoonful of rice, another man laughs warmly and comments, "His mind out there." The mustachioed man glances down at a newspaper resting on the edge of the dining table. A close-up of the headline on the newspaper reveals the shocking news of the era. The New York Times, "The end of liquor? Volstead Act coming soon." The mustachioed man looks back at the letter in his hand, a serious and analytical expression crossing his face as he connects the dots. Sitting around the dining table, the men discuss Eugene's uncanny foresight. He's the boy who could see miles ahead while stuck in a classroom, but how on earth could he know what's happening in America all the way from Europe? The mustachioed man lowers the letter, concluding, "Actually, being far away might give him a better perspective. Either way, this isn't something I should decide on my own." A man with a neat mustache and a black suit throws his head back, laughing heartily in a pleasant room. The man's companion turns to look at him, asking, "Christian as well?" To which the mustachioed man replies, "Faith is faith, but Jisa..." Clasping his hands together with a warm, respectful smile, the man in the black suit continues explaining their traditional values. Gesturing openly, the man asks, "Wouldn't he appreciate a funeral held according to our customs?" Before expressing disbelief over their shared associate, "I can't believe it's his." The companion sits on a checkered sofa, looking remarkably solemn and dignified as they discuss the delicate situation. Case. Frame memorial portrait of a deceased older Korean leader with a gentle mustache and beard draped in black funeral ribbons is displayed on a ceremonial altar. Dressed in traditional white hemp funeral robes and headwear, 2 Korean mourners weep loudly on the street, lamenting, "Now that you go, when will you return?" 2 Western gentlemen in black suits and hats watch the grand, colorful Korean funeral palanquin make its way through the city streets. One asks, "What on earth is that procession?" And the other replies, "I heard one of the Korean leaders passed away." Standing with great dignity, the mustachioed man wears traditional white Korean garments and a gat hat, paying his respects. Looking at him with deep curiosity, a Western guest asks, "So Koreans honor their ancestors every year as they learn about the rich tradition?" Reacting with shock and offense, the mustachioed Korean leader in traditional white garments snaps at a Western guest, shouting, "Pagan?" He proudly holds up his Christian cross necklace, demanding to know, "Are you insulting me, a faithful servant of the Lord?" He continues explaining his traditional values, stating, "The great Eastern philosopher Confucius declared that ghosts do not exist. This ritual is by no means worshiping ghosts." The Korean leader stands with his back turned, prompting a quiet, thoughtful pause as he asks, "When do you think?" Turning slightly, a confident and knowing smile spreads across the Korean leader's face. He delivers a calm and firm answer to the Western guest standing in the office, "No." With an intense, confident grin, the Korean leader completely disarms the skepticism of the room. Extremely touched by his deep and sincere explanation, the 2 Western gentlemen choke up with tears of profound respect. Clutching his cross, the Korean leader looks on with a solemn and earnest expression as he speaks to the emotional guests.
Wiping away their tears, the Westerners ask, "Held this Jessa until now?" To which he replies, "Until now, we were destitute." The mustachioed Korean leader smiles warmly and subtly, pleased that they finally understand the significance of his ancestral tradition. In the background, a rowdy poker game is underway, with players shouting in disbelief, "How did you expect to win with a trash hand like that? Haha, hand it over." And "Are you crazy? A straight flush?" As the poker game erupts into a noisy argument, a bewildered Western guest asks the Korean leader, "Do they play poker at funerals too?" The scene shifts to the exterior of a handsome military headquarters building, where a classic tank sits parked on the lawn under a bright sun. A soldier salutes his superior while carrying a neatly tied cardboard package, saying, "Sleep well, Captain." Saluting sleepily with a wide yawn, the captain mutters back, "Morning." Spotting the parcel, the captain asks, "What's that?" To which the soldier replies, "The heroes of Cambrai were meeting today." The two officers push open the office door, ready to join a group of military instructors gathered inside. A handsome officer steps forward and salutes, introducing himself. "Nice to meet you. I am Captain Dwight D. Eisenhower, instructor at the Tanker Training Center." Captain Eisenhower offers a warm, confident salute and a friendly smile. In stark contrast, two of the trainees stand in the background with glowing red eyes and menacing, overly enthusiastic grins. Sensing their bizarre, overwhelming intensity, a sweat-dropping Captain Eisenhower can only blink and ask, "Pardon?" The terrifyingly intense soldiers salute passionately, declaring, "A tank is, after all, a weapon built for destruction and slaughter. It carries the precious teaching to rip apart and kill everything in sight." A close-up of a thoroughly stunned Captain Eisenhower, who stares in absolute speechless disbelief. Trying to break the awkward tension, Eisenhower asks, "What's in that box?" To which the soldier nervously replies, "It's the item you..." Before they can finish, the hyper-aggressive tankers lean in with wild, glowing eyes and demand, "Quickly!" leaving the soldier to stammer, "Yes, sir." With a swift, dramatic tear, the soldier quickly rips open the packaging string on the box. The two bloodthirsty tankers peer into the box, their eyes shining with awe as a bright, majestic glow radiates from inside. Resting inside the box is a brilliant, bright red military cap proudly bearing a tank emblem and the words, "Cambrai 326. Grinning like absolute maniacs, the two proud tankers eagerly put on their new red caps, declaring that they have finally been deemed worthy. As the tankers roar "kill" in their excitement, Captain Eisenhower looks on in sheer horror, thinking to himself, "McNanny, you bastard, what did you send me?" The scene shifts to a grand, luxurious European estate adorned with massive American and French flags, where an elegant military sedan sits parked out front. Sitting at a conference table, Major Eugene Kim calmly delivers an unexpected request. "For my next assignment, I would like to go somewhere unrelated to tanks." A stunned silence falls over the room as the senior officer and Eugene's companion look at him in absolute shock, stammering, "What?" Grabbing Eugene by the shoulders in a fit of dramatic betrayal, his companion screams, "Major Kim, what on earth are you talking about? Didn't we swear to bury our bones in tanks?" While Eugene mutters, "I never..." Keeping his composure, Eugene points out, "I have no doubt that Major Patton is the most qualified person." Sweating slightly, the senior officer demands, "So?" as Eugene continues to explain his practical perspective. Ignoring Eugene's logic, his passionate companion continues screaming furiously right next pressed to his ear, while Eugene maintains a deadpan expression. Gesturing to the documents, the senior officer notes, "But looking at the lessons from Cambrai alone, aren't tanks supposed to support the infantry? I don't see any reason for you to step down right now." Eugene smiles gently and answers with absolute satisfaction, "I've done my part." He reflects on the temporary nature of his current position. Besides, this temporary rank was only given for the war. Once World War I ends, I'll go back to being a lieutenant. A close-up of Major Eugene Kim's pristine military uniform, highlighting the golden major insignia on his shoulder epaulette. Staring up a grand, brightly lit staircase, Eugene contemplates his long-term ambitions. "If I want to climb higher, I need to build influence elsewhere." A silent, dark frame highlights his unwavering confidence. "My instincts are still sharp." Looking down from above, Major Eugene Kim stands tall in full uniform, looking upward with a brilliant, determined gaze. Nodding in agreement, the senior officer notes his request down, saying, "I'll take your wishes into account for your next assignment," as Eugene politely begins to offer his thanks. Shifting to the next agenda item, the senior officer says, "Now, with that settled," while Eugene's companion sits pouting crossly beside him. A friendly, bearded officer in full uniform smiles warmly, raising his hand to address the room. Beside him, a distinguished officer with glasses and a cigar grins confidently with his arms crossed. With a bright, optimistic smile, another mustachioed officer gives an eager thumbs up, signaling his complete approval. Reflecting on his new life away from the front lines, Eugene thinks to himself, they said headquarters was a hotbed for politicking, but the moment I step away from tanks, I feel like the protagonist of a dating sim. Keeping his priorities straight, Eugene can't help but smile, thinking, but turning down a free meal? That's not the Korean way. Standing before a distinguished officer holding a cigar, Eugene's eyes sparkle with over-the-top excitement as they discuss operations. In a lively tavern, two of Eugene's fellow officers hold their deers high and drunkenly yell, "Kya, tavern keeper!" Eugene reflects on his long-term survival plan, noting, if I want to survive the decades of the interwar period without getting discharged, I need to do everything I can to expand my network. Eugene laughs and chats with other officers, thinking, individual ability? That only matters during wartime. In peacetime, the flexible guy who doesn't cause trouble wins. And with my inherent disadvantages, I have to work even harder. A close-up shows Eugene holding a stack of military reports and business documents in his hands. Reviewing the documents, Eugene smiles warmly and thinks the family business is sailing smoothly. Chairman Ford, my father-in-law, and Dorothy are all doing great. Eugene lets out a bright, joyful laugh, thoroughly pleased with how well everything is going. Suddenly, the heavy sound of a boot stepping firmly onto the wooden floor echoes through the office. Caught completely off guard, Eugene jumps slightly in his seat, looking up from his paperwork in surprise. Standing before him is a smugly smiling officer wearing a blue scarf and holding a pipe. An alarm blares in Eugene's mind. Emergency! Glitching warning boxes pop up all over Eugene's sweating, shocked face. Alert, warning, MacArthur spotted. Staring at the legendary officer, a sweating Eugene panics, thinking, what the hell? Why is the guy who's supposed to be with the 42nd Division here? Trying to play it cool, Eugene asks, aren't you incredibly busy? While MacArthur simply replies, Watching MacArthur smirk arrogantly, Eugene maintains a polite face while thinking, wow, what an arrogant jerk. Haha, but it's MacArthur, so I'll just have to deal with it. Sweating slightly, Eugene stands up from his desk to formally greet his unexpected visitor. Smirking with his pipe in hand, MacArthur declares, I was desperate for a conversation with someone who actually understands me, like you. Eugene stands stiffly as MacArthur addresses him, thinking to himself, this is... Sensing MacArthur's overbearing attitude, Eugene notes, he's totally treating me like an already caught fish, isn't he? The scene shifts to a refined restaurant where waiters serve elite military officers dining at elegant tables. A close-up shows a tender, juicy steak being sliced on a plate alongside fresh asparagus. MacArthur holds up a piece of steak on his fork, declaring with a serious look, by those who are jealous of us. Eugene's sweat drops as he raises a piece of steak to his mouth, responding politely, I see. MacArthur continues, just as my 326 men went to the tanker training center, it makes sense to send talent to units that are lacking, while Eugene remembers the terrifyingly intense tankers. Looking at MacArthur standing confidently, Eugene reflects, but I understand why MacArthur feels that way. There really are people who envy him. He ponders his next move, realizing, but I can't exactly tell him he's wrong right now. Eugene reminds himself of the man's destiny. He's the man who will become chief of staff of the army and a general of the army. Gesturing widely with his hands as he eats, MacArthur explains that something was too large. MacArthur points out that Pershing will require more personnel, and Eugene nods in agreement, saying, exactly, General Pershing is a great man, so he'll surely put you in the 42nd Division. Realizing they are on completely different wavelengths, Eugene's sweat drops and thinks, that's not what I meant, as MacArthur begins to offer him a proposal. Raising his wine glass with a dramatic flair, MacArthur offers, join the 42nd Division, and I promise to give you a great opportunity. Staring back, Eugene admits to himself, honestly, it's tempting. At this rate, he'd probably make me a regimental commander. Visualizing a glittering array of prestigious military decorations, Eugene thinks, being a regimental commander under MacArthur would be a total achievement farm. At the very least, my post-war career would be set. Smiling warmly, Eugene raises his glass to accept the offer, saying, turn out that way too. Their wine glasses clink together with a sharp sound as MacArthur smiles confidently and says, they will. Later, Eugene steps outside the building to smoke a cigarette, only to be surprised by someone calling out to him. A handsome officer stands before him under the dappled sunlight, smiling warmly as he says, I should call you Lieutenant Colonel Kim now, shouldn't I? Eugene's eyes widen in absolute speechless shock at the sudden, unexpected news of his promotion. The scene transitions to the beautiful facade of a historic European military building under a bright, sunny sky.
Inside, the handsome officer stands holding a drink, looking serious as he says to Eugene, "First, I must apologize."
Squeezing his glass tightly as the ice clinks, the officer explains, "Cambrai, but we didn't move. We only found out the 42nd Division." Sitting across from him, Eugene listens intently as the officer continues. "That wasn't a decision to be made at the divisional level anyway. And you're for?" Eugene watches him, thinking to himself, "It saved my life, but objectively speaking, MacArthur is a madman." Eugene sweats as he shudders at the thought of other eccentric officers, thinking, if there were another person who ignored orders like that, it would be a nightmare. Oh right, Patton. Damn it. Imagining Patton wildly brandishing a knife. The officer closes his eyes wearily, saying, "I appreciate you saying that." Taking a sip of his drink, Eugene asks, "I can guess, but how's the atmosphere in the 1st Division?" Rubbing his temple in exhaustion, the officer replies, "Naturally, the 1st Division staff office was in an absolute uproar." Looking down, the officer's tired face is reflected in his glass as he quietly reflects, "But at the very least, I shouldn't have felt that way." Sitting across from Eugene, his friend remorsefully admits that regardless of the division's honor, he should have been grateful Eugene was saved instead of being consumed by insult. Eugene is depicted as a cartoon ox with a nose ring, realizing with surprise that his friend actually cares about him this much, rather than just seeing him as a hardworking ox. Eugene holds up his drink and invites his friend, who looks deeply touched, to have a drink with him as his friend stammers out a thank you. Their glasses clink together as Eugene's friend asks if Eugene has decided on his next assignment. Eugene takes a sip of his drink while his friend looks on curiously and asks what is on his mind. Eugene is shocked to hear his friend suggest the position of Chief of Staff for the 1st Division. Eugene's friend confirms that the Chief of Staff position is currently vacant, wiping his brow as Eugene looks on in disbelief. Eugene's friend enthusiastically urges him to take the vacancy, arguing that it is a perfect opportunity. Eugene's friend clasps his hands and leans forward, exuding a serious and intense aura. A close-up of Eugene's friend's determined eyes as he clasps his hands, emphasizing his serious attitude. Eugene looks up thoughtfully, reflecting that becoming the Chief of Staff would mean a rapid promotion to Colonel. A comical illustration shows a chibi Eugene riding a rocket through outer space, celebrating what would be a rocket speed promotion. Eugene raises his hand cautiously, wondering aloud if others wouldn't also be eyeing such a prestigious position. His friend explains that the 1st Division is currently in chaos, which is why they desperately want a combat veteran in that position. His friend reaches his hand out, promising that if Eugene is willing, he can make the appointment happen. Eugene sweats slightly as he contemplates the heavy weight of the decision before him. Back in his room, Eugene lies in bed with a smug grin, weighing the options of regimental commander of the 42nd Division versus Chief of Staff of the 1st Division. Grinning widely, Eugene thinks to himself that either choice is a win-win scenario, wondering if his time to shine has finally come. MacArthur, wearing his blue scarf, scoffs in disbelief at the idea of the hero of Cambrai serving as a Chief of Staff. In the headquarters meeting room, MacArthur stands with arms crossed while Marshall and other officers look on in a tense atmosphere. Marshall turns to look at MacArthur, maintaining a calm but firm expression during the discussion. Eugene stands stiffly between the senior officers, sweating profusely as he is caught in their high-stakes debate. Smiling confidently, MacArthur waves his hand and argues that Eugene is a natural instructor and a brilliant staff officer. Marshall listens with a sharp, piercing gaze, standing right next to a visibly sweating Eugene. A close-up of Marshall's eyes as he stares down MacArthur with absolute coldness. MacArthur crosses his arms defensively, questioning if there is any U.S. officer who is truly afraid of actual combat. Marshall retorts sharply, bringing up MacArthur's history of crossing boundary lines and ignoring orders from headquarters. A massive blue fiery aura erupts between MacArthur and Marshall as they glare at each other, leaving Eugene standing frozen in the middle of their terrifying confrontation. Eugene's face goes pale as icy winds blow, thinking that he might freeze to death right there in headquarters instead of on the battlefield. Looking desperately towards General Pershing, Eugene's sweat drops heavily and prays for the general to intervene before he gets crushed. General Pershing calmly sits at his desk, blowing a puff of smoke from his mouth with a neutral expression. A chibi Eugene celebrates with pure joy, thinking that his prayers have been answered by the general. General Pershing turns to Eugene and directly asks him if there is a specific position he prefers. Eugene's face goes blank with horror as he realizes the trap of being asked to choose in front of both rival officers. Standing between MacArthur and Marshall, Eugene sweats profusely as both men turn their sharp, expectant glares right at him. Eugene's mind shows a game-like prompt of trust MacArthur versus trust Marshall, panicking over how choosing either one will ruin his relationship with the other. General Pershing calmly taps his cigar over the ashtray, preparing to announce the final decision of headquarters. MacArthur stands with his arms crossed, turning his head back to listen to the general's ruling. Marshall stands sweating in suspense while an officer in the background hilariously watches the drama unfold while wearing 3D glasses and eating popcorn. A close-up of Eugene's throat as he gulps loudly in sheer terror and suspense. General Pershing smiles warmly and gently amidst a backdrop of falling cherry blossoms, affectionately declaring Eugene to be his. The entire room, including Marshall, MacArthur, and the onlookers, is frozen in speechless shock at Pershing's dramatic and bizarre announcement. MacArthur steps forward in disbelief, asking the general if he didn't hear him regarding the training staff. Furious, MacArthur slams both hands onto the table, shouting that sending Eugene to the training staff is clearly a mistake. General Pershing calmly stands his ground while MacArthur desperately urges him to reconsider his decision. A close-up of MacArthur's sweating face as he glares with intense frustration at the general's stubbornness. MacArthur yells that Eugene should be sent to the 1st Division, but Pershing replies that training and education is a most honorable duty. Marshall speaks up, stepping forward to address the general with his own counter-argument. Marshall argues that Lieutenant Colonel McNaney is capable of commanding more than just a regiment. Marshall looks back over his shoulder towards MacArthur, trying to steer the discussion away from MacArthur's opinion. Sweat dropping in disbelief, Eugene witnesses Marshall and MacArthur actually finding common ground, thinking to himself that seeing those two holding hands and getting along is a truly rare sight. Sitting at the table, the general notes that Lieutenant Colonel McNaney is an outstanding talent who should have no problem with any assignment. Beside him, Marshall and MacArthur both nod in quiet agreement with the assessment. Eugene realizes that the proposal to appoint him as a training staff officer was simply a clever tactical move to get those two rivals on the same side. He muses that this way, no matter where he ends up going, it won't cause any unnecessary complaints or friction. General Pershing calmly reaches into a matchbox, preparing to light up before announcing his final decision. With a sudden flick, a match is struck, bringing a bright flame to life in the dim room. Taking his seat, the general prepares to address the gathered officers standing at attention before his desk. General Pershing looks up and announces that since there are many vacancies in the 93rd Division, he will assign Lieutenant Colonel Kim there. Eugene stands completely frozen in shock, sweat dripping down his cheek as the unexpected assignment sinks in. Wide-eyed with absolute disbelief, Eugene's mind stalls as he tries to process the sudden mention of the 93rd Division. The room remains tense as General Pershing continues talking, his decision leaving the staff officers silent. Suddenly, a hand slams violently onto the wooden table with a resounding crash. MacArthur and his colleagues spring up from their seats in outrage, shouting at the general to please reconsider his decision. Startled by the sudden uproar, Eugene looks back to see the officers protesting vehemently behind him. One of the officers steps forward in disbelief, demanding to know if the general is seriously planning to send the hero, Lieutenant Colonel Kim, to serve under black soldiers. An illustrative silhouette of the black soldiers of the 93rd Division appears, representing the segregated unit they are referring to. The furious officer yells out with intense prejudice, claiming that those black soldiers possess absolutely no innate fighting ability. He screams at the top of his lungs, his mouth wide open in a display of sheer anger and disbelief. He continues his furious rant, shouting that sending a decorated hero like Lieutenant Colonel Kim to lead such supposedly lazy, incompetent, and cowardly people is nothing short of casting pearls before swine. A heavy, uncomfortable silence falls over the rest of the officers as they listen to the intense outburst. Looking straight ahead with a grim expression, Eugene realizes that this assignment is a poisoned chalice. He imagines a grim reaper hovering over him as he holds a glowing green goblet of poison, knowing there is a 99% chance this chalice will kill him if he drinks from it. Breaking his silence, Eugene salutes General Pershing and requests to hear the exact reasoning behind sending him to the 93rd Division. With a determined and commanding expression, Eugene makes a bold counterproposal, demanding that he be given full authority over the unit. General Pershing stares back in quiet contemplation, gauging Eugene's unwavering resolve. Standing nearby, Marshall grits his teeth, sweating profusely in suspense at Eugene's audacious demand. Marshall quickly places a hand on Eugene's shoulder, urging him to cool his head and calm down for a moment. Marshall tries to reason with him, stating that no matter how capable Eugene is, turning those black soldiers into real effective combatants is an impossible task. Eugene feels a surge of inner irony, remembering how not long ago these same people were babbling that a yellow monkey like him couldn't make it either. From behind, General Pershing quietly observes the exchange between Eugene and Marshall.
Undeterred, Eugene points out that since the current division commander stepped down after claiming he couldn't handle it, he wants the division commander position itself, along with authority that goes beyond it. The protesting officers in the background gasp in utter disbelief, yelling out in shock at Eugene demanding to be a division commander. They flinch and exchange bewildered looks, completely stunned by the sheer audacity of Eugene's request. General Pershing gestures with his cigarette, a subtle smile playing on his face as he prepares to make his final ruling. The room falls quiet as all the officers wait in suspense for the commander-in-chief's ultimate decision. General Pershing takes a slow drag from his cigarette and quietly calls out, "Eugene." Eugene stands firmly at attention, responding calmly, "Yes, General." Looking at him with a serious expression, General Pershing declares that he is officially putting Eugene in charge of the 93rd Division. He casually adds that to start off, he assumes a promotion to colonel will be suitable, leaving the officers in the background gaping in absolute speechless shock. A confident, sharp smirk spreads across Eugene's face as his eyes gleam with triumph over his lightning-fast promotion. Later, a senior officer approaches General Pershing privately, asking what on earth he was thinking with this decision. The officer questions the general's motives, arguing that blocking the path of someone he praised so highly with such a massive obstacle makes no sense. General Pershing taps his cigarette into the ashtray, noting that after the Battle of Cambrai, absolutely no one can look down on Eugene anymore. The officer looks at the general with a surprised expression, listening closely to his deeper reasoning. Pershing recalls how black soldiers once shed their blood to help the Union win, yet decades later, headquarters has gone right back to claiming that they can't fight. Putting out his cigarette, Pershing reflects that this harsh reality is a truth Colonel Kim must face and conquer eventually. The senior officer stands quietly under the American flags, absorbing the general's profound words. He looks down with a gentle, understanding smile, realizing the true brilliance behind the general's decision. General Pershing rests his chin on his hands with a sweat drop, admitting with a chuckle that he's honestly worried Eugene might actually bring back the Kaiser's head, noting how incredibly natural he looked in that uniform. Two military officers walk down a quiet corridor inside headquarters, their boots clicking rhythmically against the floor. Eugene reflects on his situation, realizing that without overwhelming charisma or overwhelming achievements, he won't survive in this uniform until World War II. He remembers how he once thought he could survive by building connections, but seeing how headquarters treats black soldiers completely changed his mind. Eugene notes to himself that the effect of his report won't last long since humans are forgetful creatures as he prepares to make a move. Eugene calmly slides a written request across the desk, initiating his bold proposal to the senior officer. The senior officer puts on his glasses and looks down intently to review the contents of the paper Eugene handed him. Standing tall with a relaxed but confident smile, Eugene waits patiently for the senior officer's response. The officer looks up from the paper and asks Eugene if he is planning to hold a class reunion with a bunch of blacks, noting they are all his West Point classmates. Eugene enthusiastically replies by asking who else he can trust at a time like this but his friends, prompting the officer to agree to send them. Eugene notices the senior officer looking at him with pity, mistakenly thinking Eugene is calling his classmates only because he has no one else. Amused, Eugene thinks to himself that the officer is dead wrong, knowing that if even half of those legendary classmates show up, it will be legendary. A bold declaration announces that this gathering of outstanding classmates is nothing short of Avengers Assemble. In a luxurious room, a gentleman with a mustache calmly enjoys a cigar while conversing with his guest. The guest is revealed to be William Du Bois, the co-founder of the NAACP, who is sitting across from him. Du Bois points out that until now, everyone insisted that black men couldn't be used as combat troops. Du Bois expresses his deep gratitude to the gentleman for stepping up, but the man quietly replies that he didn't actually do it for that reason. The man reviews the document in his hands, carefully reading over the list of names. He sweat drops heavily and looks up in absolute shock as he processes the incredible names on the list. He anxiously wonders if getting involved with black soldiers will cause major problems down the road. Taking a drag from his cigar, he convinces himself that he is in no position to worry about that now and will use any means necessary. A dramatic thought bubble expresses his protective fury. Damn it, if he makes my daughter cry, I'll kill him. On the deck of a massive transport ship, officers gather in groups, their low murmuring filling the air. A commanding officer in a campaign hat barks orders at the arriving troops, yelling for them to fall in. An officer reads over a guide while announcing they will rest for a few days before moving to their post, instructing everyone to read and understand the guides. The newly arrived officers diligently study the informational sheets distributed to them. Crisp, confident footsteps echo as someone walks briskly towards the assembled troops on the deck. The officers turn their heads in surprise and confusion as they hear the approaching footsteps, wondering who is coming. Seeing the approaching figure, one of the officers asks in shock if it is the hero of Cambrai, Major Kim. Another officer corrects him, pointing out his rank as a full colonel and wondering how he got promoted again so quickly, skipping lieutenant colonel entirely. With his head held high, Eugene stands proudly, the newly penned eagle of a full colonel gleaming on his shoulder. Eugene addresses the crowd, sharing how training passionate young patriots at the camp made him realize how filled with love for the country the United States is. The officers applaud warmly as Eugene sincerely welcomes them to Europe to fight for freedom and justice. Eugene raises a clenched fist, passionately declaring that freedom and justice are words that truly exist only in the United States. He gestures with open arms, pointing out that the British wanted to use him as a clown and the French would have pushed him into Vietnam. He yells out proudly that only the United States recognized his abilities and put him in this honorable position. The gathered officers cheer and shout enthusiastically, moved by his speech about the land of the American dream. A confident, charming smirk spreads across Eugene's face as he extends his hand to offer them an incredible opportunity. Raising his finger to command attention, Eugene tells the crowd that he has a question for them. He paces confidently past the rows of listening officers, drawing them in with his captivating charm. An illustrative panel contrasts an officer training a brave, muscular champion against another officer training a shivering, frightened weakling. Eugene gestures back to the crowd, asking them to choose between these two types of officers. One of the officers enthusiastically shouts out his choice of the latter. Eugene stands before the crowd, holding their undivided attention as they wait for his next words. One of the officers gulps nervously as Eugene's intense, penetrating gaze lands in his direction. Eugene explains that right now on French soil, there are black men who bravely crossed the Atlantic to fly the Stars and Stripes. Clenching his fist, Eugene emphasizes that those men willingly chose to sacrifice themselves for freedom and justice. The officers look bewildered and begin whispering among themselves, surprised by the mention of black soldiers. Suddenly, Eugene points a finger directly at the surprised officer, calling him out. Eugene looks at the officer intently and asks him what he wanted to do before enlisting. The startled officer shouts back with determination, declaring that he wanted to be a teacher. The soldier yells out with absolute devotion, "To protect my family, my country, and our freedom, sir." Eugene passionately rallies the troops, declaring, "Exactly. Right now, those who are the most downtrodden and suffering in this nation, with the sole desire to save complete strangers, have bravely risen up." Eugene points and challenges the soldier, asking, "As someone who wanted to be a teacher, are you confident you can turn these uneducated men into true soldiers of the United States?" The soldier bellows with burning intensity, "Yes, I am, sir!" Eugene roars back, "Excellent! Will you join me in the finest division and train the strongest soldiers?" Screaming from the bottom of his lungs, the soldier responds, "If you give me the chance, I will try my best, sir." Eugene demands immediate confidence, shouting back, "Don't say try, say I will do it." Fully charged with determination, the soldier roars, "I will do it, sir," as Eugene observes him with a firm look. Eugene sports a triumphant, subtle smirk as he snaps his fingers to command his subordinate. An officer steps forward to distribute printed application papers to the gathered men. A close-up view reveals the document is an application for assignment to the 93rd Division. Eugene hands the signed form back to the stunned soldier, showing John Reed Hodges' signature at the bottom. Staring down at the paper, the soldier repeats in utter shock, "Apply, sir?" Eugene stands proud, flashing a wide, confident grin with the paper in hand. Eugene asks the soldier, "You, and where are you from?" The soldier stands firmly at attention and shouts, "Second Lieutenant John Reed Hodge, from Illinois, sir." Eugene pauses, repeating, "John Reed Hodge?" causing the nervous soldier to gulp and reply, "Yes, sir, that is correct." With a brilliant, sparkling smile, Eugene extends his hand and declares, "As of today, you're a first lieutenant." Lieutenant Hodge is left completely speechless, staring blankly in sheer shock as another officer's sweat drops behind him. Bowing deeply, Hodge vigorously shakes Eugene's hand and exclaims, "Thank you, sir. I won't let you down." Eugene happily checks the thick stack of signed applications in his hands. Eugene bursts into a jubilant, mocking laugh in the backseat of the military car while Hodge focuses on driving. Eugene gloats in high spirits, laughing, "Man, I haven't even eaten anything, but I feel so full." In a comical, playful frame, Eugene shrugs his shoulders with an amused, carefree expression. Eugene proudly pats the thick pile of newly signed transfer papers. Folding his arms, Eugene smiles with absolute satisfaction, plotting his next strategic triumph. Eugene mockingly closes his eyes and fakes a tear, pretending to feel deep remorse for his devious deeds. During a tense card game, Eugene looks incredibly focused and serious, holding his cards close to his chest. Sitting under a dim, hanging light bulb, Eugene faces off against his West Point classmates in a high-stakes poker game. Smiling smugly, classmate Benyon confidently slams his hand of cards face up onto the wooden table. Benyon proudly celebrates his predicted victory, gloating, "It's over," with this, while imagining Eugene crying in defeat. Out of nowhere, Eugene slides a signed paper onto the table, leaving Benyon utterly bewildered as Eugene says, "Well, you're all out, now as promised." Eugene lets out a manic, mocking laugh as he waves the signed 93rd Division assignment form right in Benyon's face. Benyon grabs his head in utter despair and screams, "No way, this is a scam," while Eugene calmly gives a thumbs up and replies, "Don't run your mouth without proof." Benyon wails in disbelief as Eugene's classmate looks on in amusement. A dramatic transition screen flashes with purple lightning, reading, "So blame Benyon, not me." Benyon continues to scream and clutch his head in agony while Eugene sits in peaceful, smug satisfaction. The scene shifts to a serene military harbor displaying cargo ships, cranes, and supply warehouses. Eugene stands under the clear sky, throwing his arms wide open in pure, ecstatic celebration. Standing tall at the harbor, Eugene prepares for his next mission. Eugene Kim, tasked with organizing the 93rd Division. Two officers approach to greet Eugene, with the older commander introducing them. "I am Colonel Franklin Dennison, regimental commander of the 370th Regiment." Looking at the black commander, Eugene thinks to himself, "Wow, a black field officer in this day and age? Impressive. Wait, I guess I'm not one to talk." The two newly arrived commanders look at Eugene with slight sweat drops, sensing his immense reputation. Eugene keeps his expression calm and highly analytical as he evaluates his new officers. The black commander clenches his fist with intense pride, determined to shed blood for the United States. Looking up at the sky, the black officer stands tall with a look of quiet resilience and dignity. Both commanders smile warmly, feeling a sense of deep respect and determination as they face Eugene. Eugene crosses his arms confidently, ready to hear what they have to say. Colonel Dennison asks with concern, "Is that even possible? I hate to say this, but will there be many officers willing to volunteer for the 93rd Division?" To which Eugene simply responds, "Ah." A wide, knowing grin spreads across Eugene's face, completely untroubled by their doubts. Smiling confidently, Eugene replies, "Yes, please prepare for training as soon as the troops arrive." Dennison is left completely flabbergasted, staring at Eugene in absolute awe as he gasps, "How on earth did you—" Eugene flashes a wide, confident grin, his smile conveying a sense of amusement. Colonel Dennison and his officer look at Eugene with sweat dripping down their faces in complete surprise and confusion. Standing by the docks with cargo ships in the background, Colonel Dennison and his officer face Eugene, who stands confidently with his arms folded. Eugene bursts into a hearty, uninhibited laugh, his mouth open wide in triumph. Left utterly stunned and overwhelmed by Eugene's intense speech, Dennison and his officer desperately hug each other, tears streaming down their faces in comedic despair. Staring in stunned silence, they both realize there is no turning back now from this daring assignment. Colonel Dennison smiles with relief, admitting that seeing Eugene's incredible passion has put his mind completely at ease. Dennison politely bows to Eugene and excuses himself, mentioning that he has other important business to attend to. Eugene stands alone, looking thoughtfully in the direction of the departing officers. Looking around the harbor, Eugene spots a group of three familiar classmates standing together, with one of them waving to catch his attention. The three West Point classmates smile warmly and confidently as they wait to greet Eugene. Eugene smiles warmly, acknowledging them and expressing how long he has been waiting for his dear classmates. One of the classmates enthusiastically runs forward with his arm raised high to greet Eugene. Out of nowhere, the classmate delivers a sudden, powerful flying kick that knocks Eugene back. As Eugene lands on the ground in shock, he winces in pain and asks why on earth his classmate did that. Gritting his teeth, the angry classmate yells that he could have been completely ruined because of Eugene's actions. Suddenly, another classmate steps in and delivers a heavy punch to the first classmate's chest with a resounding pow. Eugene asks if he was jealous of his promotion to colonel, while the classmate lies on the ground coughing and complaining about the wild tank crewman Eugene sent him. The classmate furiously asks if Eugene has any idea how much trouble those wild tank crewmen caused him, while Eugene sheepishly deflects, pointing out that Patton also had a hand in that training. In a comical, tearful display, a chibi Eugene hugs his classmate's arm while sobbing dramatically, as the classmate looks down with an exasperated expression.
Resting a hand on his chin, Eugene listens carefully to his classmates' complaints with a calm, contemplative look. The classmates look on in anticipation, waiting to hear what Eugene has to say next. Eugene offers a warm smile and suggests that they continue their conversation while traveling together. The three classmates sit side by side on a narrow bench, looking slightly tense and cramped.
Squeezed tightly into the back of a vintage car, the classmates look disgruntled while Eugene smiles cheerfully from the front, commenting on how nice it is to squeeze together.
One of the classmates dryly asks how many future stars the military would lose if they were to get into a car crash in such a crowded vehicle. In high spirits, two of the classmates crack bright smiles and salute enthusiastically. One of the handsome classmates salutes sharply and responds, "Yeah?" Eugene turns around with a wide, friendly grin and asks if he would be willing to serve as his chief of staff. The classmate immediately protests, shouting that Eugene had promised to let him go to the field and questioning why he is being asked to be chief of staff instead. The classmate thrashes around wildly, screaming his devotion to field command, while the other classmate desperately tries to hold him down in the cramped back seat. The third classmate points a finger at himself, looking thoroughly surprised by the chaotic exchange. Eugene rests his chin on his fingers, thoughtfully studying the third classmate. Eugene proposes appointing him as the commander of the Divisional Machine Gun Battalion, leaving the classmate surprised and questioning if such a high position is truly appropriate for him. Eugene turns back, his expression shifting to one of absolute focus and gravity. Sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, the three classmates lock their gazes onto Eugene with serious, attentive expressions. Eugene speaks with deep conviction, his sharp eyes conveying the weight of the mission ahead. The three classmates stare in absolute wide-eyed shock as they listen to Eugene's unexpected plans. The vintage car speeds down the city streets, its engine sputtering loudly as it carries the officers to their destination. Overcome with comedic rage, the classmate lunges forward and begins violently shaking Eugene by his collar, screaming for justice while the others look on in panic. The classmate screams that Eugene is trying to drag them all down with him, while a struggling Eugene yells back that they are all rising to the top together. The car swerves wildly down the road amidst their loud screams of terror and fury as they lose control of the vehicle. Meanwhile, in a quiet military office, a high-ranking officer hands a document to his superior and receives the order to send it out. A man slowly presses tobacco into his pipe while contemplating the potential backlash from white supremacists and the reaction of the black community to the division's formation. Holding his pipe, the officer smiles confidently, deciding to wait and see how the public opinion and the political sphere react to Colonel Eugene Kim's latest move. A comical, stylized newspaper illustration shows a martial artist delivering a devastating kick to a weeping German officer's groin. Holding the newspaper, a gentleman with a mustache stares at the illustration in utter disbelief, wondering what on earth is up with the bizarre drawing. He places his hand firmly on the paper as the overwhelming public opinion is confirmed to be highly favorable. Standing up and adjusting his suit jacket, the man declares that now is the perfect time to strike while the iron is hot. The grand, majestic facade of a government building stands tall under a clear sky, representing the political power center ready to make its next move. An officer screams at the top of his lungs in frustration. Does it make any sense that our soldiers who cross the Atlantic have no rifles or artillery? Other military personnel join in the outrage, shouting, "Why must we beg the French for artillery?" A group of furious civilian and military officials yell and point angrily, demanding immediate answers. Sweating in anxiety, the junior officers look on in sheer terror at the intense backlash from their superiors. Inside an office, three officers comically perform perfect headstands on the floor in absolute despair, surrounded by floating stress symbols. The scene transitions to a grand sunlit French chateau flying both the American and French flags. A mustache-bearing officer asks in confusion, "Colonel Kim, why are you organizing the 93rd Division with such a unique structure?" A cheerful Eugene Kim waves his hand dismissively and explains, "It has to be different from the white units after all." Facing the senior commander, Eugene continues with a wide grin. "Oh, that? Well, it is a colored..." Another classmate storms in, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Why are you hogging all the tanks for yourself? Even with your connection to Ford Motor Company, this is too much." Eugene wipes his brow in exhaustion as his screaming classmate is dragged away by security, sighing, "Ike, Omar, James, to protect you guys, I am working myself to the bone like this." Suddenly, Eugene stops in his tracks as a voice calls out to him from behind. Eugene turns his head sharply, sweating slightly as he recognizes the familiar voice. He looks up toward the sunlit trees, whispering to himself, "That voice?" An energetic officer runs up to him with a frantic expression, yelling, "Didn't you call for me?" Eugene stares in utter bewilderment, thinking, didn't we go our separate ways?
Patton stands aggressively and demands, "Tell me, why didn't you invite me?" To which Eugene responds defensively, "Because you, Patton, sir, need to become the father of the U.S. Armor Branch." Eugene closes his eyes with a smug smile as others look on in comedic defeat, thinking, "I absolutely oppose this. We haven't even talked for a minute and I'm already getting a headache." Patton crosses his arms and grumbles, "Cut me some slack." Humph. Smirking confidently, Patton asks, "My junior, are you loaded or something?" Eugene raises his hands in a calm, explaining gesture. "We're just running field tests on a prototype tank for the Ford Motor Company." Patton looks thoughtful and remarks, "Anyway, since you have the tank, all that's left is putting together a tank crew." Pointing enthusiastically, Patton shouts, "I've got some guys who want to transfer to your unit," while Eugene's sweat drops in disbelief, thinking, what kind of lunatic would want to transfer to a dirt-poor unit like the 93rd Division? Giving a proud thumbs up, Patton boasts, "The men of the 326th Light Tank Battalion, of course." A chibi Eugene closes his eyes with a peaceful, ironic smile, thinking, wow, haha, they really are lunatics. Patton shrugs confidently and says, "Colonel Rockenbach will probably want to kill me, but I don't care." Close up on Patton's face as a devious smile spreads across his lips. "Will you take them?" Eugene clenches his fist in pure triumph, celebrating his massive stroke of luck. Ha, that solves the armor issue. Jackpot. The scene shifts to a solemn military hall where a large battalion of soldiers in clean uniforms stands in perfect formation facing the stage. The black officers in the audience stand tall and resolute, their faces filled with quiet dignity and expectation. Standing at the side of the podium, Eugene looks out over his new troops with a serious, focused expression. Suddenly, the entire hall erupts into loud, rhythmic clapping, welcoming their new commander. Close up on Eugene's eyes as he feels the immense weight and sincerity of their applause. Standing under a single spotlight, Eugene looks forward, deeply moved by the warm reception. Below the stage, his classmates watch the scene unfold, sweating in surprise at the soldiers' intense loyalty. A heavy, deliberate set of footsteps echoes as Eugene prepares to address his men. Eugene's classmate glances back at him, deeply impressed by the incredible atmosphere of the room. The classmate leans over and asks in absolute disbelief, "Are you secretly black or something?" Smiling warmly, the classmate pats Eugene on the shoulder and says, "Other officers leave, I should stay." Eugene smiles faintly and replies, "Well, do whatever you want." Eugene turns his gaze to his rigid and stoic aide-de-camp standing behind him. Looking at Eugene with absolute shadow-draped loyalty, the aide-de-camp declares, "As your aide-de-camp, I must remain by your side, Colonel." Eugene's sweat drops in comically dramatic concern, thinking, right, did I unlock a brainwashing skill? What's up with the look in this guy's eyes? Eugene turns back to the stage and says, "And?" An officer wearing a heavy military trench coat stands nearby, crossing his arms with a confident, knowing smirk. Eugene looks at him with a sweat drop, slightly surprised by his unexpected presence. Walking down the steps toward him, Eugene smiles as the officer says, "I've already been through plenty since my academy days, sir." Stepping up to the podium, Eugene commands the attention of the entire room, shouting, "Listen up!" The officers in the audience tense up, swallowing nervously in anticipation of their commander's first official orders. Standing tall with his hands clasped firmly behind his back, Colonel Eugene Kim looks out over his division, ready to lead them into history. Colonel Eugene Kim roars with absolute fury, shouting at his new officers, "Is total bullshit, you dumbasses!" An officer in the crowd sweat drops, completely shocked by his commander's sudden outburst. Eugene points accusingly at the formation of soldiers, asking them if they honestly think white people will ever accept them, before declaring that it will never happen. Pointing at his collar, Eugene shouts that their sole purpose in this war is to kill Germans. Clenching his fist, Eugene reminds his men that this is their first and last chance to legally kill white men. Watching him from the sidelines, Eugene's classmates stare in utter disbelief, thinking that Eugene is a total lunatic. Pointing back toward the barracks, Eugene commands his troops to just assume those who look down on them don't even exist. Eugene glares intensely, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to deliver his next brutal realization. Pointing aggressively at his forehead, Eugene shouts that to the white establishment they are still just colored boys and former slaves. While one of the officers protests that it can't be true, Eugene snaps back that it is absolutely true, demanding to know when they will wake up. Pointing down to emphasize his point, Eugene commands his men not to bother being loyal to a country that discriminates against them. Clenching both fists, Eugene orders them to slaughter so many Germans that they build a mountain of corpses high enough to terrify their detractors.
Red text glows in absolute rage. Make them fear you. That is the only way to get through to those white bastards. Covered in shadow, Eugene wears a terrifying, demonic grin with glowing eyes, looking like a true monster of the battlefield. The officers stand in absolute silence, sweating profusely as they absorb their commander's chilling words. A tense silence hangs over the room as Eugene pauses to let his message sink in. Rhythmic drums beat in the background as the troops stand in perfect, rigid formation. Eugene turns his gaze back to his men, studying their reactions carefully. An officer looks down, a fire of fierce resolve and anger igniting in his eyes. Close-up of the officer clenching his fists so tightly that his veins bulge with determination. Eugene speaks with absolute authority, preparing to give his final directive. Eugene yells to the room, "Do you understand?" The soldiers scream back in unison, "Yes, sir," prompting Eugene to command them to shout loud enough for the German Kaiser to hear him. Deeply moved and motivated, the entire battalion screams, "Yes, sir," at the top of their lungs, shaking the hall. A warm, satisfied smile spreads across Eugene's face as he sees his men's newfound resolve. Raising his hand, Eugene declares sharply, "Dismissed." Standing next to his aide, Eugene confidently tells himself that this speech should successfully take care of their mental conditioning. Eugene turns his head as a motion breaks out nearby. On the stage, Eugene's classmate desperately tries to catch another classmate whose soul is comically escaping his mouth while Eugene's sweat drops. In a quiet meeting room, Eugene leans over the table to explain the next stage of their training. His fellow officers sweat nervously as they frantically take notes on Eugene's extreme plans. The classmate looks up from his notebook in concern, asking Eugene if his training regimen is a bit too extreme. Drawing a highly detailed silver revolver, Eugene looks dead serious and warns them that if anyone tries to slack off, he will shoot them himself. Standing in front of the nervous officers, Eugene explains that they must train their artillery liaison officers until they drop, as a communication failure means their advancing troops will be wiped out. Eugene explains that the biggest flaw of the obsolete military doctrine is its blind faith in rifle fire, whereas suppressing a machine gun nest requires machine guns or artillery. The scene shifts to a grim illustration of a battlefield where tens of thousands of soldiers died in the muddy trenches because they ignored this simple rule. Eugene crosses his arms and adds that if they don't have enough vehicles, they will use horses. Eugene says that to save even a single second, he doesn't care if they have to put their equipment on dogs or dolphins. Cracking a bright, energetic grin, Eugene asks his classmate if he thinks stormtroopers just grow on trees. The classmate sighs in exhaustion and hands over his notebook, declaring that he is done and telling Eugene to find another chief of staff. Standing by the window, Eugene looks out at the courtyard where his soldiers are running laps and training relentlessly under the hot sun. Looking on with a calm and determined expression, Colonel Eugene Kim prepares to lead his division into the crucible of war.